All right, folks, welcome in here as we are coming back on with you on the live stream to start our severe weather coverage here for round two. That is starting to take shape here as we speak. Huge severe thunderstorm warning box just came out again, just severe thunderstorm warning right now for parts of DeWitt, eastern Logan, northern Macon, and a good chunk of Piatt County there, and even extreme southern McLean County. That's what's showing up. First off, those of you with us here today, give us a shout. That you always like to double check everybody can see and hear us okay. Then also where you guys are going to be tuning in from here. My name is Kevin Lighty. I'm the chief meteorologist here at WCIA, and we're here to bring you live severe coverage here through the rest of this afternoon into this evening. I am joined by meteorologist Adam Sherwinski that is in here with me. And as always, meteorologist Jacob Dickey, who's going to be out in the storm tracker, following along with the storms and doing his best to keep up with these things. And I got to tell you, he's got his work cut out for him today because these are going to start to really haul and move quickly and rapidly intensify. And again, those things are happening here as we speak with our first storm that we're kind of really keeping an eye on here as it comes into Farmer City. It's in Clinton right now, into the Weldon area. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. And you can see it here on the Doppler radar. Clinton, back towards the Tunbridge area right now and into western portions of DeWitt County. And you've got the Kinney area and seeing that really heavy rain just east of Wapella and along Highway 51. Stretching to the northeast. So Farmer City kind of knocking on your doorstep. A lot of really, really heavy rainfall with this too. So, I mean, it's coming down at a pretty good clip here, just dumping rain. Might even have a little bit of embedded hail within this line. So what we're watching for is not just that cell, but we've got additional storms that are starting to fire out here to the west, okay? And so we're going to be keeping a close eye on these guys that are back here towards the Beardstown and Petersburg area, okay, as those begin to move in. Here's a little bit of a loop so you can just see the progression of the storms over the last 45 minutes. And you can see those storms kind of moving east. They're moving a little bit more east than southeast as of right now. So we're going to be tracking this here for you. And what we're going to do is we're going to check in with Jacob here in just a second and talk to him about what he is seeing out there. Because I mentioned he is in the storm tracker here tonight, and he's going to be giving us views of the storm. And they are going to really kind of let us know exactly how things are shaping up. So let's pull up his shot here. That is his view of that storm as it begins to move into the area. Let's pull up Jacob's audio now. And Jacob, tell us about what you are seeing there. That is looking a little ominous.
Yeah, hey, Kevin, we're located at 48 and 72 right now, looking to the north and west here. First off, this storm, it almost looks like it's a shelf cloud kind of at the front edge here. But within that, one area that catches my attention is this really low base right in there. And I've been seeing a lot of motion in there, nothing concerning yet, but look how low those cloud bases are sitting. I mean, they are very low to the ground. If a storm starts to spin, it does not take a lot of time for the spin to connect with the ground there. And so we're just looking at all of that here. The other thing is I'm going to pull it wide here because the lightning has been incredible with this. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes with this in a short period of time here, and just a barrage of them. So we're kind of watching this here and keeping a close eye. I feel like it's being camera shy now. So there we go. You can see a couple of those on the right side of the screen. But we have been just watching the lightning pick up. We've been watching the storm get closer. We're keeping an eye on radar. And while we're watching this storm, Kevin, this may be the first storm that we look at because it is moving in the direction of Champaign-Urbana south towards Tuscola. But then also, I'm planning on watching additional storms behind it. Looking at those storms there northwest of Springfield and eventual development farther to the west and southwest. This may be a long afternoon and a long evening for many of us here across central Illinois. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. I'll send it back to you.
All right, back here with you guys. Again, thanks for the update there, Jacob. Again, his view there of the storm as it is coming in. It is obviously quite intense over there. And then we just got a new warning just behind that one for this cell. We were kind of talking about it. So this one here is going to eventually kind of track across western and southern portions of Logan County. And so it does include Lincoln, but kind of right there, the Broadwell area, and then kind of diving south and east. And so we're going to be looking at multiple cells here before too long. Folks, I think this radar is going to be just full of, warnings. These warnings, and there comes another one. So they've got this warned for this cell up here. So there are now 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Well, actually, there's a 4th that's back here on that cell. Right now, just severe thunderstorm warnings. But what could happen is quickly this may ramp up, and the next thing you know, they could get upgraded. So notice the large box there. That takes into account for that whole storm, but they may have a smaller polygon within the polygon, which would just take into account the potential for any rotation on the storms and for a tornado warning if that gets issued. As of right now, these are just severe thunderstorm warnings at this point, but obviously carefully monitoring them to see if they start to ramp up, tighten up at all with the storms. Here's a little bit of a loop, and you can see how they're quickly, starting to strengthen there. So this one, again, eventually is going to come into parts of Champaign County. Right now, more of a wind and kind of a hail threat is going to be showing up with these. And let's see. I don't know. We'll pull up some of our weather cameras here and take a look at the views. I'm not sure. All right, so that's Springfield. So we'll bring up our studio camera. I don't know if we're going to be able to pick anything out yet. I mean, obviously Jacob is able to see a pretty good view there. So again, still probably a little bit too far away. I bet if we looked maybe north on our Decatur camera, probably start to pick up a little something.
I'll start rotating that one.
Okay, so that's Decatur. That's probably looking more west. So again, a little bit of a shelf cloud there that might be trying to form. I am going to keep an eye on kind of that southern end, that little southern part of that line, maybe southeast there of Kenny, near Maroa. We always like to look, we call it kind of the tail end Charlie. It's kind of that far back southwestern edge of the storm. Because that's where you might get a little rotation to form. So we'll keep tabs on that storm there. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for several areas now. I mean, they're lined up one after another. But this is what I mean here. Just keeping an eye here. See if these start to hook around at all to show any of that rotation. But again, got wind turbines up there in that area too, which always pose a little bit of a radar anomaly that we have to kind of sift through and see through. But that's what we got here right now with storms that are just starting to fire up. Now, you may have noticed the Storm Prediction Center, they put out their new outlook. Their new outlook nudged that moderate risk just a little bit south. Right now, you still may see some storms up into Ford and Iroquois County. That's definitely a possibility. But we think it's that red area, especially center cut red area there, that tornadoes may be a little bit more likely. Now, anybody can see a tornado anywhere in this risk map, period. We think there just may be that slightly higher probability of that occurring here from a Springfield, Decatur, Taylorville, Mattoon kind of line right there. And just because some of those morning storms hung around a little bit more into Ford and Iroquois County, so up there, the threat could be just lower. The warm front hasn't quite made it all the way up there yet. So we're kind of looking at this window of opportunity over the next 2 to 4 hours where that could be the case. So that's just kind of an update from how things looked. Let's see here. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. We'll come back over to Doppler radar. And again, we're also getting ready to start our news at 4:00. So the way that this works, all right, just got a report of multiple trees blocking roads in Waynesville. Multiple trees blocking roads in Waynesville as those storms came across. So Waynesville up here to northwestern DeWitt County. So obviously a little bit of a delayed report, but that would have been when that line came through. So intense line there of storms that has had a history of knocking down multiple trees, blocking roads in Waynesville is what they're saying. So that coming from the emergency manager in DeWitt County. So again, just kind of lay out the land here. Again, our policy here, we obviously cut into TV for tornado warnings. We do the severe weather coverage here for severe thunderstorm warnings when it is over, just severe thunderstorm warnings here online. But we're getting ready to start a 4 o'clock newscast. So what we're going to do is kind of bounce back and forth between our coverage here on the newscast when there are just severe thunderstorm warnings. And then as soon as the tornado warning goes, then we'll kind of be back on there. So again, I know there are thousands of people that are currently watching our live stream here right now. So we want to let you know that we're going to start our newscast here briefly, but I have a feeling as these storms ramp up a little bit more that these will go tornado a little quicker and than you may think. And we may be just in what we call a full-on tornado coverage here in just a little bit. So bear with us here for a second as we get ready to do our newscast and watch these storms that are starting to develop. And I got to tell you, this storm is looking a little interesting. Starting to look a little interesting here. Cisco, Argenta area. We're watching this carefully, folks. So keep checking back with us as these storms begin to move in. Again, our 4 o'clock newscast about to begin. And we'll be back with you here in just a moment. Stay with us. Have winds of 60 miles per hour, possibly some hail. And again, this is that time where some of these storms may start to rotate a little bit. This is a loop of the last 45 minutes. Notice the explosion of that storm as it kind of moves in. Yep. This is going to come into southwestern portions of Champaign County, and it's doing so really quick. All right, folks. We're going to have much more with our severe weather threats, break down what you can expect for the rest of the night when we come back. As WCA3 News starts right now.
Well, as Kevin just said, it's another day to be weather aware. This is a look at downed trees in west central Illinois from this morning's first round, with everything you need to know before more storms enter our viewing area. Plus, it's the opening weekend for the Obama Presidential Center on the Chicago South Side. You'll hear from the former president and first lady as they tour the site for the very first time. And finally, some leaders up north say enough is enough when it comes to teen takeovers. What new punishments they could be facing to keep children and parents in line. All those stories and much more coming up as First News starts. Thank you for joining us and welcome to First News. I'm Amanda Brennan. It has been a rainy and windy start to the day all across central Illinois. Some communities to the west are already cleaning up after round one. You can see in this video from Monmouth, about an hour south of Moline. You saw those semi trucks there on the side next to the railroad tracks, but they're not the only ones bracing for round two as it moves closer and closer to our viewing area. So we're bringing back Chief Meteorologist Kevin Lighty. So let's get right into the mix here, Kevin. What do people need to know this evening?
All right, so we're in the thick of it right now. Things are just starting to ramp up. This was the time frame we said, all right, things may start to really kick in. That's happening here. We have our first cell that has our attention, and it's the storm here that is kind of taking shape from about Mansfield back through DeLand, Weldon, dropping a ton of rainfall. But we're just watching these little interesting features that are starting to kind of take shape here between Maroa and Cisco, keeping a real close eye. We have several warnings in effect. Warnings that are out here to the west. These are all severe thunderstorm warnings right now. There are not any tornado warnings yet. I say yet because I think that is close to happening here for us. And we are kind of concerned about the rapid intensification that's going to occur over the next few hours. And this storm that you're looking at here is basically going to continue to kind of dive to the south and east and into Champaign County. As of right now, we've got possibly some rotation on the storms, but it's not super strong just yet. But the atmosphere is primed. Now, the Storm Prediction Center came out and they kind of upgraded their moderate risk area. See that red area there? That's where we think that the best chance for tornadoes is going to exist as we go throughout tonight. So kind of that I-74 southward. Be on the lookout here. And Amanda, well, I'm going to throw it back to you. I have a feeling that you're going to be coming back to me sooner than the end of this newscast here for additional severe weather coverage. Again, our policy here is, on tornado warnings, we completely stay on. Severe thunderstorm warnings, we are doing some streaming online, so I encourage you to go check some things out there as we're going to do that. But for now, we're going to just kind of take this storm by storm. We're going to get you through each one of them, but definitely a strong storm coming through the Monticello area right now and just starting to ramp up a little bit. So we'll come back with you if this starts to get even stronger. So stay with us.
All right, Kevin, we appreciate your coverage. Thank you. People are gearing up for the potential punch that tonight's weather may bring. Many office buildings, college campuses are already closing.
It looks
in
like it on
preparation.
radar.
Meanwhile, some organizations are opening up their doors as a shelter
a definite concern for the storm as it begins to move into the area. So you can see that hook echo as that thing is kind of hooking right back through here. This is going to be where that potential tornado is. Again, if you are in Cisco, definitely be in your tornado safe spot. Monticello, absolutely get to your tornado safe spot. We have a very dangerous storm approaching, heading into Piatt County. This storm here is one that we need to take seriously. It is rapidly rotating. Jacob is with us. Jacob, can you talk to us? Give us a report of what you've got there. You are right on this storm. Here, thank you.
Have too, Kevin, is that rain may obscure any potential tornado here. It is a very impressive storm. It is in the right spot to produce a significant tornado as well, Kevin. And so we have to watch this storm very, very closely. I'm going to continue to move her here in southern Piatt County, but I am very concerned for this particular storm. And I'm concerned for other storms too, Kevin. But this one getting started is showing like it has some real potential for it here, Kevin. So we're going to be watching that and keep you updated on that. Live in the Storm Tracker, heading east towards BMET. I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that report there. Again, you can see the radar that we've got there, the radar feed that we have showing that very pronounced area of rotation that is showing up on the storm. Okay, folks. So please, if you are anywhere from Cisco to Monticello, this storm here is right on top of you. And as Jacob was kind of showing, you may not be able to see exactly the location of where that tornado is. You may not actually be able to see it. So don't even try to go out and kind of view this thing because it'll be wrapped in rain and it's right on top of you. There is the rotation. You can see it. It's right over Cisco. It's on 72 and old Route 47. That is the spot that we are concerned about here. Very clear, pronounced rotation. Now moving to the east of Cisco. If you're in Monticello, take shelter right now. Monticello, anywhere there south of town, especially on the south side of town, going to be crossing over 105. Rotation just to the east of Cisco. Possible tornado here in progress, right on I-72. It's right on the Piatt and Macon County line, and now pushing off to the east, and it's going to be coming into the south side of Monticello. I want everyone in Monticello to be in your tornado safe spot. Right now is the time to go. This thing's going to be there in the next few minutes. Okay, this thing is moving. Let me check the latest movement on this as it goes here to the east at 60 miles per hour. It's moving at 60 miles an hour, folks. So as we just kind of look at this thing and put a potential path on it, and let me just back this out so we can kind of show you time of arrival for some of these storms. You know, and at 60 miles an hour, just how fast this thing is moving. It's going to be in Monticello here in the next, possibly even quicker than that. I'm going to say in the next, 10 minutes or so or less, where that tornado could be. So be on the lookout. Yes, this does include southwestern portions of Champaign County, down the line, Sondoras. We're watching for you folks. But the severe threat continues. Tornado warning here if you're in Monticello. A tornado between Cisco and Monticello right now. Tornado is between Cisco and Monticello. Right here where that little hook is located is the spot that we are concerned about. Rotation showing up pretty clearly, and right there it is. And so we can zoom in here. Now we're talking about on Allerton Road, County Road 320, 500 East Road is where that rotation is. This right now looks to be maybe kind of coming in towards the kind of south side of town there into Monticello is where some of that could be. So right now you're getting probably some heavy rainfall. You might be getting a little bit of hail in there, but rotation is picking up in the Monticello area here right now. And again, just because of how fast these storms are moving, just how quick they are, there is a high level of concern here. Adam, I'm going to let you take over there on Max 1 for a second. I'm going to hop over to the wall here and then kind of take over things. But pretty dangerous situation here right now. We've got Jacob on the storm. He's going to give us views. He's doing his best to stay ahead of it so he can give us the views. But what are you seeing over there right now, Adam?
Yeah, I'm watching that area that is right around the Allerton Park area too, just outside of Monticello. I know a lot of folks are probably not there on a day like today, but still we want to make sure that everyone's safe and aware and get a general idea of where things are. Again, basically in the crosshairs, and if we flip it over to Max 1 real quick, Monticello to Beemont, that's where we're going to see really the spot to watch out for between Cisco, Monticello, Beemont. If you want to put a triangle there, all those towns need to be in their safe space as we speak. That is the one tornado warning we have right now, but I don't think it's going to be the only one we see for this evening. It's kind of the first one to kick things off for this evening. Again, even some strong hail just outside of Monticello. So this is just a really rapidly intense storm to itself. Just keep that in mind, folks. I know people are already asking about Villa Grove and Ivesdale and Sadorus. You guys are also in the path of that tornado warning as well. These storms are moving very quick, and they're now starting to finite a little bit more. We just saw that update just a second ago of where that tornado warning is. Monticello through just north of Beemont to Ivesdale. That's the spot where you need to be in your safe space. Even Sadorus as well. You're probably getting pelted with some heavy rainfall too. Here's the key thing that I agree with Kevin about is that you're not going to see this coming. This isn't one of those where you get to watch it and then take shelter. Take shelter now, because if it's rain wrapped, you are not going to see what's going on. That is going to be a huge issue. That is a dangerous issue too as well. So take every tornado warning seriously for today. This is our first one to really start off with for today. And right now it does include Monticello and areas near Willard Airport under the tornado warning, Tolono too, to Posodum and Hayes. Those are other spots as well that are under the gun. Now the storm itself, the circulation, a little bit closer towards Monticello and even just outside of there as well. That's where we're starting to see a little bit more of that activity. So Monticello, Ivesdale, up to Cisco and north of Beemont, that little triangle area, that is where you need to be in your safe space right now. I'm going to flip over to velocity real quick when I get a chance and give Kevin about a few more seconds just to get ready to roll here. But I just want to pull up velocity for my own view. And yeah, that is where we start to see that couplet just south of town between Beemont and Monticello and Cisco. So be in your safe space. Kevin, to you.
All right, we're going to go to Jacob. Let's go to Jacob right now. Report live from Jacob. What do you got?
Hey, let me get this camera up here on the side for you. There is a very low area embedded within that rain. It's very hard to see, but there are rapidly moving rain curtains back in there. This is going to be the challenge today, Kevin, figuring out what is behind the rain and what is forming there. That's a big concern for me, is that we're not going to maybe have as much visibility as we could on a lesser and severe weather day, but very obvious, some intense motion back there and a lot of rain kind of wrapping in and keeping us from seeing properly there. But I can see the motion. I'm not sure if you can see it yourself at all, Kevin, there, but right in the middle there is something that is very close to being down. Are you able to see that, Kevin?
Yeah, I can see it there. It's right in the middle. It's right in the middle of your screen there. I can see it right there. Yeah. Right in the middle. Yeah.
Something moving, and it's moving really rapidly. A lot of motion with it. I can't confirm if it's down or not, but at this point, Kevin, I think today is the day all tornado warnings needed to be treated as if it is a tornado down, because we cannot promise that we'll be able to see it until after the storms move through and there's damage left behind. And so I'm very concerned about what this storm is about to do here soon, Kevin. We'll keep eyes on it coming into Beemont in a little bit, and we'll have more updates for you, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, you can see it right there. Right there. That's what he's talking about in that region right there. Definitely those low cloud bases. You can see it there. So we'll be tough. This is what I mean. I mean, he's as close to the storm as you could get, and look how difficult it is to kind of try to pick that out. All right, let's bring it back. Okay, new tornado warning is in effect now here into Sangamon County. New tornado warning here. Let's go to that one here real quick so we can just get an update on this here. New tornado warning here is going to be coming into northwest portions of Sangamon County. So here's our storm south of Petersburg. So you've got Athens here. Here's the Springfield Airport, and then Sherman there, and the Williamsville area on the north side. So that is our new tornado warning with this cell as it begins to move into the area. Here's what we're going to do. Let's back it out. Let's try to come back to our Piatt County storm. We'll watch that one as it comes into northern Sangamon County, but I have greater concern, at least at this point, for our storm here from Beemont, okay? And let's zoom in here. We're going to take you right down in on this thing and show you where we probably have some of that rotation ongoing here, just and south of Monticello and near Bemet. We'll try to look at it by viewing our velocity here. And so obvious rotation that's going to be hanging out there just south of Monticello. Please be taking shelter here and then towards the Bemet area as our storm continues to move off here to the east. We're also watching Ivesdale here, folks. So I want you to be taking shelter if you're in Ivesdale, southwest portions of Champaign County, as this is going to be crossing over in south and east of Monticello, between Monticello and the Ivesdale area. So that is where we have some concern here right now. Still reporting, again, that potential for a tornado. There's definitely some motion on this, and this is moving into that area where we could have, you know, any of these storms that start to rotate. This right here, this is your heavy rainfall. All right, there might be some hail in there, but it's back here on this kind of back edge, on the very back edge where the rotation, where the rotational part of the storm is occurring. And again, Jacob was showing us a couple of different times things ramping up there from just his view. So this is going to be coming in to southeastern Champaign County. Now, this whole thing isn't a tornado. I know you see this red box. This doesn't mean this whole area is going to see the tornado. The tornado is going to be right about there, right? So the question is, within this box, where does that tornado go? Well, notice how the box kind of widens out here to take into account, you know, the variability of where that storm could eventually wind up. So that's why Tolono, we're sounding the sirens there, you know. That's why sirens are going to be going off here into portions of the southwestern Champaign County, because it all depends on exactly where that little rotating portion of the storm is going to be. And there could even be multiple circulations that may even start to occur, because we're going to watch this here, but then I'm going to keep an eye right there. What we've got to do is look at our different velocity products to see exactly where some of that rotation is. And we're seeing some of that here kind of show up. This is kind of an atypical day. It's a little bit different in terms of what we're going to be seeing here on radar slightly, but we're going to do our best to try to kind of see this. But Bemet, Ivesdale, between Bemet and Ivesdale, I would absolutely be taking shelter right now. I want you folks to do that here. And give me another, 15, 20 minutes, stay down in your shelter, and then we'll let you know when you can get out. But right now, according to our radar data here, definitely starting to show some more signs of that rotation picking up here. So this is what we're looking at. Let's kind of show you this big wide view again. This is just mainly some rain that's ongoing here. I mean, there's Champaign, this is south of you. Urbana, this is south of you. Right now, the tornadic part of the storm not going to hit the Champaign-Urbana area. The biggest concern, Bemet to the Ivesdale area right now, and then southwestern portions of Champaign County. All right, got a new warning, new tornado warning. Let's bring you back here to the west. And so now this tornado warning encompasses southern Logan County into northern Macon County now for this storm here that is going to be over, looks like over towards maybe the Cornland area into southwestern portions of Logan County. So it looks like a little velocity. It's going to start to show up with some rotation here. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that storm. To kind of reset things here real quick for you, widen the big view, get you the big 30,000 foot view of things. 1, 2, 3 tornado warnings now. And notice how almost every one of these storms that have now entered into this area have gone tornado warned. Okay. Additional storms back here to the west, severe thunderstorm warning. That's telling us that even with some of the limited instability that we've had today, that these storms are capable of producing tornadoes. And that's why we have now 3 separate tornado warnings. So the thing that I like to do to kind of show who's in the warning and who isn't is just clear off all the radar data and just show you the boxes here. If you reside anywhere within any of these red boxes that we've got, you're under that tornado warning and you essentially need to be taking shelter. And so yeah, we're in here into the southern portions of Champaign County. So Pasodum and Sadorus to Ivesdale. We already talked about Bemet. That's an area here as this storm eventually comes in. We're going to be monitoring this. Now, this could get adjusted a little bit, and maybe we can, give an all clear, but that's not the case just yet. So that storm riding right there to the south and east and into Ivesdale here. We're hearing about other locations where sirens are going off with some of our western storms out there in the Sangamon County. But right now, the best storm that we had there on radar was the one that kind of came across the Cisco area where Jacob was located. That storm now, where some of that rotation is going to be, I think it's going to be a little bit closer to, and we'll just take you back into it, try to catch some of it. And you can kind of see where some of these colors are near the Ivesdale area. That's where we're seeing some of that rotation. So we need to be definitely in our tornado safe spot. If you are near Ivesdale, we're going to see possibly a tornado that is taking shape here. And then eventually Sedoris. We're going to watch you Ivesdale to Sedoris, right on the Piatt and Champaign County line as our tornado warning continues here. So folks, multiple warnings that we've got at this time. Any views from any of our cameras?
Yes,
there?
I'm looking at the Springfield camera, looking up towards the one there in Sangamon County, looking up to the north. I saw a little bit of lowering earlier, but it just kind of was there and then gone. So it's very hard to see. It's hazy on these cameras. As we've mentioned before, these are storms that once you see them, it's too late. You make sure you're in your safe space. This isn't the one where you can see far away and really beautiful conditions out there to kind of watch and look. No, this is get in your safe space. That's first and foremost, and go from there. I know a lot of folks try to look for storms when this happens. This is rain wrap stuff. It's going to be hard to see anything. Again, I see some rising motion, Kevin, on Max 1 real quick, and that's all I can really see. I don't see anything that says, hey, there might be a tornado there. There might be some lowerings there, but it's just so hard to see because it is a faraway camera. So we're going to keep moving around and seeing what we can find with this. But as I've said before, a couple of lowerings here and there that have caught my interest as a meteorologist, and just north and west, looking northwest of Springfield. So there's your view right now. It kind of looks like they have the little finger lowerings that does show rising motion, but I just can't tell if there's rotation within that just yet. That's not too far from the airport too as well, northwest of the airport. We're going to keep an eye on this. Kevin, if you have anything else to add, also point in that direction with some of our other cameras. I'm going to pull up our camera there for Decatur, and it's pretty much just a maw at that point. We can only see really just the darkness of the storm itself, a lot of rain. As we mentioned before, the rain-wrapped aspect of this is what's really going to be kind of throwing us for a loop here. So let's switch it over there to Decatur real quick. And from Decatur, you'll see that it's just nothing but a big maw of precipitation too. So yeah, it's hard to see these storms. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay, appreciate it. Again, multiple tornado warnings. That's why we're showing you Springfield. We're showing you here Macon County and Decatur, and our storm coming into Champaign County. Let's go to Jacob. Jacob, we're going to get a report from him as he's repositioned here. Jacob, we got your camera looking there. It looks like at the back of the storm tracker there. Give us a report of what you're seeing.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm about a half mile from the turn here to get north to Ivesdale, but I do want to say, just watching radar and kind of visually spotting, right now, I don't think it is as organized with this storm, but I think that we may be having a bit of a situation where potentially we're seeing a different area re-strengthen. I'll show you that in a second. The other thing that really concerns me is those back-to-back tornado-warned supercells, one near Mount Pulaski, the other north of Springfield. Sometimes when supercells are in tandem like that, that can help to push one of them to become a significant problem. And so that's something that just catches my attention there. So I'm going to turn to the left here. You're going to see Ivesdale out the front. And as I pull over here to the side, there's Ivesdale right here, straight down the road. And then this is the area of rotation. It doesn't quite match up with what I'm seeing on radar, and it looks a little bit disjointed there, which I find interesting because this is more west of Ivesdale, and I think it's that maybe back end that's trying to pick up a little bit. There's been a little storm, like a little bitty core that tried to merge in with it here, and sometimes when those storms merge together, that little cell kind of pulls into the inflow region. It can either have destructive interference and really tear that storm apart, and maybe that's what's trying to happen now. But other times it can help enhance that rotation some more. And so we just have a critical 10, 15 minutes here to figure out what this storm is going to do. And we're going to keep eyes on this one, Kevin, as we're near the Ivesdale area. Probably next in line for me is to head towards Basodum, but I'm also watching very closely those storms back to the west there, Kevin, and we'll be keeping you updated from the field. Live in the storm tracker near Ivesdale, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of south of Ivesdale where some of that rotation is, Jacob. I'm gonna zoom in on this and switch it over. It looks like south of Ivesdale is where that would be, where some of that rotation is. Yeah, go ahead.
This right here is Ivesdale. I am south of Ivesdale. So maybe the radar's picking up aloft, but then the actual base of the storm is a little bit back to the west there. And so it just doesn't look quite right, but maybe that new radar frame that just comes in for you shows that hook redeveloping back to the north and west of Ivesdale. And that may put more Sidorus and Posodum into play there. You know, we'll see how that merger interacts here. But from a visual standpoint, I think the old area of spin, kind of looking up, it's not really there, but this new area is something that's kind of developing, and so we'll see what happens. I don't see the lowering that I did earlier either near the Monticello Allerton Park area, which is some good news, but still, this storm, I mean, look at how impressive. The striations on that, Kevin, a sign of a very strong updraft with the storm as it's moving through now into southern Champaign County. Kevin?
All right, thanks a lot, Jacob, for that report, giving us the visuals there of the storm. You look at it on radar, it can be tough, but you can see with the eyes from the storm tracker. And that's why we go out there to give you those visuals so you can kind of understand what's going on. We're going to come off the storm just for a second because Jacob is on that storm, and if he sees something, he's going to come back to us. I don't want to discount our friends over here in Macon County near Chestnut. I just saw a report. They're sounding the sirens there in Chestnut for good reason. But this storm here starting to look a little precarious here south of Chestnut and then over here near Mount Pulaski. We want to keep an eye on this. We kind of saw this earlier with the storms that started to get going near Cisco. It kind of started this elongated kind of the back end of it, and then it started create that little bit of a hook. Okay, we've got a confirmed tornado now. Confirmed. This is going to be with our third warning. That's back over here. Let's come back here. So let me see here. Tornado warning here observed. Southern Logan County, northern Sangamon County. So confirmed. So let's come over here. And let's put on our velocity and see the scan that's showing up here. And so I'm trying to find where they had that confirmed tornado here. We're also getting a wall cloud reported over in the Latham area. Wall cloud reported in Latham. Okay, so 1 mile north of Salisbury, is that right? I believe that's, okay, that's the confirmation there. Okay, so that's going to be right here. We'll come back to it here on with the reflectivity. So it's going to be in this kind of mess of reflectivity here. So this is confirmation. So here's the Springfield Airport there on the north side of Teton. Boy, we know just a week ago, right? Just a week ago that tornado came through up there, that EF1 did the damage there to the APL and then the airport and tracked towards Mechanicsburg. But now this here, folks, you guys are in that tornado warning, north side of Springfield. Take shelter. This is confirmed now. We have had that happening. We're also getting reports of a wall cloud near Latham on Iliopolis Road. Also rotation showing up possibly west of Tolono. These are all reports.
Of Springfield right now.
Let's show you the Springfield camp. Can we bring a Springfield camp? Look at that. Wow. Look at that view there. Okay. On that storm there, so there's confirmed tornado on that. Do we have that pointed kind of due northwest?
It's northwest. Yep.
Okay. So
it's hard to see anything in there.
It is hard to see something there. Again, that is our storm there. We're looking the north side of Springfield. Can you just pan it around just a little bit to the left and right? I just want to see if anything's kind of showing up there. Again, so that is looking there to the northwest. Again, our camera there,
now
pretty much located
northeast.
there. Okay, that's a little more northeast. Bring it back to the left. Let's go and bring it back to the left a little bit. And so we'll point it just a little bit more. Okay, you can see, okay, in the middle part of your screen there. Okay, maybe just a little bit. Okay, so I want to kind of just look at that area there. Bring that back over to the right just a tad bit. So that is going to be the area where that rotation is and where that confirmed tornado. So they had a confirmation tornado on the ground. They're saying north of the airport. Tornado on the ground north of airport is what just came in. So swing that back over to the left, out of the tower.
It's doing it right now.
Okay, gotcha. Tornado on the ground north of the airport is what we're getting here. We're trying to get that view here. All right, come back to me while he gets that view here. I kind of figured out. Okay, there it is right there. So this thing's coming in, folks. North side of town. There we go, coming right towards the airport again. Some of those areas that might have just got hit last week, this thing's coming right at you, and it's moving fast here, folks. So take shelter. Pretty much anywhere, if you were in that path of the tornado from last time, get in your tornado safe spot right now, right over the airport. Going to be crossing over I-55 south of Sherman. This is the area that we are watching. Okay, guys, we're not seeing. We couldn't see the visualization there on camera. It may be tough. These are one of those where it could be wrapped in rain, right? Where or the tornado is embedded in that rainfall. But just by looking at this on our radar screen here, we are definitely seeing signs of that. And this thing kind of, you've got this little area here of some rain, but that rotation is going to be tucked right in here and crossing on the north side of town and probably going to be coming across I-55 here. So we want to be looking, we want our camera pointed straight north. Straight north is where we kind of want our camera pointed there to be able to try to see anything. And it's tough. Again, can we tilt up? Can we tilt up on the camera a little bit there? It's kind of shaking a little bit there. Maybe kind of zoom it out. Are we able to zoom that out
as far as it goes?
As far as it goes? Okay.
There it goes. I got a little bit more.
Yeah, tough to kind of make anything out there, but that report was from the emergency manager there in Sangamon County. So is that right there? Is that right there?
Where? Right in front of us?
Yeah, man, boy, it's tough to tell.
It's just hard to tell. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, you could have that tornado embedded. What we look for now is any power flashes, see any power flashes or anything here from this. I think that storm, that tornado, again, might be coming in there to the north side of Springfield here right now. You see the winds really kind of picking up on this. So that is our storm in northern Sangamon County. Confirmed tornado here. We're trying to see it again. Our camera is located on top of the building here, all kinds of towers and what else. Sorry about some of the obstructions that you're seeing here, but we're trying to look past the storm there, and maybe once it kind of gets past there, we'll have a little bit better view. But that's the view that we've got here, watching the storm come in to northern Sangamon County, north side of Springfield. Adam, you yell at me if you see anything on the camera for now. Let's come back on camera here to kind of show you. Here we go, where that storm is. I want to come back over here to Latham. That storm looking a little bit more. So there's the updated kind of confirmed tornado there. So let's hop off of this one because we're going to have to, folks, here's the thing. We're going to have to bounce around back and forth on our various storms and kind of show each one as they start to get going. Okay. So now we're back over here. We're going to look near the Latham area. Take a look at this here, southeast of Mount Pulaski. Concern growing for our storm here as rotation begins to increase on this storm. Definitely want to be taking shelter if you are here into eastern portions of Logan County and then heading into northern portions of the Macon County area. Again, rotation on our storm increasing. Going to be there near Latham and extreme southeastern part of Logan County and heading here into northern Macon County. Let's see here. Let's bring you back to velocity, try to pick out some of that area. So it's going to be right here. We'll zoom in. Definitely seeing some strong signs of some wind too. If nothing else, we definitely have some really strong winds. So there's Latham right there. And the rotation, we put this back to reflectivity. There's going to be a hook right about there. And again, also, I know that there are some wind farms in that general area. That always kind of makes us have to kind of look at the velocity data carefully because those wind turbines do interrupt and affect the airflow around. So when the radar goes over, we can get some false data. That is one of the issues there with some of those turbines. That happens. So we're trying our best to kind of see through some of that activity here. But that's what we've got here right now. The velocity showing some of those strong winds. That's Latham. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Again, the confirmed tornado is our one coming into the northern portion of Sangamon County. in the Springfield area. Let's come back over here quickly to, okay, Champaign County tornado warning no longer in effect. They've dropped it, canceled it. That one's gone. Southern Champaign County tornado warning is done. Okay, so that's some good news there. We don't have anything left there. So now we've got the two that we're tracking here. So let's come back over to our storm in northern Sangamon County, northeast portion there, and coming across the north side of Springfield, Riverton, Clear Lake. Here we go again with another one of these storms that is moving across and potentially producing a tornado. So multiple areas for us to watch at this time. We've been hearing a lot from some of the different folks. And what we're going to do here, we're gonna check in with Jacob here in a second. We've got Amanda Brennan's here with us. She's up at the desk. Are you hearing anything here from any of the folks? And give us a quick report as we continue to track severe weather.
Yes, Kevin, our newsroom is making phone calls. I have a few updates here from the DeWitt County EMA. There are reports of trees and power lines down in the county, specifically seeing some trees down in Waynesville. So again, this is from the DeWitt County EMA. Then in Piatt County, their EMA, there are reports of power lines down west of Route 10. So DeWitt and Piatt County, those are updates from your emergency management agencies. I've been monitoring the Facebook comments as well. I know many of you within the last 20 minutes have been telling us when your sirens are going off. Thank you. As you start to get some of those damage reports, be sure to send our Facebooks a message. News@wcia.com is our email. Right now, people are talking about taking shelter at Craft. That must be in Champaign. Again, as Kevin said, the Champaign County tornado warning has expired. We've got sirens in Clinton, all the smaller towns in Macon County, people are reporting sirens going off. So Kevin, those are some reports from viewers and from the emergency management agencies. I know our newsroom is continuing to make calls, so I will have another update in just a little bit.
All right. Thank you, Amanda. All right, here we go. Two tornado warnings happening. Confirmed tornado still happening here, northeastern Sangamon County, also the Latham area, and coming into Macon County. What we're going to do is, I know that Adam is going to be working on firing up some of the cameras there from Decatur as well as we start to look into that storm. So let's come back here. We're going to look at our storm that's now going to be on the Logan and Macon County line. Here's Maroa. Here's Forsyth. That's Warrensburg. Rotation showing up right here. And as we mentioned, the Latham area, a concern there. Some of these stronger winds begin to move in. If you're in Warrensburg, I want you guys to go ahead and take shelter. Lowest level of your house, wherever you can go. Center part of your house is going to be the best thing. I know that we've got Jacob here. He's getting ready for a report. Jacob, you let me know if you're good. And we're gonna send things over to him. As he's going to have a report in about 1 minute as he is going to be looking into the storm here. So he is actually going to be bailing on our storm that was coming into southwestern portions of Champaign County. So what he's going to do essentially is come back to the west and probably towards kind of the Beemont area and then look into this storm, and it's going to be there quicker than you think. And because these things are moving at a really fast clip. So I want southern portions of Piatt County to just be on guard here in the next 15 to 20 minutes as this storm starts to head in your direction. Decatur and the north side of town, all the way up 51 between Maroa and Forsyth, also, you guys should be in your tornado safe spot. Jacob's looking into that storm now, and you've got the view of it. How are those cloud bases? Are you able to see much there? Tell us about what you've got.
Yeah, hang on, Kevin, and my audio dropped here. So I cannot hear you. Okay, I can hear you now, Kevin. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Jacob. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, hey, so one thing I noted with this storm is, one, on radar, it didn't look as impressive, and it doesn't look as impressive either in person here. There still is a large, broad base here that we're looking at. There is some motion that I'm seeing in the clouds, but the storm itself, I think the merging of the two cells was more on the destructive side, which is good news. However, I stood outside. I wanted to feel the air. I'm in the low 70s right here, and the wind is blowing to the south, or from the south to the north into the storm. So we're watching that. I think my plan is going to be to get back to the west towards Beemont and watch those next two storms. I think this storm probably is okay, but we're not going to forget about it for folks that are in southern Vermilion, Edgar counties, northeastern Douglas counties. We'll keep an eye on it here. But to me, I don't see it being as imminent of a problem as I do the storms back to the west. And that's why we're going to make that move to the west. The other thing here, when I turn, Kevin, you actually, I think, see the boundary of the warm front extended out to the west here. And that might be something you can catch in a little bit when I make my turn. But we're right on that boundary. With all of the three of these storms here, particularly, I think those other two storms, Macon and Sangamon County, are just south of it. That really escalates the tornado potential. This one may be just north of it. Doesn't mean it can't cross back to the south, or the instability can tap into it, so we have to watch. But maybe my concern a little lower right now here as we watch the storm continue off to the east. Here I turn, Kevin. I'm going to be heading back towards Beamont, but you'll see the boundary that I'm talking about back here facing to the west, where those other storms are going to follow. And that, I think, is something to watch very closely. Kevin?
All right. Thank you for the report there, Jacob, looking into that storm. Here's what we've got, folks. We're focused on this one, but I want to come back over here because our one that's coming in here over towards the Dawson, Buffalo, Mechanicsburg area. I want you guys to also take shelter right now. That's Buffalo, okay? I-72 right there. If you are anywhere along that Mechanicsburg, Buffalo area, and I hate to say, I mean, such a similar path to what we had a week ago, kind of the same areas here between Riverton, Mechanicsburg, Dawson, Buffalo, right here. And let's click on the velocity and see what it's kind of showing here. So definitely maybe some stronger winds starting to show up there. So if you're along I-72, here we go, also Lanesville to Illiopolis, still the threat exists. We've had reports at one point of a confirmed tornado with this. We had reports of some funnel clouds that came across on the north side of Springfield. Haven't heard any confirmed reports of damage just yet, but some of those may lag behind. I will say this, when this storm came through up over here to the north and west and more towards kind of the Petersburg area, we got reports of, I believe, some structures. I'm going to come back over here just for a second and take a look at our chat that we have with the National Weather Service so we get some reports. So Menard County Sheriff's Office reported that a roof was ripped off an Ameren shop garage, and also facade ripped off some local businesses. And so again, that was going to be over in the Petersburg area when this storm came across. And so now the concern for this is going to be over the Buffalo, Mechanicsburg area. And this thing may start to ramp up a little bit more. Kind of concerned here because these storms are going to start to move into a more favorable environment for tornadoes. So far, we've kind of been teetering on that edge, okay? Because some of these storms have been moving through areas that have been worked over atmospherically, where we've kind of robbed some of the moisture. You hear us talk about this a lot, and we kind of said, hey, what does that first wave of storms do to the atmosphere? And that kind of impacted kind of our northern half of our viewing area. And that's why we are concerned about the southern half of our viewing area. Because look at this. I just want to widen things out and show you anywhere south of I-72, guess what? The atmosphere there is going to be primed. That's Christian County. That's Shelby County. That's going to be Moultrie County, Douglas, Coles County, these areas here. Look at the storms up here kind of north of Champaign. There's not much going on here. I'm not as concerned up here to the north. The main show may exist here across kind of south of this I-74 corridor. There's a huge new severe thunderstorm warning to take into account for this whole line that is going to be diving here to the south and east. And so anywhere within that, damaging winds and possibly some hail. We may start to hear about some hail reports before too long. We may get into some of that here just kind of north of Buffalo. Anytime on radar where you start to see that purple color, that's usually an indicator of a little bit of hail in there. So we're going to watch and see if this thing starts to ramp up a little bit more. And it does look like, let's see, yeah, possibly some hail starting to show up in some of these storms here, folks. That severe thunderstorm warning is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and some 1-inch hail in there. Mechanicsburg, starting to see some really heavy rainfall is what we're seeing. So that's just going to be coming. And again, just remember how fast these storms are also moving. And I'll just tell you this, that, you know, oftentimes in these situations, what happens is because of how fast they're moving, the radar can be just slightly off. You almost have to kind of consider it just a little bit ahead of sometimes what the radar is showing, especially when these are moving at 60 miles an hour, because it does take a few minutes for the radar to do its thing where it kind of scans up and down. And so we always take that into account, especially the later we get with that scan that kind of comes in. So here's the concern with this. Let's do one of these, because a lot of people often want to know, okay, when could this arrive in my area? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this storm here that's had some of that rotation. I'm just going to come over here to confirm the movement on this one. And so this storm here is moving to the east at about 45 miles an hour. So what we'll do here, we're going to basically kind of draw a little bit of a path along this storm, and then kind of talk about what time some of these storms could actually arrive. And so we'll just draw a little thing here. We'll come out here. We're going to say, if this thing continues off here to the east, and again, this is kind of rough speaking here, at about 40 miles an hour. And then we'll come over here and move this out of the way so you can kind of see some of this a little bit better. But we'll come down here. Here's your towns. So it's 451 here right now. Illiopolis, it's on top of you. Down the line, Booty. Long Creek at 522. We're just looking way down the line here. These are some of the towns that could be impacted by this over the next 35 to 40 minutes. So that's what we're looking at there as far as the time of arrival on that cell that has been showing signs of rotation. So this thing going to be coming in, again, to northern portions of Christian County, southern portions of Macon County. The rotating part of that storm centered a little bit more kind of right here on the Sangamon Christian County line, southeast of Buffalo. And Lanesville, look at the radar. That's some hail that's in there. That's also sometimes an indicator of some really intensifying storm, is when that hail gets really big. You see that white color? We don't get that very often. I'll tell you that. That color does not show up very often on the radar. We get some of the purples. That's telling us there's a strong updraft in that storm, and it is keeping the hail lofted in the air for a long period of time. That hail is getting bigger and bigger. Whenever you've got a strong updraft, you're going to have a strong storm, and sometimes you'll see an intensification. Things ramp up here, and then maybe you get a little tornado that forms there as that thing kind of starts to kind of ramp up a little bit. Sirens going off in Mechanicsburg that we're seeing. Definitely seeing that hail there on the north side of the storm. This starts to become that classic, supercell here, where you've got the hail core on the north side, backside kind of wrapping in, inflow coming into the storm, and
I've been trying to find those any spots of rotation or any lowerings. You can see the hail where it's coming from a little bit more so here. Some of the greener kind of colors there as it's pointed east towards Mechanicsburg. I might tilt it back to the south and east a little bit more, but that's where the greenage is, and that's where you would find in the thunderstorm where the heaviest hail is. So it's in that direction. You can see it from far away.
Yeah, Illiopolis, I think you might have baseball-size hail, Illiopolis. I think you're going to have potential for baseball-size hail. That is not out of the question here. Some really big hail that might be coming in to Illiopolis here right now. That white color that shows up that we don't get a lot on radar, that's got to be tennis ball, baseball-size hail. Possibility there. The Weather Service just also saying 3-inch size hail possible. New tornado warning here. Stand by. New tornado warning. Let's back things out. Okay, so they went ahead and said, nope, this thing's going tornado here. So they've issued this now for Christian County, Macon County, new tornado warning here with our cell here. Let's try to come back down. Here is our cell where that thing is starting to ramp up. This is, as I mentioned, an increasing hail core like that, indicative of that strong updraft. And if Illiopolis is getting baseballs right now, that thing's cooking. And so there is definite concern here. If you are in Mount Auburn, you want to be in your tornado safe spot immediately. Niantic, definitely be paying attention there. You guys may catch some of that hail before too long. That hail core is just to the north of the interstate. So I-72, just to the north, there's going to have that hail, and that's going to just kind of ride right along. But down here is where we're seeing more of that velocity signature that's taking shape. And wow, kind of look at that, some strong winds here. And so this is going to be where you might have a tornado developing while they've got that new tornado warning that is in effect. And so that encompasses Decatur, it's Booty, it's Macon, it's Mount Auburn for sure. Mount Auburn, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Just southeast of Mechanicsburg is where some of that best rotation probably is located. And I think this thing is starting to ramp up here, folks. Probably the most concerning storm that we've got here right now, but also our storm that we're watching. Boy, these things are just, they're almost kind of running into one another here. That's these two different cells here. So you've got this one here, okay? And then we have to kind of come back over here towards Decatur. Notice they all just kind of are still connected to one another. But we've also got this area here from Forsyth to the Larkdale area where there's some rotation on that one. And so they're almost kind of coming together. And so we're looking at this area right here, and that's going to be crossing over Highway 51 just north of Decatur. Let's show you the big wide view. Reflectivity, and switch back to that so you guys can kind of get that typical view that you get, and then just reset things here real quick, okay? It's 4:57. We've got several warnings with storms stretching all the way back to the west along I-72. Champaign right now, not as concerned. Danville, kind of the same thing. Anywhere here, basically north of I-74, we think that atmosphere got worked over a little bit more. So right now the focus is this I-72 corridor and then points to the south. What we've got are several counties with tornado warnings. We're looking at what used to be a confirmed, and I got to say, this is probably looking to be one of the best looking radar signatures we're starting to see, because this thing's starting to hook a little bit more. Illiopolis has the classic hail core on the north side. Storm kind of hooking a little bit here and showing again signs of rotation on it. Mount Auburn, you've got seconds here. I'm also starting to get in some pictures in DeWitt County of some photos or of some power poles that were snapped. And bear with me for a second as I kind of look at the location of those. Near Prairie Center Road and Drive-In Road, DeWitt County, looks like several power lines that were snapped with earlier storms as they came through. Okay, so that's what we're looking at here. Big hail core on that storm coming into the Illiopolis area here. We're looking at Mount Auburn. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. Let's come back up here because that hail core is probably on I. If anybody's driving on I-72 right now, you're going to need a new windshield. I'll just tell you that right now. That is some big time hail that's going to be located there right south and east of Milliopolis and to the Niantic area, southwest Niantic. That hail core is right on 72. So there's going to be some people probably with some damaged windshields here with that. We've got Jennifer here. Jennifer, you've got a report?
I do. We just got some information in from the Piatt County EMA. Senator Monticello, tree fell on a power line. He wants people to avoid Route 105 near Fitness Premier right now. We've got sirens going off in Decatur for a second time. People saying no power in Illiopolis, and a tree down at 4th Street, and that is in Lincoln. So we've got more widespread damage reports coming in at this time.
Okay. Thanks for that update there. All right, again, guys, real dangerous situation here. Gigantic hail showing up here along I-72, and now near Mount Auburn, a potential tornado happening here with our storm that you're looking at. So anywhere here in the extreme northeastern corner of Christian County. And then listen, if you're watching us over here near Booty, down to Blue Mound, just be paying attention to this storm as it moves here to the east and kind of slightly south of east. It is now top of the hour here. It's 5 o'clock. We are in live coverage of severe weather as multiple tornado warnings are currently in effect across the area. As a matter of fact, we talked about this one here. Huge hail core near Niantic. That's going to just ride into I-72. We'll be watching kind of that Harristown area, and then we'll come back here, and we're just going to kind of do a little bit of a radar tour real quick. So there's Decatur. You guys are in line more for this hail. The tornadic part of the storm is down here, and it's closer to Mount Auburn. So that's going to track between Booty and Blue Mound probably, and cross over Highway 48 in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. But you're getting some really heavy rainfall in Decatur. We come back up here to our storm. That is Cerro Gordo, really wrapped in rain. Let's just go to the velocity, see if we're seeing some rotation. So a little bit of something there, southwest of Oriena and along Highway 72. That is our other tornado warning storm that we've got here right now. Otherwise, what we're looking at here so far are severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way into the rest of southern Piatt County, into portions of Moultrie County and Shelby County. But there are going to be these little embedded circulations that are occurring here. And that's what we're kind of concerned about, especially with our storm. Listen, when you get the radar and saying, hey, there's probably going to be 3-inch size hail in here, that tells us that's a super strong storm. Look at this hail core. Now over I-72, just south of Niantic, that's dropping baseballs, most likely, folks. So Harristown here, oh boy, that thing, and along Route 36 there, man, that is going to be some big-time hail showing up. Always, again, an indicator of some really strong updrafts in this storm. So Mount Auburn, I would be concerned for you. Do we have Jacob here with us? I don't know if Jacob can give us a little bit of a report and kind of where he is located here. What are you seeing here right now, Jacob?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I'm just coming into Atwood now. I was looking at FEMA, and I just saw that was getting rain-wrapped and messy, and I don't want to get caught in the middle of that. The storm that's on the south end is the one that usually does the best. It has the most unimpeded flow. It has the best access to instability, and that's why you've got that huge hail there by Illiopolis and points to the east. And when that happens, those storms can really take off. So watching really closely that. I'm going to be heading, Kevin, towards Lovington. I don't think I'm going to make it into Decatur with that storm coming in. But if I go down to Lovington and Sullivan, that gives me a chance to keep an eye on this storm. Sometimes as well, these supercells, when they start to rotate and become tornado producers, they can also anchor a little bit more to the right. And so that carries it in Douglas County. But I have to be careful for friends down in Mattoon, Charleston, Coles County as well, should it take a little bit more of a right. Here's something else that I noted, Kevin. It seems like maybe we started a little early. I'm not convinced that the best combination of ingredients is here yet. I think we still have the potential for things to get even rowdier, more storms west of Springfield, and that fills in south of I-72 later on this evening. I think we're just getting started here, and we'll keep you reported on what we see here in the field. Just past the Atwood area, heading to the west, making our way towards Lovington, Sullivan, generally in that direction, Moultrie County. We will be keeping you updated and have more in just a bit. Kevin, back to you.
Okay. So one thing I will tell you with this, when we kind of look at this on radar, we are definitely getting that hail aloft. The question is it still coming all the way to the ground just yet? I'd be curious to know, because sometimes what happens is those hailstones will stay lofted in the air in that updraft and then eventually become too heavy and fall down. So I would be curious to hear of any reports if we actually did have the hail actually come down, because it may still be lofted up there, but this thing's right there along I-72, maybe just south there of I-72 now, where we have that strong hail indicator showing up. So here is Decatur. Listen, folks, if you're in Decatur, if this kind of continues, this is going to come through right through the middle of the town there. We'll see if it kind of meanders a little bit more to the south, but we've got that hail core there. And then here's where that rotation is. Blue Mound, I would definitely be taking shelter. If you are here in Blue Mound, going to be coming right along the Macon and Christian County line, you guys want to be in your tornado safe spot here, as that storm is starting to take on additional rotation on it. And we're just going to see it right there. I think we're starting to see more of that rotation here. I would not be surprised if this is starting to produce a tornado, folks. It's going to be southeast of Mount Auburn. And then again, coming towards Blue Mound, we're seeing some indicators of some really strong wind in here. And again, some of that hail that is showing up with our storm. We'll just kind of have to watch and see what happens there. So that's our storm there. we'll kind of back things out once again and show you the view from our storm that's coming into portions of Piatt County here. Champaign right now, the severe weather has been to your south so far. I still think as Jacob was mentioning, this is going to be one of those weird days where you could have multiple areas see storms. It's not one of those one and done. You know, in the past, you get one storm to come through and it's over. It's going to be one of those weird days where you could have multiple storms over the same areas. So I just want to throw that out there. We don't want you to be just kind of like, you know, just like, yeah, hey, we're done. No, because look at what's happening here with these storms that are out here to the north and west. There are still storms that are ongoing here. If we've got some video of some hail, maybe we can kind of share that with the folks there. Monticello had a little bit of hail. Let's take a look at some of that video there of some hail coming down with the storms. And so they probably had, it's kind of hard to tell there, but maybe some pea-sized hail in there. Kind of hard to tell, bouncing. Maybe you can get up to some quarters. That's with some of the earlier storms as they came through. But I think the areas there, Harristown, and going to be coming into the west side of Decatur, are going to see some much larger hail here before too long. If you guys, again, when you guys get pictures, couple of things. We love when you guys send us pictures. That helps us out of any confirmed damage. Hail, we like hail, especially when you can compare it to a size of an object, you know, a coin. Okay, when you take that picture, have a coin beside it, a ball, golf ball, baseball, something that is an object that is a uniform size. We all know that the size of that is the same no matter where you get it. So when you send those pictures, it's news@WCIA.com. It's news@WCIA.com is how those photos can eventually kind of get to us, and then we can share them with our viewers here on the air. I think our storm here near Blue Mound is a little concerning. I think right here, that rotation continues to show up. We're starting to get a little bit of that hook. I think Blue Mound, that's a pretty good signature there, folks. Blue Mound, take shelter. If you're there along Highway 48, I was just there about 10 days ago at the Casey's over there, stopping through, and we were doing our drone shoots and stopped by there, right there by the railroad tracks. You guys need to be absolutely in your tornado safe spot. I think that the rotation on that is about as strong as we have seen so far. I think we've got a tornado that might be happening here, folks. Blue Mound, it is definitely important for you to be in your tornado safe spot. That there is the best signature we have had so far. Strong indicators of this might be coming through Blue Mound. I'm a little concerned about Blue Mound here at this point, folks. And what we're going to do is we've got something called a debris tracker, debris signature that we can say, okay, is that, hold on here, folks. I need to see if that is co-located here. All right, so maybe not quite yet here. Well, here's what we're looking at. I think that's a very strong indicator of a tornado there, Blue Mound. Concern for Blue Mound here, folks. Concern for Blue Mound. That is a really dangerous looking storm. Blue Mound, please, if you've got to go. I mean, you've got to go right now. I need you folks down there right now. Rotating storm coming right there into Blue Mound. This is Booty here. Okay, you're going to be coming east there towards Macon. If you're in Macon, get to your tornado safe spot. Macon. Absolutely. If we've got a tornado here, this thing's going to be coming right down the pipe. Anywhere along Highway 51 there, south of Booty. That is a very dangerous looking storm. I'm kind of worried about maybe that next scan there as it goes off to the east to see if we've got, again, any kind of a debris signature. So what happens is the radar can sometimes tell us, all right, we don't have raindrops that we're hitting, we might have debris. And so I'm just going to see what happens here as the next radar scan kind of comes in to see if we've had anything. I would be curious here in just a bit when that comes across. I just think that's the storm here right now that looks the worst in terms of a velocity signature on it. So Macon, between Blue Mound and Macon, tornado safe spot here. You may be hearing some thunder here locally and, just outside the TV station. We do have still thunderstorms in a lot of areas, but right now, I think the biggest concern here, I think Blue Mound just got hit pretty hard, at least with some really strong winds, but I would not be surprised, if, we possibly even had a little tornado there, but they just got hit. They're just getting rocked by some really strong winds. So folks over there, we'll effort to see if we hear anything out of Blue Mound here. So now that storm is going to be tracking off here to the east. Still got kind of that little bit of a hook there. Macon. Let's see if that hail core is still here. So it looks like maybe that hail core collapsing a little bit here. And so this is going to be coming here towards the Elwyn area, southwest sides of Decatur, along 48. Okay, so reports of power flashes 3 miles east of Blue Mound. That matches up. I think either we've got some extremely strong winds or a tornado here. It looks like tornado on radar, but we also have some indicators here of possibly some really strong winds. You're going to see on the next scan when the new velocity scan comes across. I'm looking at another one here off screen. It's going to place some really strong winds east of town. So you could have possibly a tornado happening here. Either way, you're taking shelter either way with this here. There is a tornado warning. It's right on the edge of that polygon there. Okay, so there's the new one. So and that was what I was just mentioning, was like, this thing's about to be out of the polygon. We're gonna need a new warning here. And then there it is. So they added on this little piece right here. So Moweaqua to Macon now, between Moweaqua, Macon, Highway 51. You guys need to be absolutely tornado safe spot, lowest level of your home, center part of your house. As many walls between you and the outside as possible, between Macon and Moweaqua and anywhere along US 51, folks. We were just in Moweaqua a couple weeks ago for their festival there and had a great time. A lot of great folks there, Moweaqua. We need you to take shelter. We've got to have you guys in your tornado safe spot, wherever that is. Getting reports of power poles and trees blown down near Dawson as the storm came over. But this new tornado warning is in effect here. It includes Moweaqua. It takes into account the storm that is coming into, just moved through, I should say, the Blue Mound area. Strong indicator. I think we've got a tornado with this. We're still seeing, I'm trying to see if we've got any kind of a debris signature on it. But, I mean, it's as good of a rotational couplet that we've had here so far. As this continues to move off here to the east. So that's what we've got here right now, folks. So, and here's the thing. With this radar signature, it tells me that there's a good chance that that tornado is going to be shrouded in rain. There's going to be rain bands kind of, swirling around it, obscuring the view. And you may not even know it until it's kind of right on top of you. But if you know anybody here that lives between Macon and Moweaqua and along Highway 51, they should not be out there right now. This thing is going to cross over 51 here in the next few minutes. And I think we might have a tornado happening with this, at least kind of on the last couple of scans, definitely showing some of that. So there's some of that new velocity data coming into us. The rotation is right here. Okay. The rotation on that storm is located right there. And that thing is going to cross 51 right between Macon and Moweaqua. Okay. So probably not right through town unless it starts to make a little bit of a turn. But here we go with that rotation. What we're going to do here is we're going to bring Jacob into the fold here. He's going to be looking into that storm for us from the storm tracker to kind of let us see what he is seeing out there. And again, I think a big thing is this is a difficult situation to visually see some of the storms, at least here initially, because they are producing a lot of precipitation. We call those kind of high precipitation supercells sometimes. And I just want to pass this along too. Looks like maybe power line down and some trees down, possibly even in Champaign with storms that came through. Jacob, let's go to you as you talk about that storm. You got a little bit of a view there. Tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, so Kevin, based on where I'm at, I am just to the north of Sullivan, passing the Levington area right now. In fact, Levington is right over there. You can kind of see the town, and there's the water tower there. So of Levington, Kevin, you probably recognize that one. And so as I zoom back out, then where that storm is to the south, this is that south edge where that rotating mesocyclone is here. And there's some motion there. It's moving really quick, so I don't have a lot of time to tell you, but certainly I have a lot of concern for this as it moves between Macon and Moweaqua. It's going to be heading towards Bethany, and I'm heading to Sullivan, and I think this is going to be carrying it into Coles County as well. So early heads up Moultrie County, really early heads up Coles County, Southern Douglas County as it continues its east-southeast progression. I hope nothing happens here, but we're entering that time where the ingredients are primed, Kevin, and we'll be keeping you updated here from the Storm Tracker as best we can. Live outside of Lovington, we're looking towards Moweaqua right now. I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
I think you hit the nail on the head there for the folks that are down the line from this in Bethany and eventually into Coles County there. The National Weather Service, and I'm just going to look at some data off screen here for a second, saying that, yes, they think this is going to continue to stay strong enough to produce a tornado, moving into an environment that's going to be primed for this. So this probably could persist for an extended period of time. There's the update. Look how fast that thing's over 51 now, folks. Okay, and so Jacob's going to try to stay ahead of this thing the best they can. He was giving us that view into the storm. You have to have that perfect view ahead of it in that clear slot to be able to kind of see it. But this is where we might have that tornado happening here. And so now it's going to be, and again, when that new radar scan comes across, it's probably going to be placed here near Walker Road and moving off here to the east. And then so here's Dalton City, and then we'll zoom it out so you can kind of see Bethany and some of the areas that are going to get potentially hit by this. So there's Bethany. Here's Dalton City. The rotating part of this storm is going to be just now east of 51. And then, yeah, we're going to have to watch this coming into portions of Moultrie County and eventually into the Coles County area. Still, that little classic hook happening here, okay? And so we're watching this right here for that potential tornadic circulation. And Jacob was looking into it. And again, we had a pretty good little view of it. We talked about some of the hail there near Elwyn. Got a report they've got some ping pong ball size hail, And this, and what's this hail here? Where's this from? Oh, that's Illiopolis. Okay, so that's Illiopolis, and we had some of the storms there. So that was when that hail was getting really big aloft, and probably a ton of that came down over there between Illiopolis and southwest side of Decatur. But we think what's going on right now, currently, tornado or strong winds just passed through Blue Mound. Reports of some power poles down over there, and now that storm racing off to the east. And at last check here, we've got a storm here moving to the south and east. I'm going to take a look at the movement at about, let me see here, 50 miles an hour. So 50 miles an hour to the southeast. Got some more pictures of some power lines down. Here is Clinton. So this is over in Clinton, multiple power lines down in that area over there with the storms that came through. Look at those just kind of snapped there. So that was much earlier when those storms were kind of coming through up into the DeWitt County area. So concern obviously there with our storm that came through. So power is going to be out again, folks. A lot of you were without power for a good chunk of last week, and more of you as folks get out there and try to repair those lines. And shout out to all the linemen out there that are out there kind of doing their thing and getting the power restored to areas. I think there's going to be more locations where power lines are going to be an issue here as we go throughout the course of tonight. Right now, highest concern is going to be between Dalton City. You go south out of Dalton City. Eventually, you're kind of coming in here towards Bethany, and we're talking about Moultrie County there. Here's Moweaqua, where we just had that storm kind of pass through, where some of that rotation is still showing up on our storm, and where the tornado warning definitely continues. And this thing, it seems to be kind of ramping up just a little bit more. Dalton City, you may be a little bit more in line for kind of the heavy rainfall and hail, but it is just southwest of Dalton City where that rotating part of that storm is going to be located and where that possible tornado is. We got reports of power out in the Booty area. Power is out over there. And maybe some reports to funnel into us here from the desk with Kelly and Jennifer. What do you got?
All right, Kevin, you were talking about Blue Mound and a possibility of a tornado there. We called over there, our newsroom did. Talk to the fire department. All they are saying is that they are seeing gray skies and they've got 50-mile-per-hour winds, but nothing more than that so far. So we're going to be checking on Blue Mound. Sirens going off in Decatur for a third time there in that city. And we're getting some reports for Route 121 closed when you get to Lincoln. There's water across the road. That's about 3 miles east of Lincoln. Also a report of a transformer on fire there.
I checked with our Capitol Bureau Chief, Alex Whitney, in Springfield. He sent some pictures saying it's clear there, but they saw some crazy clouds, very little rain, but they're talking about the central portion of the town. Again, thank you for sending us your pictures and videos. news@wcia.com. That's how you can send that to us. Describe what you see, as Kevin has mentioned, and that way we can continue to share all the content.
And, Brady wrote that the Hoopston visibility was 5 to 6 poles. And I've never heard someone describe visibility in that way, but that makes so much sense. It really puts it in context what they're seeing in Vermilion County.
That's right. And Kylie, we have a picture I know that we're showing that she has sent in of hail. And when you talk about understanding the size of that hail, I know we have that in queue. She is in Illiopolis and showing us in her hand the pictures of those 2 pieces of hail. And hopefully we can pull that up. There it is right there. So you can see what that looks like. I love that Kevin said to make sure to show the size.
Kevin, back to you.
All right, new tornado warning here. New tornado warning. Let's kind of reset things here just for a second and bring you back. And I believe we've got a new tornado warning here into Douglas, parts of Champaign County. We're still going to watch that storm there, but we've got to come back up here. New tornado warning, extreme southwestern portions of Champaign County, parts of Piatt, and the northern Douglas County. So let's come on in on this storm here. All right, folks, here's what we've got. This is going to be right here. We talked about Bement, and here's the thing. These storms here, and if there is a tornado, this thing is wrapped in rain. There's Voorhees and rotation on that right over the Voorhees area. So just kind of south of Bement, that's where that is located here right now, Highway 105. So here's Ivesdale, Atwood down here, and then you get over here, and Tuscola is going to be just out of reach here. But here's where that new tornado warning is, and so just so you can kind of see, we'll take off the radar velocity color so you can see some of the towns here that might be impacted by this, and if you are under or in any of these warnings here. So you're looking at them. So there's Tuscola. Here's your tornado warning, Champaign, Douglas, and Piatt County. And that is going to be all the way until 6 o'clock. So extreme southern portions of Champaign County and northern portions of Douglas County. And then as we get into the southeastern portion of Piatt County, that's where that latest tornado warning is. Again, some of that rotation showing up. And, again, a tornado would be embedded in all of that really heavy rainfall where it would be really difficult to see anything. And so that is this new tornado warning for southern portions of Piatt County on that storm there near Bement, south of Voorhees. All right, Jacob is with us. Jacob, you've got a report. What do you got?
Yeah, hey, Kevin. So we are now looking from the east side of Sullivan, looking back to the west. If you look on radar at the Hook Echo presentation here, so this right in front is where that ball is, and within that rain is where that tornado would most likely be. Going to be very hard to see it. They did just extend the tornado warning into Moultrie County here, so sirens are going to be going off in Sullivan from the storm. And then you look off to the right, that's more to the north. That's going to be the main part of the storm, where all that hail is, where all that wind is, and whatnot there. So the tornado-producing part of the storm is this right here. See all that rain, Kevin? You will not be able to see it. Then what I really liked is you talked about the one to my north here. When I look back to the north, that's going to be this camera right here. I can't see anything. That other rotation, you're right, is going to be entirely wrapped up in rain near Bement. It is concerning as well. We're in this storm here on the south side, though, and have a great view of where the tornado should be, but rain will likely obscure our view. We'll keep an eye on the storm, have any additional reports for you, Kevin, coming up in just a bit. In the storm tracker near Sullivan, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Well, you may have heard Jacob there and his phone going off. That's because a new tornado warning issued here down the line. And so let's bring you back here. So this is going to be more of Shelby County. So here's our storm here. We talked about the one Voorhees and near Bement. Rotation there. He couldn't see anything. And then they went ahead and carried this warning all the way down. This includes all of Moultrie County now, sliver of Shelby County. It does include Sullivan, and it's for I mean, we're still talking about this storm here that's in eastern Macon County where that rotation is. So let's try to come back down in on this. Okay. Sullivan in the new tornado warning. Rotation now is going to be just south and west of Dalton City. And you can see kind of some more rural areas. We talked about Walker Road there. That's where we think some of that best rotation is. We'll switch that on. And again, we're going to see that rotation coming across here. That's 2800 North Road and Walker Road, south of Dalton City. And right there and along 128 is where we have probably a tornado that is ongoing here. Concern increasing down there. As I mentioned, I think just the radar signature on this is looking about as good as we've had. A little bit of a hook there. And so now this thing again, with that new updated radar scan, is going to be just south of Dalton City, 2800 North Road, 128 Walker Road. That is the exact area where a possible tornado is occurring. Tough to see. Jacob is, trying to see, give his best view there. But if you're in Bethany here, take shelter right now. If you're in Bethany, it is imperative there. I've got Jacob Schott again here. Maybe another quick report from Jacob. Is you getting any more clarity there on that?
Yeah, Kevin, the one thing I noticed is that the cloud-to-ground lightning actually is increasing, and I'm seeing a lot of lightning up higher here above that base. So this is the updraft of the storm. It is flashing lightning like crazy. After you just saw a big cloud-to-ground lightning strike, that often is a precursor for a strengthening rotation, and usually you'll see that lightning increase very quickly before a tornado happens. And so we're moving in that direction here. It's going to be hard to see, though. I am getting a little visibility in there. We're zooming way in there, and it's hard to see if there's anything. I don't think there is now, but that does not mean something won't change here very rapidly. We should treat this as a likely tornado based on how things are moving, Kevin. Moultrie County, time to shelter. Next in line, Coles County. We're going to watch for you as well. In the Sullivan area, Kevin, we'll keep a close eye. I'll holler if I see anything else. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here. And actually, I mean, are we seeing possibly even two areas of rotation? Could there be another one trying to develop here, southwest of Bethany, and then that initial one kind of south of Dalton City? If I look at, things on radar here, I mean, it almost looks like there might be two circulations in there. I don't know. It definitely has my curiosity piqued. If there are a couple different ones. So this first one now is crossed over 128. So the rotation there south of Dalton City, but I want to be watching this area here too. That's southeast of Bethany. So now we've got to move the radar here, move the view so you can kind of see things a little bit more. Is where they're going. That's Sullivan. So that's the Sullivan area. Sullivan, I want you guys to take shelter because you might have a couple different areas of rotation here, and it's hard to say exactly where this is going to go. But this is coming into the center portion there of the Moultrie County area. I think this one's ramping up a little bit more on this. As I'm just kind of looking at the radar here, I think we might have a kind of a secondary circulation that is trying to happen just southwest of Bethany. Is what I'm kind of seeing here on radar. Jacob, I think that there might be like that secondary circulation that's kind of trying to happen there. Jacob said he's seen the lightning like crazy. Are you having to bail yet, Jacob? Or kind of what's your kind of your vision there of that storm? You're saying a lot of lightning. I just see a rapid intensification of rotation on radar trying to take place. Are you seeing any of that?
Kevin, I kind of wonder if the rear flank downdraft is surging around the backside, and that's maybe what this area up here is. Wow, look at that lightning right in the middle of the screen there. And so that makes total sense to me. Maybe we're having a handoff, especially with the intensification of the lightning. I don't have to bail yet. The good news, Kevin, is I have a really great path out of here. I can hop onto 121 right south of me a mile, and I can bail south to Allendale very quickly and get in the direction then of the Mattoon-Charleston Expressway. So that's kind of my safe plan here. It's moving quick, though. You said it's moving 50 mile an hour. It feels like it's moving a little faster than that. We don't have a lot of time for people that are ahead of these storms, and they can do things really quick, and that may be what happens here. So far, we've been pretty fortunate to not have significant damage reports, Kevin. It's still early. We were advertising starting 5 to 6 p.m. through 10 p.m. And maybe that timing moved up, but we are still early in the evening here, and a lot can happen, especially as that low-level jet kicks on up and the lightning continues to just dazzle with the storm, Kevin. Dangerous situation, Sullivan. You got to be watching out. Maybe that's what this feature is here, Kevin. See that low base? That may be the new area of rotation trying to spin up. Are you seeing that there?
Yeah, I am. And boy, that cloud to ground lightning strike right there is telling, like you said, telling me a lot. The increase in that, an electrically charged storm like that, you get some of those positive lightning strikes. And I'd be watching that area right there. That's just, you tell me how long you can stay on this before you got to move. But I that seems like that might be a little area there. How far away do you think that is? Because since you're zoomed in there, how far away do you think that is from you?
Yeah, so I'm about 2 miles east of downtown Sullivan, and it looks to be about 8 miles to my west. So that gives me maybe 5 more minutes here. The other thing is, here, I'll put the rear camera on. Watch this line of traffic come on by behind me. The chasers are coming down the road as well from out of state. And so, I have to consider that there's a big line of them coming into Sullivan and dealing with this mess as well. And so we'll have to watch that, Kevin. I still think maybe the main area might be between Bethany and Sullivan. I wonder if it's organizing and not surface-based yet, but there is certainly an increase noted there. And it kind of looks like it's in that clear spot on radar. When you look at reflectivity, kind of the early signs of, we're starting to see that spin pick back up, and you get it spinning a lot. That's when you get that tornado down to the ground then eventually, Kevin. So keeping a close eye on it here. I got a few more minutes before maybe bailing back to Allenville and then eventually east on the Mattoon-Charleston Expressway. And this storm, Coles County is next in line, Kevin. I'm getting a little nervous about where this is heading here. So, Kevin, back to you.
Okay, folks. We kind of thought that 5, 6 to 7 o'clock time frame was going to be kind of that window where, all right, all the ingredients are going to be in place. The instability, the wind shear, the winds aloft kind of coming in, things warming up just a little bit, clearing out. And I think that may be starting to take shape with this cell here. I'm concerned about this cell here that's, between Bethany, Sullivan, possibly a couple areas of rotation on this here, folks. It's a really kind of tricky storm. Jacob has got eyes on it, but you almost have one there and then another one back here. I'm going to step out of the way so you can kind of see Charleston, Mattoon here. All right. This thing is going to continue to kind of dive south and east. All right. Our folks down the line into Coles County, I want you, this is the time to be taking shelter here. This is the time for you to go ahead and get ready to go. Okay. We're not going to say go just yet, but you need to be getting ready. I'm talking getting things together, getting the kids, I know, it's dinner time here. Rethink some of those plans here the next half hour or so to an hour as those storms come in. Sullivan, storm on top of you here. Starting to see things ramp up back here on this back edge too. This is going to be over here near Bethany, folks. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. You're going to be in your tornado safe spot here because we are definitely seeing signs of rotation on that storm there. That hook starting to show up. So that is one area that we look for. And then there might be this secondary one that's kind of coming in to Sullivan here. Okay. So a couple different areas that we're watching for that potential for a tornado. And we've got Jacob on the view of this, and he keeps telling us just how prolific the lightning is on that storm. Always a huge indicator there of that. I hear Jacob there. He said, golly, is it the lightning there that you're fascinated by there?
Yeah, about every 2 seconds, there's a lightning strike, and I'm in the middle of them all. And I can feel them when the thunder crashes. There's been another one just to my right there. That's the other thing, Kevin, is the lightning. Look at that there. That's just incredible to see here. The lightning also is well ahead of these storms, too. You talk about Bolt from the Blue, 10, 20 miles away, the lightning is reaching out. And so just really concerned here, Kevin. I'm going to start to head towards the Mattoon-Charleston Expressway here, Kevin. Got to head in that direction just to stay ahead of this. And if I need to turn around, I've got eyes in the back, and you will too. But it's been something else to watch this unfold here, Kevin. Back to you.
All right, here's what we're going to do. Adam, if you can, there's a bunch of storm reports that are coming in there in the chat. Go over some of those storm reports that have been coming in the chat over there, because I'm starting to see a bunch of those that are showing up.
Yeah.
And so tell us about some of those new things.
So one of them we got just right now, flash flooding there in Sangamon, there in Illiopolis. We move a little bit up higher on the list. We've got their sheet metal blown into a field near Niantic there in Macon County, and then all the way up in Macon County as well. About 2-inch hail reported there from a storm chaser. As we keep looking through, there's been a lot of reports. 10 trees snapped there in Macon County, there in Harristown, 4 miles southeast of Harristown in Macon County. So again, we've had a lot of reports here. Also there from a while ago from Petersburg, and I just sent it into our production staff there. We did have a brewery that got damaged from some strong winds out there in Petersburg. I don't know if they can pull it up real quick. If they can, great. If not, I understand. But definitely something we've been seeing all day is just these wind reports too, of also just coming back in as well. So it's up right now. There's that picture right there from the brewery. And if I remember correctly, what the name of the brewery is, that is downtown. Hand of Fate. Thank you, Jennifer. Hand of Fate over in Petersburg. So that is some significant damage there to them.
I can add to that. Thank you so much, Adam. Yes, that's the Hand of Fate Brewing Company. The facade ripped off. It has been barricaded off. This is coming from Menard County Chief Deputy Ben Hollis. Flash flooding in the entire county. Travel only if necessary. Use caution. Also from John Dwyer, Champaign County EMA. They've got a power line down. We haven't had much reports coming in yet from Champaign County, but a power line down on Park Street, the 1200 block of South Park Street.
We have some outages to report from Ameren. We're hearing a little more than 2,000 customers are without power just west of Decatur. That's as of 5:33. Also this, when you get on Ameren's website to check for outages, they have a warning there letting you know to be safe, to make sure that you recognize your surroundings. And we have another picture that we're going to show too. Gunnar, our producer, just got in our ear and told us, here's another shot of that brewery, and the damage, that facade is just crumbled right there.
We also have sirens going off. I've just been watching reports from you all letting us know on our Facebook page, sirens going off in Atwood, Beement, Our Town, Cerro Gordo. Our Town, Cerro Gordo. You've got sirens going off and in Tuscola.
Received a message from Milas Copeland, who tells me that in Petersburg, they were headed in, the storm was headed in the east direction. The tornado that was on the ground, they were there north of the airport. They saw apple-sized hail, which was reported in Illiopolis.
Apple size.
And I have a video just waiting to get the green light to share that video, but the video is unbelievable. And talking more about the rotation that's been reported at Sangamon and Veterans heading towards Sherman, and looking at Facebook, seeing the Hand of Fate in Petersburg.
And Kevin, I know while we were talking, I hope everybody's got the app on your phone. I know another warning just came in. Adam, you raising your hand for that?
Yes, no, I was actually going to mention real quick. I know we have a warning coming up, and I don't know if Kevin wants to chime in real quick. He can interrupt me at any time, but I just wanted to throw out some numbers for power outages. Menard County at 385 right now, customers out. Christian County at 212, and about 1,181 in McMakin County. DeWitt County 253. That's how many we've had so far. A lot of our other power outages outside of our viewing area, the whole state of Illinois, at about 31,000 customers, a little bit more than that for the entire state. Kevin, you got something to do? Oh.
Just to your power outages, CWLP, their last update as of 4:39, just 94 customers impacted. This incident is in Springfield on the historic west side. Kevin.
All right. Thanks a lot for those updates, some of those reports that come into us. Again, we obviously appreciate them. It helps us kind of tell the story. And also, we're able to pass along some of those to the National Weather Service when we do have those confirmations. If you've got reports of something, you've got pictures, you can safely take them. The way to send any of that, and we like, obviously damage pictures after the storms have passed, any rotating wall clouds, obviously tornadoes, things like that. You can send any of that to news@wcia.com. And that's how we get some of those photos there. Sullivan, I'm concerned for you right now as the tornado warning continues here. Just to back things out, we have not done this in a bit. We've got multiple areas here that we're tracking. Let's come back here into Douglas County, where we've been talking a lot about that Moultrie County storm. But let's come back in here see if we can try to pick out anything, because we know we've got our friends over here in Tuscola that are seeing this storm kind of bear down on them. So it looks like actually maybe some of that rotation there more into kind of the northern portions, south of Posotum, west of 57 and 45, but I mean, I'm talking barely. And this is a little bit of rotation there. That's Chicken Bristle there. 1450 North Road there. Hayes, here's Villa Grove. I'll step out of the way. There's Villa Grove. That's over there. And you're going to see, again, the storms that we've got basically going to be crossing over highway. If there's something in there, you're not even going to see the thing. You're not even going to see it. The tornado is embedded in the rain. Extremely difficult to see anything if there was anything at all. So yes, we're gonna treat this as if there might be a tornado in there. So Villa Grove to Camargo, in between there, I would say kind of the main areas there that we're going to be watching right here on the Champaign and the Douglas County line. You can see where all that rain is right there. Just a sliver of that rotation that is showing up here. So right where some of those reds and greens are kind of coming next to one another, that's where that rotating part of the storm is located. But that one doesn't look as impressive on radar as our other one that we've been tracking here tonight. So let's bring you back out. And I wanted to show all of our folks too, kind of what's going on to the west, because we do have additional storms that are starting to fire out here. Okay, and we're going to have to watch these, as those may eventually kind of clip our southern counties here. But I know if you're in Champaign, not a whole lot going on. Fort Iroquois County, Mahomet, Clinton, things kind of calming down here. We think that maybe it's going to be, again, the South I-72 corridor where things may be just a little bit worse, at least at this point. And we're definitely seeing that right now as we track multiple storms with tornado warnings on them. This is the storm we're talking about, Sullivan. We really want you guys in your tornado safe spot, Sullivan, to Allenville right now, as that storm is going to be right on top of you, literally right on top of you. Strong winds and rotation showing up on the storm there. I know Jacob was kind of mentioning, he's in an area. Listen, this is the prime area for tornado chasers today, and there's a lot of them that are out there. I know Jacob's, encountering a lot of them. He was saying there on some of the roads, and so definitely be careful. In some of those rural areas, folks, there are hundreds of chasers that normally would never be here, and they're here today. So I want you guys to just, kind of be aware on some of the roads that some of you may travel. Normally, you don't see a lot of traffic. You may see a caravan of cars on some area roads here. So just kind of be careful out there. And we don't want any accidents to kind of take place. And you can see that there. Looks like there might be some that are passing Jacob. I don't know if that was a chaser or not, Jacob. You could. Iowa. Okay, he said Iowa, Nebraska license plates. So you never know. They could be visiting. They could be visiting a family. You never know. But just be careful out there, folks. Sullivan, Allenville, that area there. Definitely. What was that, Adam?
Report of a funnel cloud observed on the east side of Highway 48 in Stonington. That's another report coming in. I know you wanted some more reports, so there's one right there. Also, just keep looking for more of our videos coming in. We've gotten a lot of these that have shown just a lot of hard to see views. As we mentioned, if you're going to see some severe weather, if you're going to see a funnel cloud, if you're looking for one, you're not going to see it in time. You make sure that you're in your safe space. I just want to keep reiterating that because I feel like folks may not realize how important that's going to be for today. So back to you.
Okay, Sullivan, that's where we have the highest concern here into the Sullivan area. Tornado warning continues. You've got Moultrie County here. So the question is, if the Weather Service is going to basically extend that tornado warning here into, western portions of Coles County. Here's Mattoon. Cooks Mills, you guys are getting some of that heavy rain, but it's this part right here, okay? So if this would kind of continue on its path here, possibly between Cooks Mills and Mattoon, Jacob was just kind of saying in my ear, it looks like that storm is organizing a little bit. It looks like they issued just a really big, severe thunderstorm warning box here as multiple cells are taking shape. Storms out here, we're going to have to start watching out here into Morgan County and the Jacksonville area. We're watching that. And then just a slew of storms here continuing to push off here to the east. And notice a lot of east movement, not a lot of south movement just yet. So some of these same areas kind of getting hit. I want to go back to the number one storm that has the best rotation on it, and that is our storm here. That's going to be through the Allenville area right now, and soon going to be coming into portions of Coles County before too long. So there we go. That's Sullivan, Allenville, 121. Cooks Mills, some heavy rainfall. Rotation on that storm is going to be now just to the south and east of Sullivan and right near Allenville. You want to be in your tornado safe spot if you're down there, anywhere along Highway 121. And then, of course, where that eventually kind of meets up here with 45 there into Coles County. And this thing, again, between Cooks Mills and possibly Mattoon, maybe a view there from the Mattoon camera, Adam, looking off to the west.
Pull it up.
Here, we'll try to get that Mattoon camera started kind of pointing. You know, if we're here, we can look to the north and west. I want to do a couple pieces of video here. Let's talk about some storms here. What do we got here, folks? Let's take a little. Was that Pawnee? Oh, so it looks like maybe a little funnel that may have occurred over there near Pawnee earlier today.
I can tell you this is coming in from Haley. That is Pawnee looking toward Lake St. Chris. She said that was the tornado. Looked like the tornado forming. That was taken at 5:06 today.
Okay, so
We also have an update from the city of Sullivan, Kevin. The city has lost the electric feed coming into town due to current conditions. The plant cannot generate until the weather passes due to potential damages that can be incurred during the storm. Once they have the all clear, the plant will start generating. That's the City of Sullivan, Illinois' Facebook page.
All right, thanks for the update there. New tornado warning here, folks. New tornado warning. It is Coles and Douglas County. No surprise here, Coles and Douglas County.
If you want to take a look, Kevin, I also have a video up of that Mattoon pointing to the north and west.
Okay.
Looks a little bit of a lowering right there. Hard to tell. A lot of lightning, too, surrounding it. That's the second time I've seen a cloud to ground lightning. So that's the spot I would really focus in on. It looks like if that's where the rotation is going to be, that would be one of the lowerings to check out there. I'm zooming out just to make sure there's not other spots I'm missing, but that would be looking like the spot where I would see it, right?
Yeah, so if that's looking, you're going to look straight northwest there on that camera. I mean, that camera pointed straight northwest. And so, okay, we're going to keep that view. Jacob's got a view of the storm too. Jacob, let's go to him. What's your location right now, Jacob?
Yeah, hey, I'm at the Coles, I think it's Coles Station here in Northwest on 121 from Mattoon, and this is where I can head east on the Industrial Expressway. So we're looking back to the north and west towards Sullivan here. This feature right in here caught my attention. It was getting more organized and lower, and it's kind of wrapped. Here we go. There we go. It's kind of wrapped up in the back there, and so that stands out to me. There's some sort of little blocky lowering there. We'll keep an eye on that. But then the whole area in front of it here, when you look at radar, this little shelf cloud looking feature is moving left to right. That's the updraft wrapping through. Yeah, Kevin?
Have the right camera pulled up there?
Oh, I got the wrong camera.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I definitely don't. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. So that's that blocky lowering that I'm looking at right there, looking back towards Sullivan. And then as we look here, this shelf cloud in front here, this going from left to right is kind of wrapping around, and I'm seeing some rotation. If you look right in here, you can see how there's some motion there in the back that's from right to left, and then in front from left to right. So there's maybe that new area of rotation finally organizing, whereas in the back here could be that old area. Sometimes these storms will hand off those mesoscale or those mesocyclones up higher, and they'll pass them on to a new area. And so that may be what we're having here, carrying it a little closer in the direction of Mattoon, Charleston. So keeping a close eye on that, Kevin. Again, we're at Coles Station. The wind also blowing right into it. There's plenty of inflow, and temperature 77. Lots of instability here with this storm as it continues to move off to the east, Kevin. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Have another update for you here coming up in just a bit. Kevin?
All right, so he's got the great view of it there on the ground. We're going to have a review of it with our Mattoon camera that's going to be in the upper right. So you've got Mattoon camera, upper right of your screen. Lower right is going to be Jacob's view from the storm tracker as he kind of repositions and gets to where he needs to go. But we mentioned some of that rotation here near Allenville. But an interesting storm structure-wise, okay, here's Cooks Mills. Rotation going to be right here between Allenville and the Cooks Mills area. Okay, folks. So we zoom, or we kind of move the graphic here a little bit. So Mattoon, tornado safe spot. You know, Humboldt here to Mattoon, we're definitely concerned about you. And then as you come down 121, we're also looking at other storms. Oh man, another storm over there west of Macon, or Macon County into west of Decatur, I should say. I want to come back to that one real quick because it's starting to hook even more. Let's come back to that one. And bear with me here. You'll see it. If you watch our weather coverage at all, that always kind of draws your attention there. So here might be another storm starting to take shape. Decatur here, we're watching that carefully. This is, I believe it's just severe thunderstorm warned right now, but we're going to have to just keep an eye on that. Anytime it starts taking on that kind of a signature there, we'll see if any rotation starts to pick up. But that thing starting to hook a little bit, maybe some more hail coming in there to Decatur. Probably just kind of passed through the Harristown area. So that is another storm. I know it is coming down in Decatur right now. And thanks to you folks tuning in over there into Macon County here to the airport. But we're just going to have to keep an eye down here again. And I know some of you going, we just had a storm. How do we have another storm? Today is a day where the same areas could get hit here because we're just kind of charging the atmosphere fully at this point. We said the whole time that we thought that 5 to 8 p.m. kind of time frame would be that real locked in period of time where we really have to be concerned about things. And so that's starting to happen. Okay, trying to look at the storm here. If you're in Mattoon, watching this one carefully, Jacob was kind of looking into the storm there. How about our view on the Mattoon camera? Adam, is anything kind of showing up there? Is
right back, and we're just kind of getting a little bit of a lowering on the right side. If we pull it back up one more time, I'll pull it up through max 1 if I need to, but that's definitely a storm to keep an eye out for. As I look to the north and west, kind of like to the northwest, straight northwest, that's the feature that kind of sticks out to me in my brain. Not too far from where the church is, the steeple there, just off to the left of that little area right there. It doesn't look super pronounced, but it's definitely worth something to look at. It's a lowering. Now, I can't tell if it's rotating. I think Jacob has a better view than I do, but that's the kind of spot we're watching out for if something were to develop out of this one.
Okay, so yeah, we'll keep the camera pointed in that direction there as we look. We'll have to continue to kind of move the camera probably a little bit to the north a little bit as that continues to maybe pass just north of Mattoon is probably where some of that is going to be. Humboldt, I know you guys are getting hit hard with rain. Also Arcola, but right now I know the sirens might be going off there in Arcola with that tornado warning, but Arcola, as of right now, we're not seeing the rotation near you. It's going to be south and west of you. So I know there's a lot of you under this tornado warning from Mattoon to Charleston. And it's all because of this storm right here as we try to depict where some of that rotation could be on that storm. Jacob has eyes on it, so if he sees something, he's going to be able to tell us. We don't have anything confirmed right now as far as, on the ground, but we are continuing to monitor this. All right, some more reports coming in. Power poles that were snapped off the ground near Highway 51, south of Walker Road. If you remember us talking about Walker Road earlier, that was 2 miles south of Macon when that storm came in. And we were definitely saying the whole time, hey, be on the lookout over there. And that storm, a lot of power line damage here so far. We've heard some of that structural damage over into the Petersburg area. That's all at this point, okay? And boy, we'd love to go through the night and have that, continue to be the case, but we're not out of the woods yet. We still have quite a bit of time to go here with this storm. So if you are in Coles County now, take shelter. Mattoon to Charleston as that tornado warning continues. Jennifer, you've got an update for us.
Okay, Amanda Brennan out on the roads in Champaign. She says pretty rough flooding on Prospect. That's Prospect and Devonshire, and at Prospect in Windsor. She's trying to get home right now. And we've got a power outage update. Ameren, Ethan telling us from our newsroom, almost 3,300 customers just west of Decatur. That is 5:49 tonight.
And our Derek Mitchell. He is in Danville. He said he's on West Winter Avenue. The conditions there, heavy rain, lots of water going into the sewage drains right now. And if you'll recall from a recent story that he did, they were dealing with flooding in that very same area. So the potential for more flooding to impact this area is very, very real. And on the heels of your Ameren update, the severe weather alert that is posted on their website, they tell you to watch out for hazards like downed power lines. Treat any line as energized and immediately call 1-800-755-5000 as the storm continues to move.
We were talking about flooded roads in Decatur. One of our viewers telling us Fairview Avenue, the underpass is flooded there. And we do have some video to show you. This is from Illiopolis. We don't know a lot of details, but we do know that it is intense. This coming in from a viewer.
That's right. It came in just before 5:30. Take a look at this. Given permission to use this from Milas Copeland, saying how intense it was, sent to him, and the conditions, as you can see, whipping up. But this is
Illiopolis.
That's right. Intense. I mean, Kevin, if you would please describe what we're seeing, because wow.
Yes, definitely some strong winds there. Wow, that was intense. Maybe some hail there too.
Right.
Is that pointed? Can we get that camera straight north? If we can come back to the Mattoon camera here, folks. Straight north.
And when you're ready, we have Taylorville video for you as well.
Okay. Yeah. Zoom that out. Just zoom it out a little bit, and I just want to see. Yeah, and pan that over just to the left of the water tower there, and I want to look right there. Yeah, keep it right there, right about there. That is the view that we're wanting to see of this storm as it kind of comes in.
We've got a
north
live
side
look
of
for you
Mattoon.
too from Petersburg.
Okay, we're gonna stay with this for a second here, folks. Up here near Humboldt, north of Mattoon, still rotation on this, and it seems to be intensifying just a tad bit here. So I just want the folks there, definitely between Humboldt and Mattoon, to be taking shelter. Definitely seeing that structure of that storm begin to come in here, and kind of that shelf cloud that Jacob was kind of talking about. But it is that area there where the concern is definitely rising. Basically, just north of Mattoon, this thing's going to pass between Mattoon and Humboldt. You're going to be close to, say, Loxa, and then we're going to watch Charleston here as well. Jacob, have you repositioned there? Do you have a report for us?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, I'm at 45 and the Industrial Expressway due north of Mattoon here. So you're talking about that camera. We're kind of looking back in there. And it's interesting to see here. It's not the greatest visibility, but there's just been a core of rain and probably some hail that's descended right here in the backside. And then as I look up here, I can see quite a bit of motion in this. Nothing stands out to me as tornado producing immediately. But man, how fast these storms can change. There's a lot of shear. The storms in the top left of the screen are moving from left to right, and then in the bottom in there are moving from right to left. And so just kind of keeping a very close eye on all of that here as it moves off to the east. I'm going to be turning back towards Charleston here, but I wanted to stop and get a view. And certainly this is a dangerous storm. We'll have to keep a close eye on it. Kevin, back to you.
So Jacob is right on the storm, and so he's like underneath it looking into it. We had the camera view there from Mattoon showing it, and so now this area is going to continue to move off here to the east. So it'll look, like a big shelf cloud there just to your north. But this is a mesocyclone storm where you could get some rotation to form with it, and that has definitely happened here. And we're still seeing the signs of that rotation showing up. So that's why the tornado warning continues. We're going to watch this here, Oakland to Ashmore. You guys just kind of be paying attention here. And then obviously Charleston. We're just going to watch this and see if this continues to evolve. We're also watching our Macon County storm, at least at this point. As we come back over here, we're going to drag the map back over here to the west. Doesn't have a tornado warning associated with. I mean, it's trying again. I want the folks here in Mount Zion just got to be paying attention. Booty also finding the storm coming back over your area here. But again, it's got the hook. I don't know that we have, fully all of that rotation. There's Elwyn. You guys had some of the hail earlier, so we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on that. Good news is there are a lot of eyes out on the storms today, as I mentioned, with some of the chasers being able to kind of provide, some images of things. And so the Weather Service definitely utilizing them to kind of see what's going on. But severe thunderstorm warning, Elwyn to Macon, and here in the Mount Zion area. So we're going to watch that. But the storm, that is the most concerning. Obviously, it's going to be our tornado warning. So let's swing back over here and come back to our storm more into Coles County. Jacob is saying that he thinks that some of that rotation is trying to pick up there. So this thing's going to be right on I-57 here before too long, I would think. Jacob, how about the view there from him? Can you give us another quick report there? I'll tell you this, guys. It is now right at the top of the hour. It is 6 p.m. here on this Wednesday night. We've been talking about the potential for severe weather here all week, and now we're here with these storms. Jacob, you are trying to keep ahead of this storm here. Rotation may be increasing there. You're saying probably southeast of Humboldt. Is that right?
Yeah, Kevin, it's going to be right over the Dorrance area and right over the Donnelly plant, essentially, if you're familiar, and just north of that, actually. It's right on the right edge there. I'm really seeing that pick up and a lot more upward motion in that area. And that upward motion usually is a sign that it's strengthening. It also looks more circular in shape rather than kind of flat and oblong. And so it's tightening up quite a bit here. Much more impressive looking here as it's moving into Coles County. Getting ready myself, I'm crossing over I-57 now. This is going to cross I-57 between the Mattoon and Charleston Industrial Expressway and the Arcola exit, very close to Humboldt as well. So we are right in the spot, Kevin, and are going to go all the way to Charleston to follow this and keep a close eye on it and have another report for you if something develops even further. In the meantime, moving now east towards Charleston and Coles County, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
So there he is. So there's 57 there. He was talking about the Dorrance area right there, and there's Humboldt. So he's staying just ahead of it. He's probably right about there, and going to try to stay ahead of this thing here. So Mattoon's going to be just below there, and we'll move the map here so you can kind of see it again. So here's Mattoon. All right. So it's going to be north of you, not coming through the city. So that's some good news there. We're going to watch here. Okay. There's Loxa. And then down the line, Charleston, just watching things here as that area of rotation starts to pick up just a little bit. And we've been following the storm here all day, and they have just been kind of teetering on the edge to where they could really start to increase in the strength. And so this is now the crucial time. I'm going to say this next hour or so, kind of a crucial time to see how these storms develop. Okay. We've got some more video here to maybe share with you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Peter, our Petersburg shot that we have, Connor.
We've got Connor. He's got a live look. We had told you about the Hand of Fate brewery that took a big hit in this storm. The front of the building was torn off, and now I feel like we're seeing the side of it there.
That facade just toppled over. That first shot that we showed earlier, about 25 minutes ago.
So again, that is from Petersburg and from the Menard County Chief Deputy Ben Hollis there in Petersburg. Again, he told us lots of streets closed in that town, trees down, power lines down. Of course, that brewery taking that hit right now. We're trying to get more information. So if you know anyone who owns that brewery or is associated with it, we would love to talk to you. Call into our newsroom. You can also send us a message at news@wcia.com. We would like to talk to you about what's happening there. Flash flooding, he says, in the entire county, that's Menard County, travel only if you have to.
We've received some flooding on Neal Street, working to figure out the cross streets there, but on Neal Street, significant amount of flooding that has been sent in. Video has been sent in from a viewer as well.
So we do we have that Neal Street flooding to show right now? Okay, there's a better shot of that Petersburg brewery. Which the downtown
Here's
area
Neal Street
there.
right
Here's
there.
Neal Street.
You
Neal
can see
Street.
that pickup truck going through, so showing just how deep that water is. And as always, reminding you to turn around, don't drown, because you don't know what's up underneath that flooding. You don't know if a road has caved in, and you could find yourself in an emergency and unnecessarily putting our first responders in a situation. So if you could please that's Neal Street and Kirby. Make sure you get off the roads as we deal with the elements.
And so that's the thing. Neal Street, notorious for flooding. But like you said, you think, okay, it's Neal Strait, it always floods, I'm good to run through it and drive through it, but it might not be the case in that instance. So don't try to go through those through that water. It's not helpful to anyone, and you could get stuck.
Kevin.
All right, thanks for the update there. All right, here we go. We've got Jacob on the bottom right of your screen. There's our Mattoon camera. Maybe let's take the Mattoon camera here full, if we can, and show you that view there. Look at that, man. Just look how, kind of rigid, that storm cloud is. And so you've got kind of that shelf cloud there, but you want to kind of look in there behind it, where you might have a little wall cloud that tries to form. That's what you're kind of looking for. A little bit more of a lowering to that cloud base there. So that again is going to be looking, that's looking more to the northeast, right? Yep. Okay, perfect.
I'm going to ask you, I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a wall cloud, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely kind of looks like it there. That's a great, yeah, that looks like a great shot there, looking northeast. So again, if you're in Mattoon, the storm itself is northeast of you. So you can see it there, and our camera can obviously see off. As you know, things are flat out there, cameras up high. We can see off a pretty good distance. And so we're definitely kind of looking into that storm. And if there would be something there, we'd see it right there. That's the thing. So we've got the view that we've got. And so there's Adam's kind of zooming in and kind of looking into that. Obviously, you look for any dust being picked up. You look for any kind of power flashes. That's what would be, obviously from a tornado, but not seeing anything there, but definitely an impressive looking structure to the storm as we look off there to the north and east, and then towards the Loxa area. You look for those little fingers that may kind of come down there, just not seeing anything immediately. But all day, these things have been super close to producing, possibly, a big tornado that hasn't happened yet. But we're still not done with this. Could you repeat that once again? Sorry. Jennifer and Kelly.
I think Hannah was just telling us that she was in the
Right.
She took over.
Right.
Got it. Okay.
We've done the producer switch, but we are staying on top of what you're saying and asking people to continue to send in those videos and those pictures because it's helping to move this storm along, if you will.
Okay, great. So we're looking at the storm here in Mattoon right now, looking to the northeast. We'll maybe try to switch over to our camera in Charleston before too long, and then it'll give us a little bit of a view of that storm. But here we go again, just to kind of get your bearings on this. So there's Charleston, there's Mattoon, and boy, Jacob will tell you this too. He's trying to keep up with this thing, and this thing is hauling too. It's moving pretty good at a really fast clip. Here's Ashmore. Okay, Charleston is here, where there could be some rotation right here. We were looking at the camera here in Mattoon, looking here to the northeast. That was the view you just had of the storm. So no concern right now at this moment in Mattoon. I think you guys may not be done because I think there are additional storms that are still firing to your north and west that we're going to watch out for over the next few hours. Let's take this view here and just widen it out again. So you got Edgar County here. Here's Clark County. And we're just going to be watching here into portions of Coles County near Charleston over the next 15 to 20 minutes as that storm begins to move in, to give you the big picture view, to show you what all else is going on here. I know you're saying, listen, I'm in Danville. There's not we don't have a whole lot here. Yeah, we got some rain, some thunder, some lightning, but we haven't really been under warnings here. Same thing even in Champaign. We've had some rain. We think that kind of boundary where storms are going to form is south of I-74 and, close to that I-72 corridor and points to the south. So we're still going to be watching Christian County, Shelby County, Cumberland County, Coles County, Edgar, and Clark County here over the next few hours. Because if you look at this here, and we'll put this in motion just so you can kind of see how these storms have been going. There's been more of that easterly movement and just starting to get more of that kind of southeasterly movement to all of these storms. So not out of the woods here just yet, and something we are definitely keeping a very close eye on here as we go throughout the course of tonight. We still have a tornado watch that is in effect until 10 o'clock. Jacob is here with us again. He's got another report on this storm in Coles County. Jacob, what do you got?
Yeah, hey, Kevin, there's a lot of motion. I'm going north right now, so let me turn this camera back around. I'm about to try and get to a spot where I can give you a view to the west. The rotation is really picking up a bit on this. It's corn season, so it's hard to see over that. Let me try and get to a spot here, and maybe I can give you a little bit better vantage point of that. But rotation is increasing on this. I'm seeing a lot more organization. I'm also seeing a bit of a lowering back to the west. And you may see that on the camera in Mattoon as well here. So having a little trouble with my camera working here, but we'll try and get something for you, Kevin. Why don't you come back to me in a minute? Let me get set, and I'll have another report for you in just a bit.
Well, how about Adam? Adam, if you want to pull up the Mattoon camera again, let's see what the view that we've got.
I've got Charleston right now, but I can,
okay,
yep, that's Charleston looking at the same direction.
Okay, so there you go. So that's that lowering. So that's the view. So we're able to kind of see it from Charleston now. So yeah, that is that's an area there. So they were looking from Charleston basically to the northwest. Okay, so northwest of Charleston, that little area there, and it looks like they went ahead and you've got that tornado warning that now continues into Edgar County for this storm. So that's the view right there, folks. We're getting it from our weather camera in Charleston. We're seeing that right now. That would be something we need to keep an eye on there, folks. Okay, so that's just northwest of Charleston, just past the Loxa area. And now, Jacob, you are going to have a view of it. We've had it there from our camera here in Charleston. You've got it on the ground now. Jacob, go ahead and show it to us.
Kevin, I don't know if you can see right in the middle here, this little feature catches my attention in the middle of that rotation. There could be a funnel cloud that's developing a little higher. Contrast isn't the greatest, but there's a lot of motion in this here. And so just keeping a very close eye on everything. This is going to be right along the Mattoon-Charleston Expressway on the north side of town. Charleston, you got to be in shelter now, and then eventually Ashmore in Kansas. I'm working to keep east of this here. One, you can see the traffic coming down the road at me. But two, the storm's moving so quick. I mean, it's been hard to keep it in front of it. Can you see the motion as well in the clouds above me, Kevin? Really seeing some potential where we might have a developing tornado here before. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to drop to the south here. And let me do that to get out of the way, because I've been trying to avoid being in front of this. And I'm going to kind of keep a close eye on it, Kevin. So let us reposition and try and stay ahead of this. I'll come back to you soon, Kevin.
Yeah, and Jacob, were those a bunch of chasers? That seemed like a lot of traffic there. Do you think those are a bunch of chasers still out there, or is that just normal traffic for 6 o'clock?
No, I think they're just going home to visit their parents, and that's just some locals. Yeah, there's a lot of chasers out here, Kevin. But good news is my wife makes me drive in Chicago. So I'm used to this traffic. It's not a problem for me, but they are out there, and they are definitely checking things out as this storm's moving into the Charleston area. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, you keep repositioning, and we'll come back to him here. But yeah, there are a lot of chasers out there. So some of you folks that drive some of the rural roads, and you're usually the only car on that country road. Today, you may be followed. You may have a lot of chasers out there. So just kind of be careful. Some of those crossroads there that you come to that maybe don't all have stop signs. If you live in the area, where some of those might be. Just kind of be careful there, kind of checking things out because there are a lot more cars here out there. Say it again.
We got a couple new reports that just came in. Public report of a funnel cloud 3 miles northeast of Villa Grove in Champaign County. Decatur Airport, Macon County. Emergency manager reports 1-inch hail.
Okay, and so those would have been from some of those earlier reports coming in. Look at that Charleston view there again. Just kind of looking at that lowering again. This is just barely north of Charleston, just on the north side there, folks.
A lot of rising motion with it.
Watching that area there very carefully. A little bit of that lowering there. Maybe zoom it out just a tad bit. Wow, did Decatur Airport just had a 78-mile-an-hour wind gust. Wow.
Straight line winds.
So Decatur Airport, 78-mile-an-hour wind gust that just rolled through. So that's, of course, they're on the southeast side of town. So when that came through, man, well, we talked about maybe having 80-mile-an-hour winds today. It looks like that KDEC there, the airport, 78 miles an hour here in just the last couple of minutes or so. That's a review from the Charleston camera. Here's Charleston here. And, you know, you just kind of have to look at it there. So, you know, just barely passing north of town. Rotation there. You're probably going to have some strong winds. And that's what Jacob was kind of pointing out. He's saying, listen, that it's rotating. And you can have that rotation aloft. Every time you have a signature like this, doesn't mean there's always going to be, you know, that confirmed tornado happening, okay? But it means that there's rotation happening somewhere in that column up through the sky and the atmosphere there. It's just, does that rotation make it all the way down to the ground or not, okay? Got a report of golf ball size hail that happened near Booty earlier. I think also Illiopolis, there was a golf ball size hail report there as that storm came through. Back this view out once again. Ashmore, we're kind of paying attention to you guys. Okay, let me get the latest on the movement of this so I can kind of do a little bit of a storm path on this. So we're saying about east at 50 miles per hour. So what we'll do here is we'll kind of back this out just a little bit here to the west and then kind of show the location that our storm is, where some of that rotation is, and then bring this off here to the east. And again, with about a 50 mile an hour or so movement on that storm, you've got Kansas at 646, Grandview 657. Down the line, okay, we'll be watching here, Paris, the old Castle Finn over there at 7:11 p.m. And that's kind of the path that this storm is taking, and will eventually come into portions of Edgar County as that tornado warning continues out there. So just want to kind of get a little bit of a path on that. I mean, the rain is coming down. It is really heavy there. You might even have some hail there in Ashmore. It is on this kind of back edge of this storm here where we're concerned about some of that rotation showing up. It's going to be northeast of Charleston. The good news is about the storm here. Both of these laying to just north of Mattoon and just northeast of Charleston. All right, Jacob, I heard a whoa in my ear. Go ahead.
Give me a second. I'm getting my camera turned back on. Strong rotation just north of me here. This is, wow, okay. Give me a second. Here we go. See if this works. Really strong rotation showing up right here over me. And as you can see, this is that rotation from the clouds. This is probably getting close as it's been to putting down a tornado, Kevin. Really impressive. I'm not feeling very good about where I am, so I got the river in front of me, so we're gonna get moving here. But can you see that motion in there? I mean, that's some impressive motion, Kevin. We're in the spot. If something happens, we'll see it.
Yeah, you're there. You can almost even see a greenish tint to the sky. And I know back there to the west, it looked like the rain shaft was just back over there to your left there where that rain is.
Wow, strong rotation, Kevin.
Yep, I see
strong rotation right here. Okay, so we're gonna,
okay.
Let me sit here a little bit longer. I think it's to my north, and if it's moving east-southeast, I'm right in a clear spot. You got this rear flank downdraft behind it here, picking up. And here it's rotating really quickly. This is getting north of Charleston, Ashmore, Kansas. You're running out of time. I don't think I have much time going east with this, Kevin, either, just because of the river. But we are potentially on our way to having a significant tornado here. And it's like, wow, the rotation increasing very rapidly. New Beginnings Church is 3 miles to my north, Kevin. I'm 3 miles south of it. Tornado development happening right in front of us, Kevin. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see it right there. It's right there. It's gonna come. Wow, yeah, you can see it moving across the screen. Wow, you can see that RFD. We call it rear flank downdraft there. That's the wind's gonna be rapid. It's gonna get really windy for him here, probably any second. You can see some of the corn blowing there. And yeah, Jacob, you do what you got to do if you need to move. But it may be just to your north there. I think you're right. But Ashmore. Yeah,
I'm in a good spot.
Okay, yeah. So you're good there. So Ashmore, this is heading in your direction there. If this forms and continues to form, this is going to come right into Ashmore, folks. So definitely take shelter, Ashmore, and even Kansas. But I mean, you're minutes away here from that rotation coming into Ashmore. So southeastern portions there of Coles County. Take shelter, and then eventually coming into Edgar County, there we're gonna say Kansas. Be on the lookout between Kansas and Westfield. that storm there increasing. Jacob was kind of seeing it there on his camera. I'm seeing it even with some of the wind on that here. We'll just look at the velocity on this real quick, and you'll see that right there. That is some of that wind that was showing up, rotation trying to increase there, some inflow into that storm. So Ashmore here, rotation right about here where Jacob is located. Charleston here, but it's north of town. So those of you in Charleston, you're okay. I'll just tell you that, you're okay. Ashmore, though, I'd be concerned because this area here along 16 by the Speedway. Okay, Coles County Speedway, yep.
East of the Speedway, just by the Ember River crossing.
Okay, so
Just by the Ember River crossing on 16.
Okay, so on 16 there, of course, Jacob, like you said, it's coming up there on the river. And so he's going to have that view of the storm, that rotation that is showing up there. This thing is going to be on top of Ashmore real quick. I mean, it's almost there, folks. So get in your tornado safe spot if you are in Ashmore as the tornado continues. Tornado warning continues here. Rapid intensification with some of the rotation that Jacob was just noting off to his left or his north, and it's sitting right there. So Kansas, Ashmore, and we'll even say kind of Grandview, you guys need to be taking shelter as a possible tornado forming right there coming into the west side of Ashmore as we speak. And you talked about the Coles County Speedway, if you're familiar with that. And then, of course, going to be coming across the river there, right there along 16. Essentially is where that rotation is. So that's what Jacob is seeing there from his view. Well, we'll come back here as he'll lose his signal. That's kind of I know that there's a little rough stretch of road that's right there where the signal drops sometimes. If you've ever kind of driven that before and you're talking on the phone to somebody, sometimes that can actually drop out there. I've been there before. But right now, that rotation here right along 16, probably just along and just north of 16, okay? And we talked about the river and the Coles County Speedway there. So here it comes, moving off here to the east. And so we're definitely monitoring this carefully as this storm here goes off here to the east. There's Kansas, Edgar County. Be on the lookout. And it looks like Jacob is getting into some of the heavy rainfall there. That thing maybe just trying to develop here a little bit. Jacob, yell at me if you see something. I do want to come back over to our Macon County storm because there was that 78-mile-an-hour wind gust, and this has actually been upgraded to a severe thunderstorm warning, I think destructive. Is that I believe this might be a destructive tag now associated with this severe thunderstorm warning coming into. Is that a destructive one? Okay. Yep. Yep. Jacob, go ahead.
Hey, this is really a dicey situation here. This is going to be, I think there's something back here in the rain. I've been having little pieces of tree debris come down. It's on the left side of the road. We're just past the Charleston Speedway, moving to the east. There's a lot of wind, a lot of moving rain curtains in front of me. I'm moving about 50 miles an hour. So is this storm. I'm right behind it. But there's several different areas that I've been watching, and something behind these trees here when I come over the hill is going to catch my attention, and maybe we get a view of something. But that's the problem. There may be a tornado. It's hard to see it with all the rain that's happening here, so keeping a close eye on this, Kevin. But just had some small debris, small tree debris coming down in where I was located, and it came maybe from this general direction. So can you see those rain curtains, Kevin? Can you see them moving? I just lost your audio, but can you see them?
Yeah, we can see kind of those rain curtains there. Right in front of you, of course, you got that tree line there, but yeah, it's kind of tough to see. You're kind of getting that heavy rain, but that might be right there in front of you to the left as he continues to, because 16, of course, it kind of goes back there to the northeast just a little bit, jogs there to the northeast. So you're kind of getting into it as you come into Ashmore there. So Ashmore's just ahead of you there, right? That's going to be just ahead of you there.
Yeah, the problem is you get choked off by the river. You don't have an escape path here, so I'm kind of cutting in. Less concerned here now. I would try and get you an angle to my right, but we're kind of on the back side of this. I'm probably going to get up to 49 and try and drop back south towards Westfield. I think this pass is between Ashmore and Westfield, and eventually, we're kind of thinking in the direction for Paris. It stays south of you, but maybe this carries in the southern parts of Edgar County. Kevin?
All right. I know we're on that storm, but I want to come back over to this Lovington storm. We have destructive tags. So this is one that they issue wireless emergency alerts so your phones go off. We've got a hail core on this storm. This is, wow, that is impressive there. North of Lovington, that is going to be for some really large hail. And probably some, I'm going to guess they're doing 80-mile-an-hour winds on that one. Let me just read up on that. So, yeah, destructive storm, Moultrie County moving to the east at 55 miles an hour. Again, they had that 78-mile-an-hour wind gust associated with that storm as it came through. So 80-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch size hail possible with this storm here just coming through Lovington. Arthur, folks over there are going to get some big time hail on this just to the north of Sullivan, but we kind of zoom in here near Cushman. There's Cadwell. And just, okay, there's the new updated scan. Boy, I think this hail core is going to come really close to Arthur here. So that purple and that white color, man, when that shows up, that is telling you there's a lot of hail. Now, sometimes suspended aloft, right? Maybe it hasn't all the way collapsed down to the ground just yet, but that is a big hail core there between Lovington and Arthur. I bet we are getting some big time hail reports that are probably going to come into us from that area. So there's Lovington. We're just watching. This is severe thunderstorm warning, but it's the highest severe thunderstorm warning they issue. We don't get them too often, but for 80-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch size hail, at least possible. So we're tracking that storm. Jacob is on the storm that is moving into Edgar County, and we are monitoring things with more storm damage reports that are coming into the area. Kelly and Jennifer, if you have any other reports, we'll go to you and you can let us know what you're seeing. But more and more of those reports are starting to come in.
Jennifer, let's head to Decatur. Go ahead and show the damage that we have in our studio. Livingston lightning picture that we have. We want to show you that. And then we also, Lovington lightning photo that we want to go ahead and bring up. There it is right there. That's from Angie Kuhn. And Jennifer?
Okay, and then we had mentioned we have Decatur damage video. This is a door ripped off of a home. If we can go to that next. Do we have that?
There we go, right
We've
there.
got damage there in Decatur. We've talked about the flooding in Decatur and the winds that came through and the power outages.
Right.
And then we have Potomac flooding video. And we've got lots of pictures of rain coming in. Now we're seeing the flooding.
That's right.
This is coming to us from Potomac. You've got flooding there in areas that there's not supposed to be any water there.
Speaking of flooding, our own Derek Mitchell once again giving an update. He has these videos in Lattiku. We all know what that means, but he said lots of rain, heavy rainfall, streets are flooded, cars are being impacted, cars are driving through the flooded areas. He's talking about West William Street and Gilbert Street has a small amount of water, but it's building up as the hour progresses. Also, let me see, I have some more notes that I want to get to from the city of Champaign, the Public Works Department. I'm getting updates from them regarding, of course, we know it's been raining all day, but they're dealing with some flooding there.
Here's some video from Danville. We were talking about the flooding that Derek is reporting. It's coming down in Vermilion County. We also wanted to get to some power outages. We haven't given a report on that, but we've got 8,000. That number in Decatur keeps going up as the night goes on. We've got 8,000 in Decatur, about 1,300 south of Atwood, 653 south of Niantic. We've got about 400 west of Champaign, 2,000 in Moultrie County, and 1,000 in Douglas County.
And from Champaign Public Works, so far, mostly flooded streets due to clogged inlets. They say they remain on standby for any additional developments. They're going to remain ready to handle this storm. Of course, they're encouraging everyone to stay safe if they need to travel. If you have damages that you want to report, you can call 217-403-4700.
And I just said about those Decatur power outage numbers going up. We just got another update from Ethan, digital reporter Ethan. Now we are up to almost 9,700 out of power there in Decatur. And we've got one more piece of video we want to show you. Is this right? From Charleston, from Teza? Yes, this is Charleston video. Kevin, you want to talk about this at all? What you're seeing?
Yeah. Obviously, that was kind of that, shelf cloud kind of coming in. There was that wall cloud northeast there that we were tracking, but definitely a little bit of that rotation. Are you guys?
I've got one more from the city of Urbana. The mayor says he and his city administrator are out right now unclogging drains. So
Which
they're-
is important.
That's very important because that flooding will make all the difference from a safety standpoint for vehicles and, of course, for people as well.
Okay, thanks. Here we go, folks. Still tracking severe thunderstorm warning. Arthur, I think you guys are getting some hail. Probably going to be getting some hail here. What I want to do, because Jacob is going to, essentially, he's going to be on that storm in Edgar County, then eventually have to kind of turn back around, catch some storms behind him. We're going to try to get him one last report there before he bails there. Jacob, you're ready. Go ahead and go.
Yeah, hey, Kevin. Now I'm on the north side of that area of rotation. It doesn't look as low to me, but also I don't have the greatest visibility. You can see the rain curtains rapidly moving in front of me from right to left here, and they're kind of in that underneath that area. So if something were to spin up here real quick, we would have it in front of us. Thankfully, this storm, for whatever reason, has not had success producing a tornado from what we can tell here. But that's not the only threat here with the damaging winds and the hail. So we still also, as the sun sets now in the next hour or so, what time, 6:30? A couple hours, the low-level jet will pick up, and this could become a bigger problem for places towards Terre Haute and that general direction into parts of west central Indiana, and that may be something that plays out as well. So that's my report here from 49 south of Ashmore. I'm going to turn around here in a second, watch the storm carry off to the east a little bit more, and we're going to go watch that storm then. That's towards the Arthur area, and try and get some updates from that. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah, I'd be curious, any folks out there in Arthur, are you guys getting any hail from this? And here's why I asked that, because when we look at this on radar, and yeah, perfect, guys, I want to show this on radar. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag attached to it. Your phone, your phone goes off usually for, just tornado warnings. Well, this one went off for this severe thunderstorm warning because of this hail. If there's hail in Arthur, let us know. And I know if we're still streaming, we can also be checking the chat for any reports in the chat there from people. Let us know in the chat if you're getting some of those hail reports. So that is an impressive look to the reflectivity there. Now, again, sometimes that could still be the hail that's aloft, but at some point that's going to come down. Now we're looking here back down towards Sullivan. Concern there in Sullivan is that storm, trying to, hook a little bit. Usually you get kind of that shape of the storm where the hail is on the north side, and then down here you got to be looking at some of that rotation. So between Sullivan and Allenville, once again, if nothing else, there's also some really strong winds that are right there between Sullivan and Allenville, and we're going to have to be watching for, again, additional rotation that could form here. You've got the hail core on the north side up near Arthur, and then here on the south side we look to see, all right, is that thing trying to hook around just a little bit? So these are similar areas that just got hit. And I said this already a couple times. It's a weird day where it's not a one and done. It's not one storm and then, all right, we're done. We're so used to that here in central Illinois where, you get the front to come through and that's it. Tonight, we're seeing kind of the same areas that might get hit. There may be multiple cells, one after another. So just be careful before kind of going back out and surveying the damage, because there could be another storm kind of right on the heels of the one that just came through. And this is one of those examples that is occurring here into portions of Moultrie County. I'll tell you this, I hope Sullivan's getting some water there. They've had a lot of water issues here. They obviously don't want the severe weather, but they're at least getting some good rainfall and water out of this. Thing is, we're going to have another view of the storm there from Mattoon. And Adam, go ahead and talk about kind of what you're seeing there with that storm once again.
Right now, I'm trying to fish through the chat to see if I can find anything from hail reports from the Arthur area, the Lovington area. Somebody said they had about golf ball size hail near Lovington, about a little bit bigger than that. But if you look at the Mattoon camera right now, first of all, you can kind of see it has that eerie look, but look at all that green behind it. That tells me that there is hail in this storm. Now, how the size of it reaching the ground, not sure. But what the radar does pick up is that there is large hail within the storm. In fact, if you look at other forms of radar, we've seen white, we've seen pink and purple. Those are colors that we would see with heavy precipitation. Obviously, that's why we're watching through this storm. So this is from Mattoon looking westward. You can kind of see those kind of eerie shelf clouds moving through. And right behind it, that's where all the precipitation is It's kind of looking in the whale's mouth. You're kind of looking at the baleen, and then all of a sudden there is all the water right there. And in this case, water and hail too. So all that greenage you see right there, that is a sign of a very strong updraft. Even a little bit higher up, as I look a little bit away, you can see a little bit of that green moving upward in the thunderstorm too. I'm actually going to pan up a little bit more to see if I can see more of that green in the thunderstorm as we move this way. Plenty of lightning within this thunderstorm too. This is looking straight northwest from Mattoon, so you can see the water tower right there looking north. And yeah, a little bit of green up there. This storm looks a bit menacing on camera for sure. And it's, again, one of those where we have to watch out for those hail sizes. I'm looking for hail reports. If anyone has any, please send them in the chat right now, or just send them our way if you have any pictures too. Remember, want something to kind of show that if you have those hailstones, what do we compare them to? Don't just use your hand. Hands can be all sorts of sizes. Use a measuring stick of some sort, maybe a ruler, or maybe something else like a nickel, a dime, a marble. Those things will help us compare and contrast how big things are. But look how just terrifying it kind of looks right there at the bottom of that storm, that shelf cloud moving in, and just the green highlighting it too. I mean, it's a very interesting looking storm, but the green just tells me immediately that there is a lot of hail, and that is not where I want to be right now, especially if I'm driving home from work.
All right, folks here. Just popped in the old chat there for a second. Read some of the comments here, and I'll tell you this. So here's what we'll do for the folks that want to see what's going on. I was hearing, well, you know, what's going on over here in Vermilion County? Why aren't you showing Vermilion County? They said. Well, I'll tell you why. Because there's nothing going on. You guys are good right now. If I'm not talking about your, town, your county there, that's a good thing. When we start talking about your towns and counties, that's what we focus on, the areas that are getting hit. Okay. So Vermilion County, not much going on. Champaign County, we're looking better. Piatt County here. Right now, we've got about 3 storms. Okay. Let's go one by one. We'll get you to each one of these one by one. And here we go. Let's come back in here to the only tornado warned cell into Edgar County. This is the storm that Jacob was on earlier. Doesn't look as impressive as it was a little bit earlier, but this storm here, yes, a lot of lightning, heavy rainfall, those scary looking clouds from Paris down to Granville, Highway 16. There's still the tornado warning here in effect. We're watching this here. Also, Clark County tornado warning north of Marshall. There's the Castle Finn area and north and east of Westfield. We're going to continue to watch that. Okay? Clark County there. This storm here is definitely one I think that's got my attention most. Even though it's not tornado warned, it does have a severe thunderstorm warning with a destructive tag associated with it because of the hail core that might be in there. Okay, so here you go. Cooks Mills, there's Arcola. Okay, these areas here have been hit multiple times with storms already. That hail core now coming towards Arcola. So folks, there you may start to see some of that hail. The other location that currently has warnings, well, we have to come back into Sangamon County. Once again, you guys are going to be getting hit hard by this next line of storms. And I know you're saying, man, we're getting hit once again. Well, this one, a little bit more of South Sangamon County, and then Jacksonville. We talked about Morgan County there, and Chatham. That is an area where that storm is. Severe thunderstorm warning for you. So Auburn, New Berlin, to Pawnee. Okay, those are locations here where we have a severe thunderstorm warning, not rotating just yet. Still storming a little bit there in Springfield, not actually in the warning is Springfield. And then we can come back over here to Decatur. And you've got another storm here, but for the first time in a while, Macon County, you actually don't have any kind of a warning. It's still coming down, and there could be more flooding. Flooding might become an issue in some areas because it is the same spot over and over again getting hit. Jacob, was that you? I couldn't tell if that was you or not. Right here. Okay, we're monitoring him. And
sorry, I dropped a snack.
It's all good. It's all good.
Some updates there from the Arthur area. About a golf ball sized hail is what everyone's been saying to marble sized hail, and some power outages there too in Arthur. Those are what I've been seeing in the chat so far in terms of concerns there. And then even someone said that we had bigger than golf ball sized hail in the Lovington area. No surprise though with how big of a spike that is in that storm. I mean, that is quite the storm for hail.
Yeah, so Arcola, we were just there a week ago, I was in a Raggedy Ann outfit there for their Raggedy Ann rally, and now they're getting ready to get hit by some large hail. This coming right in to town there, folks. So we're going to probably see some of that hail report. Golf ball size hail is not out of the question on this storm. And Adam, you've got the Mattoon camera that's pulled up there once again. How about that view there? Look at the green color. Look at the
green. That's
that
what I've been telling
green
people.
color there.
That is that's definitely definitely worth looking into, or not looking into, but noticing there. I mean, that's a lot we can see from radar. Obviously, we can see that the hail core, the spiking of that, and we can also see a lot of precipitation, the heavy precipitation. When you look at the storm itself, and you know what to look for in a storm, you can already see the shelf cloud. Looks scary to begin with, right? We're also ending our day, so the lighting is going to be a little bit different on some of those clouds, but also too that green area right there. That does not mean it's water necessarily. It is water, but there's also hail in there as well. That hail gives it that kind of coloration too within the thunderstorm. So definitely a kind of scary looking, don't get me wrong, but it is mostly hail within that blue kind of core, that bluish green color. You know, we always hear those kind of wives' tales, or kind of people say when you see a green sky, that means that there's going to be a tornado. Not necessarily. It means usually that there's just a lot of hail, but thunderstorms that can produce hail can also produce tornadoes too. There's no cut and dry, language when it comes to that. There's no this equals that necessarily in that way, shape, or form. But what I will say is that just looking at that just tells me they're going to be some pretty sizable hail. And when I see these reports of golf balls, the marble-sized hail, even higher, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest. Also, looking at the camera too, I can't tell if you can see it there, camera, a little bit of rotation out in front of some of the activity there. I see a lot of rising motion, but I can't tell if that's also rotation too among those kind of those shelf clouds moving in. Kevin, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely something to look at. And I tell you what, if we can let's put Max one behind me. I just want to show, we'll be on camera with there we go. The green color there, as Adam was kind of mentioning, clear indicator of some hail, but I mean, that's definitely low to the ground too. We're gonna have to watch that. But that green color, essentially what's happening, because again, you've got the sun angle, kind of where it's at here, is it's getting lower on the horizon. What's happening is the sun rays are actually going through those hailstones, and that light is kind of getting refracted and scattered, and it turns the sky that greenish color as it goes through that kind of clear hailstone and scatters that light, and you get that green color. And often, if you ever watched the movie Twister, he says going green. And that is that indicator, obviously, large hail, and large hail sometimes can be an indicator of a tornado there. So look at that as Adam just kind of pans it there a little bit there to the north. And yeah, we'll just kind of keep on that view there. You can see some of the lightning. We just look, I mean, low to the ground. Tough to see if we've got any of that rotation there, but man, definitely the hail in that core of that storm. And probably some golf balls in there at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're watching all of this here with you folks. We have large hail. We're looking straight into it from our Mattoon camera. Little bit of that cloud trying to develop. Cook's Mills, we're getting reports of Cook's Mills of getting some of that golf ball size hail. I think probably Humboldt's too, between Humboldt and Arthur, but that's the view that we've got looking into that storm from Mattoon. Not seeing anything. Yeah, I mean, this is low to the ground there, folks, but again, our camera is also high up here, but we're looking off there in the distance. Right now, this looks to be, just a really big hail producer, at least at this point. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Adam, yell at me if you catch anything from that. We'll come back over to the radar and just kind of see where the hail core is with this. So again, here's Mattoon down here as we were looking up here. There's Cook's Mills where we just had the golf balls, so there's probably some of that between Arcola and Humboldt. Severe thunderstorm warning with 80-mile-an-hour winds possible, and the 2-inch size hail. We'll come back to our tornado warned storm that is over here into Edgar County, right on the Edgar and Clark County line. yeah, tough to pick out anything. This was a storm that Jacob was on earlier that was showing some signs of rotation on it. Still probably some strong winds there just north of Castle Finn and Route 1 right now east of Grandview. Again, this starts to get into the weeds a little bit of, kind of the radar area there. That can be sometimes kind of difficult to see some things as we get a little bit further away from Lincoln. And then you got Indianapolis over here, and then the Evansville kind of radar down here to try to see storms. So that's what we've got here right now. We'll come back over to the west, pan things across. Again, those of you watching in Champaign and in Danville, and obviously Fort and Iroquois County, you're going, boy, we really kind of dodged it this time. You guys have been in it, the last several rounds. You guys have kind of dodged this. This really is a South I-74 and more I-72 corridor kind of event now, as that's kind of where that boundary is kind of set up and where the better atmosphere is for these storms. We're still tracking here across southern Sangamon County. Strong storm here with a severe thunderstorm warning that continues south of Chatham. Again, we'll have to keep watching. That's Auburn. Does that start to kind of hook around a little bit? As these storms kind of move into some of that environment, there's just so much shear aloft. That wind shear change with winds with height that can kind of get these storms to spin. But there's also a lot of shear that sometimes can, rip the storms apart just a little bit and maybe not always sustain some of the updrafts there. So we're kind of seeing that play out. But I just want our folks in Christian County, in Shelby County here. I know, that northern part of Shelby County, you guys got hit, but Shelby County, eventually maybe Cumberland County, to still be on the lookout. Effingham here later tonight, because we still have a few more hours where that potential severe weather exists.
Kevin, I want to chime in. Oh, sorry, Kevin. I want to chime in real quick just to look back at our camera view. You notice we saw those shelf cloud moving through. It looks like that shelf cloud is pretty much just kind of gotten wrapped around, and we see that hail really pushing in. If we want to pull up right behind Kevin, Matt Toon real quick, that Matt Toon camera, I mean, that is becoming a wall of just heavy precipitation at the very least. That is definitely got to be having some hail in it. I'm kind of concerned for our camera, to be honest, and see if that's going to last. But I mean, it just kind of blasted through part of the storm, it looked like. And so it kind of had that look of saying, hey, look at the scary thunderstorm, to, oh, here comes all that precipitation. And that's the thing we've been talking about too with these thunderstorms. If you're looking for the funnel cloud, if you're looking for that, sometimes you're not going to see it, especially on a day like today when we have a lot of HP supercells, high precipitation supercells. You get all that precipitation, you can't really see very well. That's what you're going to see is just a maw of precipitation. And then if there is a tornado, I'm not saying there's one on this one, but if there is a tornado on that storm, you won't see what you're looking for. You won't see what you're by the time you see it, it's going to be too late. It's going to be on top of you. That is a very dangerous situation to be in. So there's no sitting on the porch watching for these storms to come in, watching for a tornado. None of that. No, get to your safe space when you have those warnings. That's why radar indication and tracking the radar and us looking at radar is going to be a critical tool, especially as we start to head into the nighttime hours. We lose a lot of our visibility moving forward. We'll have to rely on really power flashes and radar. Those are the two things we'll have moving forward over time. So right now, though, you can see that precipitation really starting to pick up here on our Matt Toon camera, and it's getting hard to see out there, Kevin.
Yeah, keep looking there to the northeast, because I want you to look for power flashes there. And we're seeing some lightning, but that thing's ramping up a little bit. Jacob's got a report there from his location. That thing is starting to ramp up. The north side of Matt Toon, gonna cross over 57. Coles, Cumberland County tornado warning. Coles, Cumberland County tornado warning here. Jacob, what do you got? They've got a tornado warning on this thing now. Are you seeing anything? This thing seems to be ramped up in the last minute or two.
Kevin, I was really concerned here for a second because I just got that warning on my phone there. I saw the surge coming around from that radar imagery, and I've been looking right in that spot here. I'm straight east of it, so it's coming directly for me here. The other thing that's really interesting is as I pan to the right here, that large hail that could be up to baseball size is just maybe a couple miles north of me at that. The lighting is so surreal here. I mean, it is really eerie seeing this unfold here. If there's a tornado, I believe it's either going to be this feature right here, which I'm going to watch very closely. It may also be this feature down here a little further to the south. This is a dangerous situation. I am very concerned for Charleston. I think this is also northeast side of Mattoon, Sarah Bush, Coles County Airport. all of you need to be in your shelters immediately because this is escalating really quick. And I'm inclined, Kevin, to think it's actually in that right there. So that's my concern. I'm going to be moving back to the west a little bit, but I'm going to start dropping south back into Charleston. And I might be going back towards Ashmore in a bit, Kevin. We're going to keep you updated. Have another report in just a bit. In the Charleston area, Jacob Dickey, back to you.
Charleston, take shelter. Charleston, take shelter. North side of Mattoon, right there. Anywhere, if you live anywhere between Mattoon and Charleston on 16, between Mattoon and Charleston on 16, this thing is right there. Okay, folks, we're seeing the velocity ramp up here a little bit, and it may be tough to see it. Once again, this is not one of those you're going to see a wall of rain. It's going to look like, possibly a wall of rain there. And that rotation is right here, folks. I mean, look at that. Northeast side of town showing up. Where these kind of colors are kind of jumbled up here. That's what we're seeing. So here's 16, just north of 16 here. And this thing is going to be riding right along between Mattoon, Charleston, Highway 16 there. You need to be taking, that thing's crossing 57 right now. It is right on top of 57 now. And we're going to have to definitely be monitoring this closely. I think we might have a tornado right here crossing 57. Jacob, go ahead. Jacob, go ahead.
Hey, there is some really intense rotation. To give you an idea, I'm in the Mattoon Charleston Industrial Expressway. Really intense rotation. Right to left motion here in front of me in that rain curtain. And then on this side, left to right motion. You're right. This is the most serious situation we've had yet, and it's in a very populated area. I am very concerned. The lightning also rapidly increasing. This could become a sizable tornado very quickly as well, Kevin, given the atmosphere that's in place. There's a boundary left over from the storm before. I think that there may be a tornado, and if there is, we're going to see it right here in front of us, Kevin, as it moves towards the Charleston area and trying to give you reports. Back to you, Kevin.
Charleston, go. Charleston, go now. Go now. Take shelter right now, as this storm will be in line here. It's right over Locks there. So it's basically just north of 16 there and 57. It is just northeast of Mattoon. Jacob is going to be looking for any power flashes there. So again, just coming across, and 16 down here. Charleston is right here, folks. The tornado probably just coming over 57 here now. Confirmed tornado on this. Let me see here. We might have a tornado debris signature, and I think we do. What's going to happen? We're going to look at this area. We're going to look at this right here. Wrapped in rain. It's wrapped in rain. Tornado debris signature right here, folks. Jacob sees it here. Jacob, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a little hard to make out, but there's a cone feature right in the middle of that there. And look at that motion on this. This is moving directly for Charleston. This is an emergency situation. This is the type of storm that, the rotation picked up so quickly, Kevin. Potentially significant tornado coming into Charleston at this point, Kevin. I have not seen power flashes yet, but if there's something, we're going to look at it. It is right in front of me, Kevin. I'm driving towards it. We'll have another report here in just a second. Back to you.
Okay, again.
We're just relying on the Charleston camera.
Charleston camera. We're going to try to view that there from the Charleston camera. You can see the hail core there on the right side of your screen. That's going to be just up there. If we can look straight west there, you're going to see lightning there. And the tornado is going to be in a wall of rain. It's going to be shrouded in rain. You're not going to be able to see it, folks. Take shelter if you were in Charleston. I think this thing is coming in town. If there's something here, folks, it's the strongest rotation that we have seen so far today. And this is now a confirmed tornado here, folks. I need you in Charleston. I don't care, whoever you are, wherever you are in Charleston. Tell your friends, tell your family right now that this is the real deal here, that we might have a tornado coming into Charleston. Sirens going off. People, lowest level of your home, you want to get to the basement. Center part of your house, okay? Bathroom is going to be best. If you don't have a basement, but you need to get low. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible here. And if we can, we'll go ahead and pull me back on camera here so we can kind of look at the storm here. Folks, if you're in Charleston, this is imperative. You have minutes before this thing begins to move in. Again, rotating storm that has a confirmed tornado with it just past northeast of Mattoon. It is just along north of Highway 16 and maybe coming into the west side of Charleston in the next minute or two. We're seeing the skies get a lot darker. We're trying to see the view here, but normally you go, okay, well, there's a tornado there. Where's the funnel there? You're not always going to see it in this kind of situation. Let's go to Jacob here with his shot again. Jacob, that thing's in front of you. How that thing was looking a little
Power
bigger.
flashes, Kevin.
Power flashes.
Kevin, power flashes, large tornado in progress right now. The power flashes illuminated right to my south and west. The motion here, you can see from right to left, right into that area. This is a significant tornado, Kevin, coming into Charleston. I am very concerned for Charleston, Coles County Airport. I'm concerned here for Sarah Bush, Lincoln. All those areas need to be in shelter. Large tornado wrapped up in that rain, multiple power flashes. Now, this is an extremely dangerous situation, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, there it is. You're looking at it. There's motion there. And again, I think that's our tornado debris signature that's showing up on this here. So confirmed tornado here. It's going to be right there along into the north of 16. It is coming into Charleston here, folks. This is it. You need to be down as far as you can get in your home. You need to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Cover yourself up with blanket. If you got a helmet for the kids, put a helmet on their head there. Mattress, anything you can to protect yourself from some of that flying debris. As this storm kind of comes into Charleston here, folks, this could be, again, an extremely dangerous situation with this storm as it rolls right in to the west side of Charleston right now. Again, if we're seeing anything on our camera there, let me know. Okay.
They've kept coming in and out.
Okay.
So I don't know if we have
so the
access
Charleston
anymore.
camera there, there's rapid rotation in this. You're not going to be able to see this. Again, we've got Jacob Shaw there on the right. We can see that's Jacob Shaw on the right. He's looking into this thing. It looks huge, folks, and it's going to be shrouded with rain, and embedded within that rain is that tornado. And so that's what Jacob is looking at. I said he's seen some power flashes there. You can only hope that the thing lifts, but this thing's coming into Charleston here, folks, and we need you absolutely to take shelter. This is the most serious situation we've had here today of a confirmed tornado getting ready to go through an extremely populated area, and definite concern here with our storm as it moves in. That's Charleston here. Let's come back here, and you can see the rotation, and boy, just starting to come in there, and there it is. And this will also line up with the tornado debris signature coming into Charleston. Jacob just mentioned that he thinks debris possibly falling from the sky as this storm came through, which would line up with having that tornado debris signature on this. So here it is. It's coming in. Let's go back to Jacob for a report there as he's got the view into the storm. Go ahead, Jacob.
Yeah, Kevin, we're right in the bear's cage here. I'm in a safe spot. It's in front of me. I'm not concerned about deviant motion back to the north, but this is a really dangerous situation, Kevin. I've had some small debris coming from the sky around me. I think this is what we're looking at. It may not be on the ground now, but it's hard to tell. I think this is what we were looking at. You can see that area of rapid rotation in front of me here. I would not count on it have lifted, though. Do not trust that. Consider this on the ground and coming into town as we're moving now to the south. We're going to be onto the east side of town here. And I'm looking all around me just to make sure, Kevin, but I'm pretty solid that it is this right here. There it is. Tornado in front of me, Kevin. Tornado on the ground. Can you see that right there? Tornado straight in front of me. I see debris on the ground. This is still on the ground. A multi-vortex tornado moving into the city of Charleston. Intermittent touchdowns, and it's crossing the road in front of me right now. Did you see that there, Kevin? That little vortex that spun up? Kevin, back to you.
Yep, right in front of you there. It's crossing there. Look how difficult it is to even kind of pick that out. Jacob, it has to be right there to see it, but you can see it right there. Is that there might be a funnel there up towards the top. I can't quite tell if that's it or not, but definitely some of that motion there showing that storm coming in. It is coming into the northwest side of town here right now. Again, confirmed tornado with this. And you can see the winds there kind of picking up along where Jacob is as he is rolling in. Let's come back to radar here. He's in the RFD. So that wind it's called RFD. So it's this wind that's come wrapping in here into the storm. And then you get this strong inflow. And this is that notch. We've got some damage here that Jacob is coming upon here. Jacob, give me your location there. Do you know the roads that you're at?
Yeah, I'm at the Riley Creek Vintage. It's the highway north of town here. You can see this big chunk of tree came down right in this area. There's more trees down. I'm sneaking through to my left now. It's now east of me, but there is some pretty intense motion still, and I think there is a tornado on the ground. What is that there? starting to get some hail too, Kevin. I hope the bosses don't mind that. But that's a mattress in the road, Kevin. There's a mattress in the road. Where did that come from here? There looks to be some more damage in this area. Wow, this is there's quite a bit of damage in this area here. Let me get you a map location. Confirmed tornado. I've got quite a bit of damage to structures. Lots of trees down here. And let me get my other camera shot up, and let me tell you location here. I am going to be just on the northwest side of town. This is going to be on by Old State Road and 1420 East. Old State Road, 1420 East. A lot of damage here in this area from a tornado that just came through, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, and that looks like that was some pretty good hail that you were just getting into there. So this is going to be a little bit more here on the northwest side of town. Yeah, let's take the radar here full for a second and kind of show you where we think this is. So lots of heavy rainfall there, northwest side of town. And again, you can see the really strong winds kind of coming in. So this is it, northwest side of town here. We've got this tornado kind of coming in, folks. If you're in Charleston, tornado safe spot. Confirmation here with this storm. This thing really kind of ramped up here, and so it is coming right into Charleston. Tornado warning here continues with our storm, and again, we look here to try to see if we can see any debris. The tornado is going to be, embedded with the rain. You're not going to be able to see anything with this. Does look like possibly. We're looking to see if we've got that tornado debris signature. We want to co-locate all of those things. Jacob is with us here. Jacob, go ahead with your report. Looks like you're in the thick of it there. I mean, that thing it would be wrapped with that rain there.
Kevin, the rear flank downdraft is impressive here. I'm on the backside. I'm safe, but there are 60 to 80 mile an hour winds here. The damage is north of State Road, north of Old State Road and West State Street here. If you're familiar with that area, and that's going to carry it into the fairgrounds. That's going to carry it into downtown Charleston. That's probably where it is now. This is a dangerous situation, Kevin. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot. Charleston camera, do we have any view of anything there with the Charleston? Is it down? It's still down. Okay, so maybe check a power hit or something there. Downtown Charleston. That storm, that tornado would be kind of coming there and on the north side of town as it rolls through. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Really strong winds on this here too. That is just not what you want to see. Jacob's telling me he's seen lots of damage there. Mainly trees, power lines down there. It looks like what do you mainly got there? It looks like some trees there, Jacob.
Yeah, a lot of tree damage, the smell of pine. I'm trying to tell if I smell gas too in this area, but there are some buildings that have some structural damage to them. It doesn't look to be significant, but this may have been a very broad area where this happened here, Kevin. And so, we're not going to know exactly how strong this is, but this was a pretty sizable tornado that came through, and we showed you that live moments ago. I'm going to continue east into town, into Charleston, and have reports coming up, Kevin.
Okay, tornado warning continues there. Probably now going to be just on the northeast side of town now. So now Ashmore, I want you guys taking shelter. Ashmore here, Westfield down here as well. Ashmore to Westfield. So northeast side of town, the tornado just passed through. This thing is moving really fast, and that rotation there. Boy, along 16, where we were just talking with Jacob, half an hour ago when that first storm came through, and we told you that some of the same areas might get hit a couple of times, and that occurred with this here. So again, folks, a very dangerous situation here with the confirmed tornado crossing Highway 16 right now, north and east side of Charleston, where we've got that rotation, where that confirmed tornado is occurring here as we speak. Jacob is on the storm, tracking it for us. Let's kind of get you a little bit of a wider view of this, of exactly where this could go. So this is Edgar County up here. You got Clark County here. Here's Westfield. And the movement of this here basically off to the east and maybe just slight southeast. So we're going to be watching for areas between Ashmore and Westfield. You guys absolutely taking shelter here with this. And so looks like just a little bit of an update there on the warning. This thing is embedded. The tornado is embedded in rain. You will not see it. You're not going to see a funnel. You're not going to be, being out there with your phone, is not going to do anything because you're not going to see anything. The visibility is zero with this. Jacob was the closest he could get, and we could barely kind of see anything because of all of that heavy rainfall It's in the middle of it there. Jacob, you are on some damage there. You would be kind of on the northwest side of Charleston. Is that right?
Yeah, still going to be on the Old State Road area here. So this mobile home has a little bit of frame damage. It is in place, though. That's good news. Then these trees, I mean, there's still a lot of wind happening here in front of me now. And then I do have some power lines that are down. And then this is looking more to the east and southeast of the town. We do have roof damage. Let me roll this window down to give you a clearer view. We do have roof. Let me, okay, here we go. Fix the focus as well here. So this is moving off to the east, and that damage continues right into the city of Charleston. This is going to be potentially a serious situation. You can see barns blown in here, the doors, there's some damage to the house. And I don't know how far more over that damage continues, but there is a lot of it in this area, Kevin. First off, give first responders the space. Avoid the city of Charleston if you can while they assess this situation. Pretty sizable tornado came through here, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, so you can see some of the damage there, power lines down, trees. Look at the roof there, the shingles on that roof. They're still blowing off there in the wind. And so you can see that power lines down. Again, don't ever go near those power lines. Consider all of those power lines as if they are live. So that was up here where Jacob was located. Okay, and so now Ashmore. Okay, if we've got something in here, that tornado embedded within the rain, and you're not going to be able to see it. So take shelter here. Confirmed tornado with this. It just rolled through kind of on the north side of Charleston. It continues now coming through the eastern portions of Coles County between Ashmore and Westfield. Serious situation here. Sounds like we lost our camera that was in Charleston, whether that was to a power hit or something, because obviously the downtown area got hit, at least with the winds. If nothing else, there's going to be a lot of power outages here. So hopefully, folks, you found us on our streaming platforms. We are streaming on the WCA3 Weather app. We're streaming on Facebook. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on X. There's all kinds of places you can find us here tonight, and that's what we are doing for you as this really dangerous situation continues to unfold with now that confirmed tornado. We were worried about kind of that 5 to 7 o'clock time frame was right there at the end of that window. Now, that window is probably going more to like 8 o'clock with some of this, but damage is continuing to roll in. Adam, you got something?
On the other side of the viewing area, back closer towards Sangamon County and Christian County, there's another tornado warning, a confirmed tornado warning there. Does include places like Zenobia there, and just to the east of that, Kincaid, Taylorville, Sharpsburg, so the Christian County area now under the gun for that. You can see where the green and the red meet there north of Bear Creek. Bear Creek and Zenobia. So just to the south and east of the Springfield area, to the east also there of I-55, east of DeVernon, Pawnee, Kincaid, Edinburgh, and Zenobia. Right here, Bear Creek and Zenobia, between those two spots right there, that is where the green and the red meet. That's where we're watching out for. I didn't want to throw away too much opportunity to not talk about Charleston. I don't want to distract from that, but also we have this going on as well. So the other side of the viewing area is still getting that tornado warning too as well. So definitely take shelter if you're in the Taylorville area, north of Bear Creek, Zenobia to the east of that, and also Kincaid and Edinburgh. Again, these storms have had quite the punch, even outside of those tornadoes too, or where we've seen the tornadoes. We have seen also some strong winds and lots of hail today too. So take these warnings very seriously. Kevin, right back over to you. I just wanted to make sure we take care of them too.
You go ahead and stay on watching that Taylorville storm there, Christian County storm. I'm going to continue to focus also here on this Coles County storm. So we'll kind of bounce back and forth here. You focus on that one. If you hear some reports, you jump on, tell me what's going on. Listen, I know Taylorville, obviously, tornado back in 2018, people still on edge after that day. But this is still a really impressive looking cell with our one here into eastern Coles County with strong rotation. Embedded in there, most likely a tornado, and it's coming right here between Ashmore and Westfield. New tornado warning, new confirmed tornado warning in effect here. That's what this purple box is. And shrouded in rain somewhere in here, there's going to be a tornado, folks, and it will be nearly impossible to kind of see that. So again, we're tracking 2 confirmed tornadoes now, one in Christian County, and now we're talking about Clark, Coles, and parts of Edgar County here with this. Here's that tornado rotation in the rain. Oh, and we've also got Jacob here. We're going to go to him in just a second. But the tornado that just brought damage to portions of Charleston is going to now be pushing into portions of far eastern Coles County and into Edgar County here. So folks, this is a serious situation. Confirmed tornado still here if you're between Ashmore and Westfield and along Highway 49. Take shelter here. Possibly a tornado embedded in there. Jacob, you found more damage there. Go ahead and give us a report and kind of what you're seeing.
Yeah, Kevin, we're on the south side of the fairgrounds. The fairgrounds has damage. There's structures that are down. This is a mobile home park here. None of the mobile homes are destroyed, thankfully. That's a really bad place to be, but there is still some damage and tree damage in this area, quite a bit of it. Roads are impassable on the north side of Charleston from this tornado as it came on through. There's going to be a lot of cleanup. Let me get you in over here to this view in front of me. Look at one of the structures in the fairgrounds. It's collapsed. So a big mess here on the north side of Charleston, and we're going to try and continue to get you images and updates from here, Kevin. I know there's a lot going on, but these images tell the story of what the rest of the night can bring, and that's what we're now committed to bringing you here in Charleston, live in Coles County. And maybe production can keep me in double or triple boxes, Kevin, just so they can continue to watch me go through this damaged area. That might be the best way to do that because there's a lot of it here. This tornado came through the northern part of town. Kevin, want to send it back to you.
Okay, you can see a lot of trees there and whatnot, some structural damage there showing up. So we'll keep him on the right side of the screen just like that. That's fine, folks. And then we want to talk about this storm here. That's the one that brought all that damage is the one that's coming in here between Ashmore and Westfield. Rotation continues and super dangerous because you can't see it. You know, I know some people, they visually want to see it. You can't in this instance. It was super difficult to even kind of see what Jacob had there, and he was right on top of that thing, but the visibilities are low. They are in the middle of just sheets and shrouds of rain. It's not your typical, Oklahoma. It's not like last week when we saw those clear tornadoes up near Dwight and Streeter. These are just have the rain just completely obscuring the view of them. But this is Ashmore right now, starting to get concerned there for that rotation that's there between Ashmore and Westfield, eastern portions of Coles County. Heading into, so this is basically where the 3 counties come together, Coles, Edgar, and Clark County. Right here in this area. That would be my highest concern. Westfield, Ashmore. We're going to watch Kansas. We're going to watch Grandview as this storm moves in. But as I mentioned, you can kind of see where the little, this little notch is right in here. You would have to be like in the most perfect spots to see anything, and you'd see it for like a half a second before the rain kind of took over. So again, folks, embedded in there, a lot of rain. I'm seeing some flashing lights there on the right side of your screen there from a Jacob shot. Look at that. Look at the power pole there. That's a train. Was that on fire there? Was that seeing some fire?
Yeah, Kevin, one thing to know is don't drive over down power lines because these power lines are still live here. There's a little smoke and a little flare up in this transformer. And I see more power flashes actually off in the distance here, off to the east. And so, there's a lot of damage. That's going to be through a good chunk of the north side of Charleston here, which is concerning. But these are live lines. You do not want to be near them or touch them here. This is the north side of the fairgrounds. One of the barns here has a bit of damage as well as we continue to watch this. But serious situation. And I'm really concerned for Clark County here, Kevin. And also Taylorville, south of there. You've got to keep an eye on that storm. But this type of damage we saw here is what these tornadoes can do and may do through the rest of the evening here, Kevin. Back to you.
Yeah, it's a great point. So what we want to do, we want to go back over to Adam, who is tracking that Taylorville storm. Again, if you are in Ashmore, Westfield, you need to be taking shelter. It's right on the corner of the Coles, Clark and Edgar County line is where that tornado is located. But now, Taylorville, what do you got over there, Adam?
So now we're still watching that Christian County storm right now. Pawnee just got a report there of some trees down, some lines down too as well, and also New Buffalo or Buffalo too as well. Those are the two spots that have already seen some damage there. This was a confirmed tornado, maybe not as intense as was the one over there near Charleston, but it's still a confirmed tornado. So there you can go. You can see where the green meets the red. Not as impressive as what it was earlier, but we also have a lot of heavy precipitation too. And if you want to take max 1 and full one more time, I'm going to adjust the numbers real quick, or adjust the spots there. And what you'll see is that Taylorville is under the gun, just south of town. That's where we're starting to see a little bit of that green meets the red. And again, still worth talking about and still worth looking at here. It's not the spot we would normally see that kind of rotation. Just south of town maybe is where you would normally see it, between Locust and Taylorville and just north of Vanderbilt. That's what we're seeing, but it is a confirmed tornado observed, 1-inch hail. I'm going to get those reports real quick here. And the big thing is Buffalo has trees down on houses near North Wells, and then also Pawnee has lines down and trees down on a house in Douglas. So this has definitely had the hallmark of damage there with it. Again, this is the Taylorville, Bear Creek, Vanderbilt, and Locust area, a tornadic storm pushing on through. I'm going to adjust my camera just a little bit here, and you can see it's 1-inch hail till 7:30. That's how long the warning lasts, but we don't want to leave you guys out high and dry out there in Christian County. I know we've been talking about Charleston a lot, but I also want to make sure that we're talking about you guys too as well. Only a few reports out there. We have a lot of our activity focused out towards the east. That's where Jacob is right now. He can give us the live reports. Unfortunately, we don't have another person out there that can give us more reports closer towards Taylorville, Assumption, Locust, and Bear Creek. But Kincaid, Taylorville, Bear Creek, Zenobia, Pawnee already seeing some damage from this. These are the spots that definitely have to watch out. And I would say if you're in the Taylorville area, that's the spot where you really need to watch out for, especially south of town. A lot of traffic goes through there. We have multiple roads in and out of town. This is a spot to watch out for a possible another tornado. So again, just be careful with that. Be in your safe space. That's what we want to see. I know we've got a lot of activity going on right now, but we have to make sure at least we're talking about both sides of the viewing area. Again, Taylorville, especially south of town. I'm going to pull up our velocity real quick so you can kind of see where that rotation is, or maybe that spike in precipitation is between Locust and Taylorville. Now, that's kind of where the focus is now for that kind of rotation, and even into Vanderbilt, maybe an opportunity there. So this is the area I really want folks to really pay attention to, from Taylorville south, where it looks like Kincaid and Pawnee and Zenobia still in the warning, but I want those folks to still be on their guard because we still have more storms. It's right now, though, the focus has slid a little bit more towards the Taylorville area. So again, we're going to take an eye on this, keep getting more reports from it, but we've already had some damage there in Pawnee and Buffalo. Back over to you, Kevin, because you've got some more stuff going on there. In fact, you just have Jacob out there, where all the storms you've been covering.
So what we're going to do here is, again, we've got the storm we're watching in Taylorville. We've got the storm we're watching here that's now passing through the Westfield area and Kansas, hit really hard there. Possible tornado ongoing there. We are watching two of those storms. The storm that is now going through Westfield, where we possibly have a tornado, is the one that just went through the Charleston area here just a moment ago. Jacob, you're coming upon some more damage. Give us another quick report there, and then we'll get back to the coverage here. But it looks like some significant damage where you are.
Yeah, Kevin. This is bad. This is really bad here. This is the University Estates mobile home park. There are mobile homes that are flipped and destroyed in this park here. This was hit directly by that mobile home is upside down. I don't have words right now. This is serious situation. People are clearing debris on the roads. This is north of the fairgrounds here. It was a big, broad swath, but that is not supposed to be that way, Kevin. I mean, that's going to be very telling of what happens here. I'm really worried about what may have happened here on the northwest side of Charleston. And I don't think there's any first responders. They can't get through because of the power lines down to the south here. There's a lot of fire trucks in this area, but wow, Kevin, that's very telling of what happened here. Kevin?
Okay, yeah, there you go. Look at that mobile home flipped upside down there. So on the north side of town in Charleston. All right, folks, let's kind of look at things here. Let's show you the storm that we've got right now that is of biggest concern. We've got two of them. We've got two storms. I'm going to go over to the Taylorville one here in just a second because I'm starting to see that thing ramp up a little bit more, and we want to look at that. But this one's got some hail in it. You might have a tornado coming through the Westfield area here right now. let's come back here and broaden the view out, because we haven't done that here in a second. And I know a lot of you in Champaign and in Danville are over in, say, Lincoln and Clinton. Things, again, for you, much calmer. This is kind of a southern half of our viewing area kind of storm. Now, Fort Iroquois County, you guys are good here. But we are having to track what's going on here with this kind of southern fringe here. Look at these storms here. This thing is starting to ramp up a little bit more. So we've kind of transitioned back here to Christian County near Locust and Wanaco. Tornado is likely, and I'm just curious to see what the Weather Service is going to do, because there's almost like there's a couple different areas of rotation that are trying to form on this here. So we have that confirmed tornado. So this is going to be southeast of Taylorville. There's Velma right there. So definitely still being your tornado safe spot. We'll see if they carry this warning further off here to the east or not. But I mean, this has got that little classic little hook that is trying to take shape. So we're watching that north of Nokomis. We're going to be watching Shelbyville. We're going to be watching Shelby County, all of Shelby County here as that storm begins to move in. So it looks like they've got the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. So that's what they've opted with here. They didn't carry the tornado warning further on that, but that's still a very intense storm. Pana, if you're in Pana, I would be monitoring this storm very, very closely, because this has its eyes potentially set on you and along that Highway 51 corridor, once again, southeastern portions of Christian County. The tornado warning there, for Taylorville, obviously that storm is now kind of passing by you. It's kind of now... Yeah,
kind of moving outside of that box, and just south of town is where we're watching out. You can even see that in velocity. Didn't mean to take over completely, Kevin. I apologize, but I had this pulled up already. And there, Locust, then just south of that, between Nokomis and Locust, that area right there where the green and the red meet, that's the area that's outside of the warning box now. These are really fast-moving storms, and that's a clear indication of that. So we're going to see if this gets rewarned over time. Again, it does pique our interest. Just be a reminder to that. And I'm sure that Kevin noticed it too. I noticed it too, that it's outside of the box and it has that kind of hook shape we keep talking about when we talk about severe weather and tornadoes. Again, sorry to steal your thunder there, Kevin. Back to you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate that there, Adam. Okay, so here's what we've got. I know Jacob is out there. He is getting some reports of some people there over in Charleston. We'll go to him here in a second, and he can let us know what he's hearing. But again, we're watching two areas here. This storm here, southeastern Christian County, big areas of severe thunderstorm warnings. You see Sullivan, LaPlace to Windsor, severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. Jacob is there. He's got a report now. Jacob, I heard you talking to some individuals there. What have you heard again in North Charleston?
Yeah, so Kevin, the Nico Fields is right here on the northwest side of town. This mobile home here, one of the residents in the park told me that no one lives there, but they don't think that anyone's inside here. That one that you saw flipped is abandoned, but there still is damage further down here, and so we're still assessing the situation. But clearly, there's been a situation here in the Charleston area from this. It's very early on. We don't know the extent of the damage further to the east. We don't know the extent of the damage back to the west, but there is damage, and there is quite a bit of it here. Avoid the city of Charleston. Let first responders get to what they need to do. We're going to keep an eye on this area, have more information so we can get it and get back to you, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, and I think you were saying, you're going to be coming across some blocked roads from power lines, from trees, and you're not able to kind of get to all those areas. We just know a sliver of the information based upon Jacob being there in Charleston at that location where that storm came across. So we've got two storms we're still watching here, Christian County, Shelby County. And then even up here, we're watching the southeastern Macon County, southern Piatt County here. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning there. Tornado warning continues down here. Kansas, okay. And now Marshall, we're kind of watching you guys. You're going to get that storm right there, seeing some really intense rainfall, maybe some hail embedded in there as well. And possibly right about here, northwest of Clark Center is probably where some of that rotation would be located at this point. So, yep, there it is right there. So you got I-70 now down here, Cleone here, the oil field area. Just to the east of that, that's the rotating part of the storm coming across northern portions of Clark County now. If you know folks here in Marshall, you want to let them know that they need to be taking shelter, that that you've got. This is one of those weird. You're going to get really heavy rainfall, and then the hail, and then eventually possibly the tornado. So you get kind of this first little wave, and then you might see it kind of lightening up. You think you're good, and embedded in there, maybe on that back side, could actually be a tornado. So
for back towards Christian County and into Shelby County for that same spot we were talking about closer towards Taylorville. It does include Locust, Assumption, and Pana too. We were just mentioning Pana there a little bit ago. Those are the spots that we need to watch out. And hey, go to your safe space. We've been talking about all afternoon, all evening. This is the round to watch out for severe storms. Again, this one not observed. This one has the regular tornado warning tag, radar indicated. That means we have radar indicated rotation. That's the old warning that the box is now kind of old for. That's the observed one just out towards the north and east of this storm. Again, these things are moving. They are moving and grooving, and that means that we're seeing these storms move pretty quickly into new locations. Warnings have to keep up with them. We have to keep up with it. And even our cameras, when we had to move our cameras, it took time. You heard Jacob had to move pretty quickly around these storms to get to the next spot to be safe. So again, take these storms very, very seriously. You're not going to have a lot of time to just mull about and then take shelter. You need to take shelter right now. Again, may not have that observation on it, but Assumption, Pana, and right here, that little hooked area, that's where we would look for that tornado risk there. Just north of Locust, there's a new scan right there. You can already see how much it's moved between Morrisonville and Locust. Those two spots outside of the area we really want to watch out for, but still under the tornado warning. Assumption, you are in the bear's cage right now. You are aware they're seeing a lot of that precipitation too, but still under that tornado warning. And then Pana, that is the spot to watch out for. Wouldn't be surprised if Oconee and Tower Hill and Henton, those are the spots to be up next in that tornado warning or to see this storm come this way. Henton and Tower Hill, a part of that tornado warning. It's for Christian and Shelby County until 8 o'clock at night. 1.5-inch hail, radar indicated rotation. So that doesn't mean we have a confirmed tornado anymore on this. What it means is that we have the possibility of seeing another tornado with the same storm that has had a history of already producing an observed tornado off to the north and west, closer towards the Pawnee area and the Zenobia area where it first got that warning. So again, be mindful of that. We have to take shelter, take these storms very seriously. You saw how fast that one in Coles County kind of turned over real quick into Mattoon and into Charleston not too long ago. And that was after we had another storm go through just before that. So take every single warning seriously. Things can change abruptly too. Kevin, back over to you.
All right, thanks a lot. Okay, so let's continue to monitor things here. That new tornado warning there. Marshall, Clark County here. Definitely watching out for still some of that rotation that's showing up here into Clark County. Tornado warning continues here. With this storm that will basically kind of hug right here along I-70 and eventually maybe cross Route 1, then eventually that goes over into the Terre Haute, Vigo County area into Indiana, and kind of, crossing over our jurisdictions there with our sister station over there, WTWO, and Jesse Walker and his team over there that are going to be tracking that. So when this storm kind of starts to move over there, we'll kind of pass that over to them. We're still watching. Here's the thing, and Jacob, I don't know if you've noticed, but you're getting ready to get hit by another little line of storms, possibly. So I know there's people out there getting ready, they're assessing damage. There's another little line that's about to come in. So you're going to get some heavy rainfall there, and just look out for some of the lightning there. But if you just look up there to your north, that next little wave may come through. And I'm not seeing anything that's showing significant signs there, but I just wanted to kind of mention that to you. Let's come back over here to the storm. That is one we're probably going to have to start focusing in on a little bit more as it's, that Clark County storm kind of heads out. As you can see, there's Jacob. Come on, is that a tree on a car there, Jacob, maybe?
Yeah, Kevin, the tree came from this house here, and we are straight north of downtown. Let me get you the exact street address. Mainly tree damage in this area. It's not as significant as maybe further to the west. I'm going to be located on Poplar Avenue and North 6th Street here. It's going to be right east of Baker Field, right south of the Suvius plant, not by much here between there and downtown. It seems like the north side of town took a hit from this. I'm going to try and backtrack to the west. I think the tornado was maybe a little stronger towards the the Coles County Dragway, maybe towards Sarah Bush. And then when it hit town, it was maybe at its strongest point. But then, and here you can kind of see some of the damage people are getting out. And you're right. I was just looking at radar because I noticed it was getting dark, and I was not thinking that was good to see here. They're actually using a truck to pull that out of the way. So that's what we're dealing with here, Kevin. We're going to keep you updated and have another check, and we'll go watch that next storm coming on in. Back to you.
All right, we'll come back to our Christian County storm for right now, and our friends here into Christian County. Pana, you need to be taking shelter here along Highway 51, Tower Hill. Okay, Tower Hill, Pana areas. You guys take shelter. It's right here on the county line here right now, but this would be where some of that rotation would be with this storm, and it is minutes away here from Pana. So, folks, definitely take shelter here if you're along, well, boy, it's been that Highway 16 corridor, right? Man, tough stretch here tonight between Mattoon and Charleston, and now over here all the way west into Christian County. And so here's Pana as we watch that. Tower Hill, southern portions of Shelby County under this tornado warning, as once again, some of that rotation showing up on this storm. If you are in Tower Hill, I would be taking shelter anywhere along Highway 16, essentially, is what I'll just kind of tell you here, because, you know, then Shelbyville here. And then we get down here, you can see here's Cowden and there's Herrick. So this is going to be north of you for now, but we're just, I mean, this thing's kind of riding along that Highway 16 corridor, at least for the time being. So Tower Hill and Pana, that's what we're watching here, just north of Oconee and Highway 51 near and south of the Pana area. So there you go. Southeastern Christian County rotation still showing up on that cell right there. These are difficult kind of storms to, you know, to be able to kind of see anything visually, because a lot of times some of these can be shrouded in all of that rain. But getting in more and more of these storm damage reports from the folks out there. And I have a feeling that we're going to see even more coming in from the Charleston area. The question is exactly where did that touch down? You know, between the Mattoon and Charleston area, but the warnings continuing here. Severe thunderstorm warning, huge box that stretches out here, but also that tornado warning for the folks up here. And I just want to glance at something here real quick. So yeah, I was just looking at, so there are storms. I thought I saw some warnings up to the north. I didn't realize they were actually up in Wisconsin. But I was just kind of checking on things because I know those up here into Ford and Iroquois County, you know, obviously not seeing a whole lot. DeWitt County now, but things are looking a little bit better for areas that are north of I-74 than obviously south of I-74. That is for sure. So the area of concern right now with the tornado warning, we've got the storm that is over into Clark County, and then also our Christian County storm. And this thing knocking right here on the doorstep into Pana, where the rotation continues. Tower Hill, you need to be taking shelter too. Lots of reports still filtering into us. If you have any of those, you can also email news@wcia.com if you've had damage where you are, if you have any pictures or anything, and we can use that. Pass it along to the National Weather Service, and really kind of helps us out here. So thank you to those of you that have sent in some of those damage reports here over the course of this afternoon, this evening. It's 7:30 p.m. now here on Wednesday night, still in the middle of our severe weather coverage as a tornado warning does continue here. Southeastern Christian County, southwestern portions of Shelby County that were kind of concerned about for this tornado that continues to move in. Any reports to pass along here, and any other things over there, Kelly?
Yeah, we've got a couple things that we'd love to tell you about. We have an interview with the owner of the Hand of Fate Brewing Company. Hannah, if we have that queued up, can we play that? Tell you more about that scene that we saw earlier today, how the facade was just toppled over. We're now hearing from the owner. Let's go ahead and listen.
We're very happy to have been here for 10 years and still going, and to see this initial work gone, yeah, it is emotional. Right now we're planning on cleaning up in the morning. That way we can make sure all the storms have passed, clean it up, and we're in the process of ensuring everything is working inside. That way we can hopefully open tomorrow, Thursday at 5, like we normally would.
And that bar, Hand of Fate Brewing Company, I should say, located in Petersburg. There's video from earlier today. You can just see the building, the front of that just collapsed from the weight of the severe weather that we've been monitoring throughout the day. That was the owner that you just heard from. Thankfully, no one in there. We also want to tell you we received an email about a down power line on Lakeshore Drive near St. Mary's Hospital. This is in Decatur. There's several trees down that are blocking the road. Several traffic lights are out. This viewer says roads are flooded so bad. The water is up to the doors on vehicles. Some cars are stuck in the water. They thankfully have no pictures because they wanted to be safe. So that's out of Decatur. We have some flooding in Fisher that we want to show you. This video, take a look at this, courtesy of Megan Shope. As you can see the conditions there, that water moving and moving quickly. And again, we always want to remind you to be safe in these conditions, to turn around, don't drown, because you don't know what the road is like up underneath that flooding. Also, we want to show you some hail video. This is from Arthur, courtesy of Nathan Seal. Kevin, look at the size of that hail and how generous it is coming down.
Pretty big hail. That's probably some golf balls there at least.
Wow. I mean, if you didn't know it, you'd think it was snowing there. But that's hail video. We want to thank you again for sending in your videos, sending in your pictures. news@wcia.com. Also, your comments. We are live across all of our socials, and we are reading your comments. So if you see something, if you know something, go ahead and post that location, any information that can help us, help our weather team. Kevin, back over to you.
Okay, very good. Thanks for all the pictures there, guys. All right, this storm here, passing through Pana to Tower Hill. If you're in Tower Hill, you need to be taking shelter. We've got some velocity signatures here showing some of that rotation probably coming really close to Tower Hill into portions of Shelby County. And then Shelbyville, again, here's Highway 16. There's Shelbyville. Tornado warning continues. So we want all of you folks there watching in Shelbyville to be taking shelter right now. You're getting some really heavy rainfall at this point. The rotation on this looks to be a little bit more located towards Tower Hill, at least at this moment. But anywhere along Highway 16, just west of town, and this thing is moving at a pretty good clip. So it's going to be on top of you here before you know it. And again, most likely going to be tough to see something. If there is some of that rotation, a tornado would be embedded in all of that really heavy rainfall. So forget trying to go out there and look at it, like the typical Midwesterner does, right? Because you're not going to see it. You're just not. It's that rain these are high precipitation supercells, and there's so much moisture there, and in that circulation just suddenly gets caught up there, and you can't see anything. So that's kind of what's going on there with that storm. Shelbyville, I mean, anywhere along the 16 here, that seems to be kind of the path here. So this evening we had the damage there between Mattoon and Charleston. And now another potential tornado that's showing up here right near the Tower Hill location. So if you're in Shelbyville, you've got the heavy rainfall, but just know that lurking behind might still be some of that rotation on that back side of things, okay? Heavy rainfall and then rotation that's kind of showing up here on the Doppler radar with this storm that's going straight off here and to the east. Well, let's kind of widen the view out here just a tad bit more. And what we'll do here is kind of show you, again, this thing is going off here to the east. Cumberland County, we've not talked about you guys at all tonight. You guys, largely have kind of missed any of the severe weather just yet. This will be your storm, most likely. It just maybe drifts a little bit more to the south and southeast portions of Shelby County, and maybe eventually into northwestern Cumberland County. So Neoga, we want you folks to just kind of be watching things over the next hour, because if this storm holds together, then concern shifts for you folks, and you guys haven't had anything yet. So we just want you to kind of be aware of things, because this storm here, if it persists, and I don't see why it wouldn't, because some of the parameters, actually, we're going to have something called the low-level jet that maybe kicks in here in a little bit. And that sometimes can enhance things. It adds another kind of layer of winds that can kind of get these storms to twist a little bit. So we're watching that. here's Herrick and here's Cowden. You guys are just outside of that tornado warning, but you know, the Weather Service is having to try to issue these polygons. So there's the new one. And just as I was kind of saying, I was like, it'll be interesting what they do here. They added in the severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag. So now Herrick and Cowden, that orange box there takes into account for that. Or maybe that tornadic circulation is going to be just up here and closer to Tower Hill, from what we can tell here on radar. Huge, high precipitation, large supercell here. And then on the backside, maybe some of that rotation trying to kick in. So if you're in Cowden, if you're down there near Fancher and Clarksburg, these are areas that may eventually kind of get hit. We're going to have to watch this here. Stewartson, Strasburg, the Stewartson, Strasburg area. Again, we're just kind of looking at this here. All right. Down the line. We want you guys to also be kind of paying attention to the storm in the southeastern portions of Shelby County. This may be trying to ramp up just a little bit. We're going to have to keep a close eye on that. Jacob, coming across some more damage. What is your location?
Hey, Kevin, I'm at State Route 316 in Loxa Road, about a half mile north of Loxa. And there is some damage indicative that the tornado passed through here. I also just got off the phone with a friend, and he says there's a house damage over by the north side of Mattoon, up there by the industrial complexes. It's the, let me say the name right, the Calmaine. Somebody at home is correcting me here. But there's a plant. It's kind of up by the old Donnelly plant on 45 there. And as I turn here on 316, we're right by the landfill. Looking to the west, this is where that tornado came across, and I can see several miles down the road, there's emergency responders here. Okay, hang on. There we go. Let me get that fixed here. It's just kind of an evolving situation, but Loxa 316 is blocked by debris at Loxa Road. There we go. There you can see it, and there's probably a little ways down there. You can see more emergency lights. So I think this came right down 316, about 2 miles north of Highway 16 here between Mattoon and Charleston, kind of affected up here north of Lerna, affected those places like that. So that gives you an idea of this damage. A lot of tree damage, power line damage as well. Most structures seem to be intact. Some of the weaker structures have roofs missing and siding pulled off. I don't see the signs of a particularly intense tornado. But the problem is there's a lot of damage. And if this tornado did touch down all the way northwest of Mattoon, like some of the reports I just got indicate, there's a lot of damage to sort through. And so we don't know exactly how intense that damage was, but there clearly is a lot of it. And there's a large response from first responders in this area. I've seen multiple fire departments in Coles County out, lots of sheriff's officers out, state police, city police. It's a mess over here in Coles County, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, Jacob, thanks for the reports here. Again, before we go back over and to get some updates from news, I want to talk about this tornado warning here because this thing ramping up just a little bit more for us here. I want the folks that are down here, even close to kind of the Cowden area. I know you guys are technically just outside of that tornado warning, but there's some of that rotation, maybe up near kind of the Lakewood area. And here's Clarksburg. Now here's Shelbyville too. We're kind of getting some altering areas where there's some of that rotation that kind of shows up. So notice it kind of hanging out right about here. Okay. So Shelbyville up here, some really strong winds there as well. Before we go back to the news to do an update here, again, tornado warning, southern Shelby County. We're going to be watching the Stewartson Strasburg area as this storm comes to you. Jacob, I see a picture there. You've got some building damage there.
Yeah, Kevin, we just passed south of that Highway 316. This is Loxa proper. And looking ahead, there's damage. This is a machine shed of some sort. It's gone. And then into town here, this is Loxa proper. It's not a real big place. It's a little hamlet, but folks are stopped in the road, and there's some significant tree damage in there. So we're going to try and get in and see what's going on down here as well. And quite the damage path, Kevin. The other thing that sticks out to me is that this is a fairly wide damage path, Kevin. I'm about a half mile south of 316, a quarter mile north of 316 I had damage. I think this may have been a fairly wide tornado that may have kept it from being particularly intense, but it also could be some rear flank downdraft downdraft winds. Those winds were nasty after the tornado passed on through here. We're going to keep you updated. Back to you, Kevin.
All right, so very good. I was just looking at some of the chat reports. They were saying maybe that maybe some damage at the Charleston Walmart. That was just in some of the chat messages here. But we are getting some more information coming into us here. We'll send it over to Kelly and Jennifer and see what they have found out about Charleston.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. We're going to show you some pictures from Trisha there in Charleston, really taking the brunt of this storm. She says you're going to be seeing, this is on Taylor Street, right by her home, which is right by the Jimmy John's on Route 16. She says the roads are blocked. Every power line has snapped on their road, and she just wants people to be aware of the danger in her neighborhood. Take a close look at this one. I believe that is a trampoline that flew into a power pole. So again, Charleston really getting walloped by this storm.
And when it comes to outages, the very latest that we have from 7:32 this evening in Decatur, 11,285 without power. And in Charleston, 7,907 without power. Again, if you want to report a power outage or any damages, 1-800-755-5000. I do want to mention, because I think about people who are new here, right? New to the Midwest, new to this country maybe, and we keep saying safe space. I know, Kevin, you've mentioned putting a helmet on. Will you give us ideas and examples of safe spaces that people should go to in case they don't know?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, basement's always the number one thing, but not everybody has a basement. So center part of your house is the key thing and the lowest level. So the key thing is putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So, if you have your outside wall, then say a bedroom wall, and then maybe a closet wall. Yeah, even just that small little closet wall is an extra kind of layer of strength. Because a lot of times what happens is when a tornado hits, the roof goes first, the outside walls go second. And so if you pull up the graphic that we've got here, it kind of shows you center part of your house, garage, bedroom, these outside walls. So you want to put as many walls. So look, here's a wall right here. Okay. And then you get another wall here, obviously downstairs. And then look at this closet. Okay. You've got multiple little walls there. So that's best. And so bathroom, a lot of times, is good as long as it's in the center part of your house and doesn't have any windows. So that is always an option. Just make sure that, again, you can put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Avoid windows, doors, outside walls. Cover yourself with blankets and mattresses for protection. Use the helmet there. Those are kind of the key things with that. Safest place to be is obviously going to be down in your basement if you've got that, but not everybody is lucky enough to have that. So that's why apartment complexes, you want to go down to the lowest level. Mobile homes, you want to try to get out of those and seek shelter elsewhere.
Kevin, I also want to say that we do have a crew headed to Coles County to check out the damage there. We've texted the Coles County Speedway owner. We're trying to get some more information. Of course, we had shown you that mobile home park where Jacob was. That was University Estates Mobile Home Park. And it was interesting, while Jacob was talking and giving us a look, you saw people coming on both sides of him trying to see the damage for themselves.
And we've already talked about the down power lines that were in that area. And just from a safety aspect, as much as you want to get to your belongings and to your home, you don't want to lose life doing so. You also don't want to put our first responders in harm's way because, of course, they want to get to you. But if there's trees down, if there's power lines down, then they've got to do what they have to do to be safe before they can assess.
Amanda Brennan giving us this report from the Coles County Speedway owner. He's saying they can't get through. They can't see what the damage is there. And of course, that makes sense because Jacob showed us what's going on. He said he knows trees are down all over the track. His daughter is trying to get to where she can because she lives nearby. He's driving in from St. Louis, but he's going to keep us in the loop with what he knows. So we'll have reports from him as well.
I reached out to Police Chief Dwayne Wheeler in Taylorville, checking on he and his family. He said all is well, a lot of wind, a lot of rain. So that's, checking in on how they're doing. But of course, with weather, this is fluid and the situations are changing. And that's why, we're continuing to give you every angle of how you can be safe and inform you on air and online.
And interesting, I was just checking out the Coles County Fair. It hit the fairgrounds as well. And just 6 hours ago, before any of this happened, they were thanking everyone and recognizing the sponsors and volunteers because of the support of the oldest continuous county fair in Illinois.
Oh,
It's the Coles County Fair, and they've had tractor and truck pulls and a demo derby, and their fair week is July 26th through August 2nd. So I know that they are going to try to be sure that they can clean up out there, and we're going to get a full report of what's going on there at the fairgrounds, there at the Speedway,
Yeah.
and just Coles County as a whole.
one more update for you. Thank you, Ethan, on our digital team. An Ameren update as of 7:44, 3,911 without power in Taylorville.
Kevin?
All right, thanks a lot for the updates there of some of the damage, and we've got crews out there that are, going to be finding more of that damage and letting us know what's going on. And we've got severe thunderstorm warnings now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Let me double check here on this. Let's kind of widen the view out here. The Shelby County tornado warning, they have allowed that to expire, canceled it. We've still got here into Clark County. But notice things calming down here, especially north of, well, they've been calm for a while, but we've got still the tornado warning here into Clark County. This has come back down here on this storm here as it, and actually just a sliver of Edgar County. And so maybe some of that rotation there. Okay, so there's the kind of update there. Is that just updated? Storming pretty good there south of Paris. And then that rotating part of that storm is now going to be over there crossing into Indiana. There's Terre Haute now under a tornado warning. With that storm that's coming into Indiana. But for the rest of us, things have calmed down considerably. Now, yes, it's storming like crazy there from Paris to Kansas. That storm is still a really big one there into southeastern portions of Shelby County right now. Stewart's and Strasburg area, you folks are getting pelted by a lot of heavy rainfall there. Clarksburg, man, that storm might even have a little bit of hail, but they don't actually have a tornado warning associated with that here. We'll send things over to Adam now with an update.
Yeah, I've got some good news, Kevin, too. We were talking about how we're kind of losing those tornado warnings for now. We're getting a break, it seems like. Still having those severe thunderstorm warnings. Obviously, we're still keeping an eye on storms. But some good news. DeWitt, Logan, Menard, and Cass County, they are now out of the tornado watch. So we're starting to see some counties come to a close on the tornado watch here. That is some good news. Bad news is, though, we still have a lot of our viewing area, a lot of real estate from Christian, Shelby, Coles, Edgar, Park, Clark, and Crawford County, stretching all the way to Fayette and Macoupin County south, even into the St. Louis area and out towards Indianapolis. So we're not done yet, but I do want to say at least we are getting some ray of hope, I guess, for some of us here in DeWitt, Logan, Menard, and Cass County. You're done with the tornado watch for tonight. So that's some good news. That's the one until 10 o'clock too. So we still have some time on it, but we're starting to at least see the trend of seeing less and less of those counties still in that spot there. So wanted to bring some good news as we're moving forward with these storms. And since we have a little bit of a lull in these thunderstorms right now, still monitoring those storms, especially the one out there towards Shelby County. That one's still looking like a doozy, especially with the precipitation it's been kind of showing on radar, right, Kevin?
Yeah, listen, here's the thing on this storm here. It's starting to take on a little bit more of that shape again. Look at this big high precipitation supercell, starting to get a little definition maybe down towards Cowden, okay, between Cowden and Fancher. And then, we're just going to have to watch this carefully. There's severe thunderstorm warning with what is known as the tornado possible tag, but this one has me going, we got to watch this one carefully here. Near Cowden right now, okay? So I know right now, severe thunderstorm warning, but this thing here dumping just probably some hail, some gusty winds, Strasburg, Stewartson area. You guys are going to see that storm kind of come right into your area here. This is going to be extremely torrential downpours of rain. And then this little feature here is what we're going to watch out for. It looks like they carried kind of that severe thunderstorm warning down to the south and east, and there's kind of Beecher City. You start to get in there into Effingham County. But this area here, we're just going to have to watch. It's got my curiosity piqued. You've seen that kind of signature earlier. And if that kind of ramps up just a little bit more, and if you get more of that rotational reports of anything, we're going to have to just keep an eye on things. So that's, again, Cowden, Fancher, Beecher City area, just a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's one of the kind of the higher up severe severe thunderstorm warnings because it has the tornado possible tag associated with that thunderstorm that is located there. So we're coming up here on 7:50 p.m. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, still that tornado warning in effect for portions of Clark County as that storm moves off there to the east into Indiana. And just look at, basically there are now severe thunderstorm warnings that stretch all the way to the state line now. Jasper, Newton, Clark, Cumberland counties here. Basically for this gigantic storm. I mean, it's a really large storm in terms of kind of the area that it's covering, and it is just dumping rainfall. Okay, just as I thought, tornado warning there. I had a feeling that was taking on a little bit more of a signature, and there we go. Cowden, take shelter. That thing's on top of you now. We'll say Fancher, take shelter. We'll say Mode areas there, take shelter. These are some small little towns there. I've driven through there before. There are, several houses in that area down right along a little stretch of road. But that looks like an increasing rotational couplet that's starting to show up there, right there near Cowden, maybe near the Holiday area, Holland. If you're in Fancher Mode, that area there, south of Clarksburg, here's your hail, and now here's your tornado potential right here. That thing looking a little nasty. So now parts of Shelby County, you've got the Shumway and Beecher City areas that have also been included with this, as this probably takes a little path like this, right, folks? So we're talking about extreme southern portions of Cumberland County, the northwestern portion of Effingham County, and then I believe this even goes, does this come up into Cumberland County here too? Yeah, so just kind of a sliver of, it kind of comes in here. So there's Neogo, there's Toledo. So kind of a wide tornado warning here. But Jacob is out there. He is going to be traveling here south on 57. He's going to try to stay ahead of it there. I know he's probably going to get into some rain there. So definitely watch out. Jacob, if you've got a report there, again, this storm here, and we've both been down in this area, Fancher, Mode areas here before, and that's an area down there people need to be definitely taking shelter.
Yeah, I am very concerned for Fancher and Mode and other parts of that are ahead of the storm here, Kevin. We're now passing Lakeland College. Now, let me just update you real quick. Sarah Bush Medical Center had 0 damage. That's some good news, but the damage track was about a mile north of there. I am now heading south, and the interesting thing is Interstate 57 past the Lakeland exit. You can't get off the interstate until Effingham, Kevin. The Neoga exit, I believe, is closed on the southbound lanes there. So I'm instead heading down 121 towards Montrose and 45. I believe it's 45 and 121 here. Yeah, so I'm going to be heading down there, and I'm going to go straight south. I'm going to be cutting through the storm. It may be a little close, but I should be just ahead of it. But you'll be able to see my spotter icon and keep me safe. And as we get through the storm here, not done yet, but this storm could be quite the problem for Cumberland County, maybe north side of Effingham, Green Creek area, places like that. Kevin, back to you.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's come back on our tornado warned storm here. That is down here into Shelby County right now. This thing has ramped up in the last couple of scans. Things have kind of ramped up here. So if you're in extreme southern portions of the kind of the southeastern portion there of Shelby County, and then here into the northwest portion of Effingham County, you need to be in your tornado safe spot, lowest level of your home. Stewartson too, we're going to say Shumway to Beecher City. And this thing is moving fast. I mean, the new updated radar scan now is, kind of starting to push this thing a little bit more towards the Beecher City area. So I would be taking shelter immediately here as rotation is kind of kicking up there south of Fancher near Beecher City. It's going to be it's kind of coming to that northwest side of Effingham County. This thing is really kind of picking up in some of its speed here as it moves off here to the east. This looks to track obviously south of Stewartson at this point here, as long as it doesn't take any weird motions here. But there's Shumway running down here to the east as that tornado warning is in effect here. So folks down here, this storm kicked up a little bit more. It had some of those signs right before we had that Charleston storm on radar. It looked kind of similar. And now this one kind of ramping up. And now you get that RFD that kind of wraps in there, that rear flank downdraft, those winds that really kind of, flow into the storm there and wrap around on the back side of it. But sometimes it can kind of start to obscure things and tighten it up a little bit, and then you can't see a whole lot. But that is going to be the case here. I think this is going to be another one of those where you're not going to be able to see anything. You probably got that tornado embedded within that heavy rainfall. Boy, you're getting the heavy rainfall in Stewartson right now. It's coming down. You might have a little bit of that hail. The tornadic part of the storm, again, is going to be right here near Beecher City. Between Fancher and Beecher City, this is your rotation. Okay, folks? So definitely along Highway 33, you want to be taking shot, and just how fast this thing is moving. I need to kind of I'm going to look at the speed of this, because I feel like this thing's really moving here. 50 miles an hour, I think, with this. New tornado warning here, moving about 50 miles an hour with our storm. So that thing is definitely coming along. Jacob is going to try to get down there, but I think he's going to have a tough time trying to get ahead of this thing, as it is going to be coming into northern portions there of Effingham County, Cumberland County here. We're watching you folks there. So again, this thing is a gigantic storm, and it's got all of this hail and heavy rainfall. That's what the red and the purple color is here. That's what Stewartson's getting. That's probably what Sigel and Neoga are going to get. But right about here, and it may just kind of hug right along the Cumberland and Effingham County line. That is the concern that we've got. So if you folks are watching us in Effingham, pay attention. Sigel, pay attention. Stewartson, and we're just watching there near Beecher City. I'm told some additional news information coming into us, so we'll see what Jennifer and Kelly have.
Yeah, we're receiving a report from ISP about multiple rollovers due to strong winds. Preliminary information indicating that one driver was taken to a local hospital with injuries. One northbound lane is currently shut down. This is I-57 northbound at milepost 191 in Coles County near Mattoon. This happening just before 7 p.m.
So that's the first report of damage, or someone getting hurt tonight that we have. And then this, Kevin, you kept pointing to Blue Mound. Blue Mound, what's going on there? Well, we're getting some information. We just received this from the school district there, that because of the severe storms that moved through, Meridian Elementary School there in Blue Mound sustained significant damage. They're assessing the situation, considering the safety of students and staff. They are going to cancel the remainder of summer camp for this year. So Blue Mound, Kevin, you called it. You suspected that something was going on there, possible tornado. We're not sure yet, but we do know that Meridian Elementary School did have damage and no more summer camp for the rest of the year.
Well, there we go. Yeah, I mean, that looked pretty impressive on a radar, so we kind of thought possibly something there. And again, the damage reports, they trickle in sometimes hours after, and understandably so. Their first order of business isn't to call WCIA and let us know, and we understand that. So sometimes it takes, a while for us to hear about what's going on. So some reports there. All right, I want to come back to this because this storm's racing. There's still, I think, a tornado here, possibly just kind of rolling through Beecher City. Highway 33 between Shumway and Beecher City. That's where a possible tornado is located right now. We switch on the velocity. I think this is right on the Effingham County line here. Right here on the Effingham County line, Shelby County line is where we've got this potential tornado right there near the Beecher City area. So here's Stewartson, okay? Beecher City and Highway 33. This seems to be just kind of going right here to the east. So we're going to be watching our camera there in Effingham. Adam, do you have that pulled up over there?
Dude, I'm looking at the same spot, that kind of dry slot area where we would find it, where there isn't precipitation. And I haven't seen anything yet. I've seen some kind of fingers here and there kind of like poking out from the clouds, but I have not seen anything that says, yes, this is a funnel cloud just yet. It's hard to tell. There's just so much rising motion. If you want to pull up, there it is. You have it pulled up right now. the Effingham camera, it's definitely worth looking at. And you know what? That's going to be hard to move the camera here in a minute once we start to zoom things out a little bit more. That might be the wall cloud right there. I'm not 100% sure. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. Feel free to. But that's the area I'd be watching if I was looking. Oh, there's a nice flash of lightning right there for that storm there. If you're looking at the north and west, that is looking north and west. And again, with all that lightning right there, it's starting to look a little more intense in that pocket of area within that thunderstorm, looking north and west towards that Shumway area. And again, that's the spot you'd be looking for. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. And it does look like it's a little bit of a lowering there, but it's just hard to tell what the rotation, if there's any rotation at this vantage point. But definitely the spot to look for would be in this area if we started to see any tornadic activity.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're looking at an exact. Okay, so Effingham's down there. Yeah, that's definitely. Let's stay on this here, and I'll let Adam just kind of control the camera a little bit. But so here you go. This is kind of the classic. All right, so here is your cloud base usually, but there's a little bit of a lowering that starts to happen here. Now it's a little bit wider. You'd like to see it maybe a little smaller area there sometimes, but definitely you can kind of see the the deviation, the change there. So we're looking into that storm. We'd be looking for any power flash. So we're looking northwest from Effingham, probably more up towards kind of Shumway, Beecher City area to the north and west. You just look for those little fingers kind of coming down, and you got to look close.
There, Kevin, is that look more funnel like? I'm going to zoom in real quick. I apologize.
No, go ahead. Adjust the camera.
Something real fast. Ameren, Illinois has tweeted out that their crews are working safely and efficiently after today's severe weather. They're repairing more than 110 down poles. They tweeted that out 2 minutes ago, saying pole replacement takes time, but they're working to restore service as quickly as possible. If you follow them online, on X, I should say, you can see the pictures that they have shared there. But yeah, the power of that wind.
All right, thanks a lot. Here we go. We've got the possible tornado here. As you can see, there's definitely a lowering here that is happening here. This is looking here northwest of Effingham. A rotation is picking up there. It is right between Beecher City and Shumway, and we're going to have to really just kind of keep an eye on things here. Low on the horizon, any power flashes, any funnel that could come down, because, again, this might be difficult to kind of see. But we'd be able to kind of look into this here and see something. I think it's going to be right north of Shumway, or right around the Shumway area here, right along Highway 13. And we're looking into that here and see if we can see anything at all off there. And that's going to pass eventually. It'll cross over 45 and 57 here in the next few minutes or so. But that thing's probably right on 33. It's going to be Highway 33 and 32 that kind of come together. That's where some of that rotation is, and it just looks a little ominous there. So I want the folks there. We'll even say, let's just say Sigel, with you guys too, be on the lookout. The far north side of Effingham, you guys definitely need to be just taking shelter here in case this thing does drop. We're looking into the storm right now from our Effingham camera off to the north and west. And if there's something in there, again, it could be difficult to see with sometimes some of the rain. Maybe can we pan that? Maybe just or zoom it out just a little bit. I'm just kind of curious to see kind of the wider view of everything. Yeah, maybe they're kind of on the right. Yeah, that little bowl shape, as you were kind of talking about there, is something of concern. Let's come back to radar here. We'll bring it back on our max radar. So this is that rotation, as I mentioned, near Shumway. Stewartson is up here. And take a look here near Effingham, where we're looking at our storm. So here's Effingham right here, looking right here to the north and west is where that storm is. So here's Highway 32, Highway 33. And it's going to be really close to the area right up here into far northern portions of Effingham County. Here's Sigel there in the corner of Cumberland County. This next radar scan is probably going to start to place this a little bit here to the east. So if you're just on the north side of Effingham, right there at 32 and 33, we want to be looking at this carefully. And we're kind of looking into that storm. We've got our weather. Our weather camera is looking right into this thing here. So if there would be something, we might be able to see it here. That little kind of lowering there on the right side of your screen. is something that we're watching. But all day we've kind of had these storms get really close to putting down a tornado. It finally happened, looks like for sure over near Charleston, but this next storm here in Effingham is starting to take on maybe some of those characteristics, and we're looking close at it here. We'll look for any power flashes. There'll be a little flash, a lot of times some green there. Definitely want to be on the lookout as that kind of hugs right along the Shelby and Effingham County and eventually Cumberland County line there. And Jacob, you're going to be coming close to those areas here later. And this is an area here, and we'll see what the updated radar scan shows us, but we're looking at it. Still a little concerning view that we've got.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm about 4 miles north of Montrose now, and I just want to make sure it's still to my west. I'm not sure I have time to go southwest on 70 into Effingham. I think I may need to either use 45 or drop south to Dietrich down there. But just kind of watch that. It's been rain here for now. I haven't had any hail yet, but that's not a good-looking storm. Is where the potential outcomes could come. We're very concerned for northern Effingham, southwestern Cumberland, and northern Jasper County. Kevin, what are your thoughts? From Montrose, what direction should I be heading here?
How close are you to Montrose right now?
About 4 miles. I'm directly east of Sigel.
You're just east of Sigel. Oh man, this thing is moving so fast. You're in that heavy rain. Can you drop? I would keep dropping towards Dietrich there. I don't think going into like Teutopolis.
Okay, there's the blacktop. I can get that.
Yeah. Okay, come back on screen here, Max. Max 2 got a tornado here. Give me Max 2, or give me the camera here full. Camera full here, Effingham. The weather camera here, folks. Shumway, Northwest Effingham. Can we get? Is that on Max 1?
It's on Max 1. Max
1, folks. Max 1 full. We've got a tornado here, folks. Bring us on camera here. Here it is, tornado on the ground right now. Bring us here. If we can, get the chroma key up here, folks. I want to talk about where this is. Here we go. Tornado happening right now. This is going to be northwest of Effingham. We're looking at it. There it is, clear as day. This is going to be up near Shumway right now. It is going to be crossing here as it goes off to the east. Maybe it just barely lifted there, but you can see we've got a tornado there confirmed on our camera looking northwest of Effingham. There it is, clear funnel. Debris, you can kind of see some of that showing up. There it is, folks. If you are in northwestern Effingham County, you need to be taking shelter immediately. We have got a confirmed tornado here that is showing up. You can almost kind of see some of that debris there on the bottom. Now, maybe starting to lift back up just a little bit. It's hard to tell if there's still some debris. Can we zoom in any more on that at all, Adam?
Yep.
Okay, so here it is, guys, coming into the northwest side of Effingham right now. You need to be taking shelter. There it is. You can see the funnel and some of the damage. Now, we'll see if we start to see some power flashes, but there it is. And you can kind of see right down there kind of the shrouds of some of the rain that are probably in there. Then also, where it could be doing some damage. We are looking here right on the north side of Effingham. This is going to cross over 57 in the next minute or so as it comes across. So again, hard to tell if it's lifted back up, fully consolidated. Is that going to be up near the Green Creek area? Look at that storm. Wow. Tornado. Confirmed tornado. And this thing is moving here off to the east as we look at it. So there it is, folks. We're following it on our weather camera. Confirmed tornado. Teutopolis. Take shelter. Teutopolis. You need to get to your tornado safe spot right now. Tornado happening. You can see here's the debris right down here. Look at that debris cloud that is down here. You may not have that fully kind of condensed funnel there fully, but you can see right there debris. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of those power flashes there. That's going to be crossing over 57, folks. It's going to come across 57 here if it's still on the ground, and cross US 45. Take shelter immediately here, northern portions of Effingham, as this passes just on the north side there. Now maybe starting to get wrapped up with some of that rain, but you can still see some of that here. Here's your tornado right now. and maybe lifting back up. You can still kind of see some of that debris here. I'm surprised we're not seeing much in the way of power flashes here just yet. But this, again, kind of coming through up here right into extreme northern portions of Effingham County, crossing over 45 and 57 pretty much in the next minute or so. This thing's going to be moving right across. So looks like we do have a tornado between Sigel and Effingham, and going to be coming again across Interstate 57 and US 45. Adam's got the camera there kind of following along. You can kind of see the sheets of rain here kind of wrapping around into that. And so Jacob may have a view of this now too. Okay, we're gonna give him a minute. We're gonna go to him. And so it looks like it is probably still down. Can we zoom out here, come back here to the east just a little bit? Zoom out just a tad. And we're going to kind of come back out just a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So here's your funnel right here. Probably still have a tornado. Here's the thing. This is going to be hitting I-57, US 45, just basically on the north side of town there. You know where kind of I-57 kind of curves back around. This is going to come right at I-70 and I-57. So right where you kind of have kind of the two of those there on the north side. So there you go. Still kind of seeing some of that debris coming up there. Funnel, here it is. Jacob says Jacob, you got your back camera on here right now. Go ahead and give us the view of what you're seeing. All right, Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin, I can still see the debris cloud. It's a fairly large tornado here, and it's a cone shape. Same thing you're looking at. Still in progress here. This is going to be close to, if not just north of Montrose from my location, but it's moving south and east. So this will be moving almost directly towards me. And the structure of the storm is really impressive here. There's going to be continued tornado concern as this moves in. In fact, it's moving a little bit to the left. I think it may cut close to where I am, Kevin. So I'm going to be moving here a little bit more, but tornado coming right at me, right from Montrose. Kevin, back to you.
There he is. So you can see it right there. Again, it's going to start to be obscured a little bit. Not going to be able to see it very well. We've got it on our camera in Effingham. We're watching it there. So Jacob's on the storm. If you're in Teutopolis, Montrose, take shelter immediately. Montrose, north side there of Effingham, right there at 57 and 70, right there where those kind of split. 57 and 70, and you kind of go back up there to the north on 57, or you would still go east on 70. That's about where that may kind of cross. There it is, and you can see it from Jacob's shot, still on the ground. Debris, okay, that debris cloud there at the surface. You got to look for that dust that kind of gets kicked up there. Maybe we let's bring back the weather camera. We still able to kind of see it on the weather camera.
Yep. It's starting to get rain wrapped there. That's the problem, Kevin. We're starting to see that really get rain wrapped, so it's hard to tell exactly what we're looking at from our camera, from our angle. Maybe Jacob has a better angle than we do, but I can still see that there's something there. We have that rain wrap.
All right, let's come back to Jacob's shot. We'll come back to Jacob's shot there, and there it is. You can see it there, Jacob. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's an elephant trunk here, sidewinding. It's kind of moving back to the right. Its motion is not straight, so it's wobbling around here. But there's still a tornado down here as it's moving towards Montrose. Kind of moving back to the right for me, but there's a lot of strong rotation involved in that. Those clouds, they're feeding into it. This is not done yet, Kevin. It's going to be on the ground for a while, moving very close to my location, very close to Montrose. Kevin, back to you.
Yep, that's right. So you can kind of see it there, it kind of wobbling a little bit there. You had that little elephant trunk that came down for a second. And so, it is, it got some motion to it here, and we'll continue to move off to the east. Montrose, take shelter to Teutopolis. Between Teutopolis and Montrose, take shelter. There it is again, starting to kind of form. We'll just go and we'll stay back on Jacob's shot there. We can kind of see it clearly there. So there it is right there. Jacob, how far do you think that is from you, distance from you?
Ooh, I'm going to guess a couple miles at least, but it's definitely getting closer, and it's moving quick, Kevin. I think this is coming. The lightning, are you seeing the lightning too?
Yeah, I just saw that lightning.
The lightning is just picking up like crazy on this. There's a lot of it. So it's moving pretty close to my direction here, probably 2 to 3 miles to my northwest. I'm trying to look at radar as well, but still down, still have a debris cloud, still have contact with the ground with this tornado moving now, probably north of Teutopolis at this point. And it's crossing 57 northwest of Teutopolis. This is really close, Kevin, to the 57 and I-70 interchange.
Yep.
Going to be right north of Teutopolis and coming right into Montrose on its current path here.
and look
I'm
at
keeping
this.
an eye too, because sometimes go for it, Kevin.
Well, I was just saying, on the right side, you can see that inflow, right, kind of wrapping around in there, right? Still kind of strengthening that, right?
Yeah, and I'm keeping an eye further to the right as well, because sometimes what we can have is a quick handoff. So I'm looking to that lower area to the right there as well to see if something new were to form. It's kind of wobbling back and forth, left and right towards me. And so it's really moving right at me at this point, Kevin. I'm in a safe place now. I have an escape path back to Montrose, south into Blacktop. It's a lightning. Wow.
Right over
still on the
Teutopolis.
ground, still seeing debris. Still seeing debris. It is north of Teutopolis
Just
by
north of
about a mile.
Teutopolis, yep.
Still seeing that debris cloud in the ground. And boy, the lightning. Whenever you see lightning increasing like that, Kevin, this storm is not done yet. Tornado continues here.
Teutopolis here, just barely to your north. Teutopolis, but Montrose. Concerned for you guys here near Montrose. We're going to be watching that area carefully. If you're in Montrose, you need to be taking shelter immediately. This is going to be on the kind of southwest corner of Cumberland County. It's going to be into the north and northeast portions of Effingham County with the tornado. Okay, so you can see right there still, as Jacob is kind of showing it, you kind of see the cone that's there. He says he still sees a little contact with the ground. We'll have to see though. And
Still there, still down.
Still down
Still
there.
down.
Still
It is
down.
still down. I see the
Yep.
debris. See
Yep.
that debris cloud right there?
Yep, right there.
Still down. Has not lifted.
Okay, so you still have it. You don't have to have that funnel, that condensation funnel connected all the way where you kind of visually see it, but you got to look really close, and you've got that right there. So that's going to be a mile, and now there it is. Now you can really start to see it. Now it's starting to. That looks like that's starting to pick up a little bit more. And that debris cloud, look at that right there. That tornado still
That
strengthening
is a
there.
strong tornado, Kevin. Strong tornado here as it continues. This is a dangerous situation, northeastern Effingham County. Kevin?
Teutopolis to Montrose here, about a mile north of Teutopolis. There it is. Here's your tornado strengthening. You can see that debris cloud there. Jacob is about a mile or two kind of away from this as he's looking at it. And that motion there continues off there to the east. So if you live between Teutopolis and Montrose, anywhere in that area of northeastern Effingham County, take shelter. This is a tornado that we've got right now live on TV that we're showing you here from the storm tracker that Jacob is on, looking right at that. And you can just see, look at that rotation from the storm.
Kevin,
And
what's the forward speed here? Can you give me a forward speed and the latest warning? What's the thoughts on this here?
yeah, latest, the warning on this actually said 50 miles an hour. It seems like it's slowed down a little bit.
I don't think it's moving that fast. Yeah.
Yeah, because I say I feel like there hasn't been a ton of movement there lately, but that thing is that trying to get a little bit bigger though, or is that getting a little bit bigger? It seems like you're kind of wrapping in here.
It's getting close. Well, it's getting closer to me, Kevin. It also is taking a bit of a turn to the south, so it may cross very close to in front of me. I may end up in a situation like Charleston, where I'm in the bear's cage, the rain-cleared slot, and get a view of this. It's kind of leaning towards Teutopolis and Montrose. I mean, that's where it's at, north side of Teutopolis right now, Kevin.
North side of Teutopolis, but if this starts to turn just a little bit, maybe it takes a little bit more of that south kind of turn between Teutopolis, Montrose, south of town. Again, this is going to be north of Diederich there as well, but you can see it there. There it is, tornado here into northeastern portions of Effingham County. You can see the rotation with that, the debris cloud here on the bottom.
Multiple vortices in it.
Yeah, look at that. You can see those little.
Multiple vortices in that.
Yeah. Look at that right there. Look at that strong motion. You can see debris. Is that hitting something now? Looks like there might be some debris.
It's moving more to the south, so I think it's going to pass right in front of me, Kevin. I feel safe where I am, and we'll be pretty close to it here. Really close call from Montrose, but Montrose to Diederich. And in between Montrose and Diederich, your time is up. You've got to go to shelter. Take your phone with you. Get on Facebook. Get on the weather app. This tornado is moving towards you, and we will guide you through it here, Kevin, with these views. This is a strong tornado, Kevin. There's no other way to put that here.
Okay.
If it hits structures, there could be some significant damage, Kevin.
Can you tell us exactly what road you're on, just so people know what road you're on?
I'm on Route 40. I'm a mile west of Montrose here, and I'm not even to the first road out of town. So it's crossing west of Montrose here. Yeah, so I'm on 40, looking to the west here. Montrose is a half mile behind me, Kevin.
Okay, Montrose is a half mile behind you. You can see there's the tornado right there. And so that thing is going to cross over. It's going to cross over right where Jacob is there with that storm on
Getting
40. There it is again. Cone-shaped tornado right there. Debris still on the ground right in front of you there. I think it's going to be...
It's probably a quarter mile wide. It's hitting structures now, Kevin. It is hitting structures.
Okay, it's going to be between Teutopolis, Montrose there. There it is.
Lots of debris. Look at all that debris.
Debris
Look
in
at
the
all
air.
that debris.
Debris in the air here. Folks, serious situation. Here comes the tornado. It is crossing there right in front of Jacob on 40 between Teutopolis and Montrose. Folks, take shelter immediately. There it is. It's going to cross on the road right in front of them. Camera kind of going in and out.
And there is a large amount of debris.
Camera going in and out. Lost the camera there, Jacob.
Is it back? There we go.
Yep, we got it back.
A lot of debris. Lots of debris.
Camera's kind of
Large amount
flashing
of
a
debris
little
with
bit.
this,
There we go. Okay. Large amount of debris kind of showing up there. And again, you can see it just crossed in front of Jacob. There it is. Looks like some trees there. Look at the debris swirling. See the swirl of that debris. There's your cone right here. And down at the surface, you see all of that being kind of picked up. If you're in Montrose right now, absolutely take shelter. How close do you think this thing's going to get there?
Kevin, I'm a quarter mile. It's a quarter mile in front of me here. It's going to be just south of Montrose by a mile or two. Let me get on this road here. Wow, this is a strong tornado, Kevin. There's pieces of buildings that are being lofted in this here. It's going to be south of Montrose by maybe a mile or two, but not by much. Montrose, don't let your guard down. Should this occlude, it's going to, it can lift back to the north. And so making a turn here, give me a second to get in place and yell at me if my camera cuts out, but it's in front of me, Kevin.
Yeah.
Strong tornado.
Okay, yeah.
Strong tornado.
Gotcha. Yeah, we're getting a couple little flashes there, but we got your camera there right now. So there it is. Here's the funnel right there.
It's gonna hit this. It's gonna hit this farm, Kevin. It's gonna hit this farm.
Oh no. Oh no. Here we go, folks. You got to hope these people are here in their tornado safe spot. Here it comes, folks. You got to hope these people are in their tornado safe spot. Power flashes there. See the power flashes there. Power flashes. Let's hope it misses the houses.
It just missed that farm, but it's okay. It's just hitting that farm right there on the left side.
Watch out for those power lines there.
Will do. I see them. I'm clear. I'm in a safe spot. Strong tornado in progress here, Kevin. Strong tornado in progress. There's buildings being lofted into the air, Kevin. I've got chunks of buildings being lofted into the air right now. This is live TV, folks. We are seeing it at the same time as you. Looks like it missed the farm to my right. Just wow. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Just barely missed that house.
There's homes that are damaged over here. I see roofs off of homes down here south of Montrose, Kevin. Roofs off of homes south of Montrose, Kevin.
Okay, this tornado is just south of Montrose. This is live. This is 8:23 p.m. here, June 17th. There it is there. Tornado.
There's the damage.
Okay.
There's the damage.
Oh,
There's
wow.
the damage.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. Damage there. You can see a home damaged. So that came right across. So this is going to be just south of Montrose now.
There's gas. We've got gas leaks. Yeah, this chase may be over for me, Kevin. I can't get through. That's a two-story farmhouse. There's buildings in the road in front of me here. You can see what's going to be a sizable tornado. So this might be the end of my chase. A lot of damage. We need first responders to this area as quick as we can, Kevin. There used to be some sort of structure there. There is not now. I'm switching cameras here. Give me 1 second.
You're good.
This is the view out the side. This is looking out to my east here. You can see in this farm here. Let me fix my focus. Sorry.
You're fine.
This is live, folks. We're just making it, that's a house that just got hit here. And there's gas tanks leaking, roof off the home, structures destroyed. Tornado continues south of Montrose. Tornado continues south of Montrose. Significant damage, Kevin.
Okay, Jacob. Stay on that there. I'm sure there's storm chasers out there. We'll be checking on the folks there at that home. Hopefully they were in their tornado safe spot there. But you can see significant damage to the home there. That tornado ongoing now. This is just south of Montrose now. It's going to be just north of Diederich, okay, folks, as this is going to be crossing here into eastern portions there into Jasper County. And, man, now, can you, Jacob, I know you're swapping the camera out there. Go ahead.
I think that was a mobile home, Kevin. I can't tell what that was. There are people that are looking there. The tornado continues off to the east. It's still on the ground, Kevin. There it is. I can't believe what I've witnessed here, Kevin. The large first responders, a lot of them needed south of and west of Montrose. Damaging tornado continues off to the east. This is a serious situation, Kevin.
Yeah.
We hoped this wouldn't happen. It's happening now, Kevin.
It is indeed confirmed damage there. You saw it live here on WCIA. You're still seeing a live tornado happening right now. Damage to this house is going to be just south of Montrose. Okay, north of Diederich, Montrose. Tornado continues there. Look at that damage to that home, that truck. Look at that tree shredded. Power lines there. All of the damage from that home.
You can still see this thing from the Effingham camera too.
You can still see it from Effingham?
Yep.
Kevin, the tornado may be concluding. It may be occluding.
Okay.
It's getting a little more narrow in shape. It's still there. I don't want to say it's weakening because it may still be on the ground, but maybe it's showing signs of kind of trying to occlude out. But man, what destruction there is here east of Effingham. And I bet it's like this north of Effingham too, Kevin, just like Coles County. Effingham County, this is a significant situation. Kevin, I'm going to try. What do you want me to do? You want me to stay here? Do you want me to try and get back to the east?
No. I'll tell you what. So again,
I mean, I'll stay here and watch the fun a little longer.
Yeah, just hang out there. And then definitely, I don't know how, if you can get to that home and kind of check on the people there, make sure that they're okay. If there are any chasers that have kind of gone over there and done that yet, but you want to make sure they're okay.
Yeah, they're searching.
Okay.
They're looking. I think they're. Oh, I can't zoom in. I cannot zoom in. We need first response. We need medical here fast, Kevin. We need medical on scene here fast.
Okay.
That does not look good.
Okay. Yeah.
There's someone we need.
Yeah, I got you. You got you. Yeah.
Okay.
We obviously don't want to show that, but
Wow.
Obviously a very bad situation.
It's going to be at 1500th East and North 2100th Street. 1500 East, North 2100th Street. First responders, please come now, please.
1500 East, North 2100, south of Montrose by about a mile or so. First responders immediately, please get out there. Obviously, there are injuries that have occurred here. Storm chasers out there. And again, that may be from maybe a mobile home, you said you think. And then obviously the home that's out there a little bit there also to your east still. Oh, my goodness. Wow. All right, folks.
Yeah. Hey.
Want to take a break? Let's give Kevin a second, because I know that was really hard to watch. Yeah. I told Kelly that was, we've never seen anything like that live.
Right.
On
because
the air.
you think about the families that are in there, the people that are in there or possibly could be, and seeing this live and not knowing. And thank you, Jacob, for not pushing in on your shot, for you understanding the severity of this situation and giving that address so first responders could make it there.
I know, we're all taking deep breaths here. Kevin, we do have, if we want to take a break from that area, we can go to Katie, who has an update from Coles County. Would you like to do that?
Yeah, just let me do one little update. I just want to kind of show that storm. We haven't shown it on radar here for a second. Can we just come back to Max 2 just for a second on this here, and then yeah, we'll get a report. But I just want to talk to folks about where this storm is now. Okay, because there is still an ongoing tornado here. Now, again, this passes over into basically the Terre Haute market, and we know that here, folks, but we still want to kind of tell people what's going on, because this is confirmed tornado. We show it to you on the air. It's doing some of the damage. That's Hidalgo, the Rose Hill area near Grove right now. This is going to be just south of 70. It did, again, pass north of Diederich, but just south of Montrose is where this confirmed tornado did come across. Again, coverage of this tornado is going to be continuing with our sister station that you can tune into in Terre Haute, WTWO, but this kind of just gets out of our coverage area here. But what we're going to do is just kind of follow this here. If you know anybody that lives here into the Jasper County area, northern Jasper County, Hidalgo, Grove, north of Newton, definitely tell them to take shelter, get where they need to go, because this obviously has been a damaging tornado and may continue to be doing that here with us here tonight. So that's the update here for now. And just because I just want to look at the kind of the broad view of things. Okay, we still have, okay, so this is also just kind of technically just outside of our viewing area here that we cover into Macoupin and then into Fayette County. But I just want to show that storm, because I know there's still actually some people that still kind of watch us down here. There's another tornado warning here. That's going to cross over 51 in Ramsey here before too long. So folks, that's what we've got here right now. Things hopefully calming down in a lot of areas tonight. It is now 8:30 p.m. We have had a couple of what we know confirmed devastating tornadoes that have done damage here today. And we're going to be hearing more and more about some of these reports coming in. We're hearing more about it, and we're going to hand things back over to Jennifer and Kelly as you guys have got some more. But that was live TV, folks, and tough to watch. But you got to hope those people are okay.
It was tough to watch. You're sitting here and just praying. You want that tornado to lift, and seeing that happen in real time was difficult for everybody. I know everybody at home watching. Then you think about the people who are there and on the ground, and like you said, those loved ones. So you just hope that they're okay.
And you think about people who know whose home that is.
Yeah.
Right. And so again, Jacob, thank you for mentioning the address, getting first responders there as quickly as possible. But we also know that we've been talking about the down trees and the down power lines and how that can prevent first responders from reaching people.
Yeah. Okay. We're going to leave that area for just a second. We're going to go back to Coles County there. We've got WCIA3's Katie Moore. She is standing by live with an update. Katie.
I'm with Brad Warner here with the Lincoln Fire Department. We're in front of the Coles County Fairgrounds, and he's had quite the evening. Can you walk me through what happened earlier when you were driving?
So I was responding to my first call with the storm, and I felt my truck shake and a loud pop, and lightning struck my truck. It went completely dark. Indicator lights came on. And I just literally texted my chief and said, "Hey, I can't go anywhere." And, you know, we're out responding in this time when people need us. And sometimes we even fall. And
yeah, so, you know, we've been saying it on air back at the desk, but that you can speak to it too as a firefighter. What makes it easiest for you guys to respond to these calls? What should people at home be doing?
We just want to be there for people in need, you know, and that's what we do.
Yeah, and if people at home are seeing this with maybe trees in their yard, trees on their homes, power lines down, what can they do?
In the area, they can call CCOM non-emergency if it is an emergency, 345-0060, or they can, if it is an emergency, of course, call 911.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brad. I really appreciate it. Now, I have a couple more updates out of Coles County. We had a caller call in that they live on 10th Street, tree on their house, 4 adults, 3 kids, all displaced. No one was hurt, but the house is a total loss. I heard from Illinois State Police that multiple semis were turned over on I-57 in Coles County near Mattoon. There is 1 driver hospitalized. And when I was driving here on 57, it was a mess. I was getting pelted by rain. So if you do not have to be out, again, we urge you, do not. And then back at the station, we took a call from the deputy chief with Mattoon Police. He's telling us to urge people in Charleston and again to stay inside so that emergency agencies can continue their cleanup efforts. He said there are a lot of power lines down and that traffic is really bad. And I can attest to that. When I was driving in, I saw tons of power lines down, trees literally snapped in half. And then even here at the Coles County Fairground, you can see buildings just absolutely ransacked here. But that's all I have right now out of Coles County. We'll continue talking to law enforcement, talking to Ameren, figuring out power outages. I know around 8 p.m. there were over 7,000 people without power here in Charleston. But we'll keep digging. We'll keep getting that information and get it to you on air and online. Live in Charleston, I'm Katie Moore, WCIA3, your local news leader. Back to you guys.
All right, Katie, thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and check in with Adam. Adam, you have something?
Yeah, real quick though, I know we're kind of towards the edge of our viewing area here. We're going to take a look at this tornado warning there for Wednesday at 9 o'clock. Fayette, Montgomery County. Nothing confirmed with this one yet, but it does include Ramsey, Fillmore, and Sharon just north of Vandalia. Again, just on the south end of our viewing area, north of 70. A lot of these storms have now gotten closer to that I-70 spot here. But again, we want to keep an eye on this. I know we've been talking about that storm out there in Effingham County. Obviously, that one had a tornado we were following the whole time. This one is a storm we still want to keep an eye out for those folks who still get us down there towards Vandalia, towards Fayette County. But again, we want to keep an eye on that. And Montgomery, too, is a part of that. I would say Ramsey, Sharon, and Fillmore, those are the spots you really need to watch out. Just to the east of Fillmore, that's where we're going to watch out for that storm. Along with that same polygon, a severe thunderstorm warning too. That's gotten trimmed back quite a bit, actually, the tornado warning. Now it just looks like Ramsey and Fillmore just to the west of town. That's the spot we're looking for. Looking at that hook shape, we've been seeing it all day. Once you start seeing that hook shape, it's something to watch out for. It's now just Fayette County, not Montgomery County anymore. Montgomery County still, for some reason, underneath that severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45, 9 o'clock here for Wednesday. Again, radar indicated rotation, about 1.25 inches for the hail size. Very tiny sliver of our viewing area right there under that tornado warning, but we still want to keep an eye on it as well. So that's what we're talking about, where we've already been watching that storm out there towards Effingham County. Now we just want to watch out for Fayette County real quick, just north of the old state capitol in Vandalia. That's the storm we're watching out too as well. As we head back to Kevin here in just a second, he's going to give us more information about what's happening back out towards Effingham County in the far southeastern corners of our viewing area. Kevin?
All right. Thanks a lot. Appreciate the update there, Adam, on that storm. Again, down near Ramsey, the folks down there, tornado warning continues. I know we got a lot of people watching here, and I was looking at the chat, and people want to know updates on some of the people down there, or Jacob is, and we'll try to go back to him in just a little bit, and see what he has heard or seen or anything else. Because a lot of people asking, obviously hoping that the people there are okay. I'm going to see if he's got any kind of an update on that, because I know a lot of people are obviously going to be very interested in hearing about what he's heard in the past 10 minutes. Confirmed tornado does continue here. As you can see, Rose Hill. Again, Jacob was talking about even 5 minutes after that storm, he could still see the tornado off in the distance. So this continued to move off here to the east. Again, this is going to be just kind of clipping. I mean, it is right along the Cumberland. You've got, Cumberland County here, but it's definitely more here into Jasper County and, just outside of kind of Clark County. But just still wanted to kind of look at that storm there. For some of the folks that are watching, and it does still look like we probably have some circulation here from a tornado that might be occurring north of Newton. So definitely be in your tornado safe spot there. And if you know any folks down here near Rose Hill, definitely in Hidalgo, you guys want to be in a tornado safe. Moonshine, you're familiar with that, obviously the burgers there. And they're going to get hit by some pretty strong winds and maybe some hail when they're with that storm. But that will continue to pass up to the east in Crawford County as well. So we're watching that. Before we go back over to news, Jacob did say that he can give us a little bit of an update at his location. As you watch live on TV there, a tornado that ripped across there southwest of Montrose, and you saw the damage happen live on the air. And Jacob was there and saw it happen. I mean, seconds, as it happened right in front of him. So have you learned anything else? What are you seeing there? What is the state of the situation south of Montrose?
Kevin, we're southwest of Montrose here, and there's a home that's been destroyed. It's not good. I just can't say anything else here. the chasers that were here, I tell you what, they've been a big help. They're doing search and rescue right now, and I don't have that training. Some of them do, and so they're in there helping the individuals that are in this home that is destroyed. There's not been first responders here yet because I think, Kevin, there's a trail of damage from Shumway all across northern Effingham County to Montrose, and that tornado continued well to the south and east of Montrose. I was looking at a lightning flash to see if I could still see some, but I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, Kevin. It's really hard right now. So I'll send it back to you.
Gotcha, Jacob. Bad situation there, obviously. And you feel for the people that have been impacted by these devastating storms tonight and the tornadoes that have clearly occurred, the damage that happened right there. We were trying to do everything we could to warn people about this here all day, but these storms can, obviously they got a mind of their own, and the storm there ramped up pretty quick. We had the tornado, and we always try to tell people, mobile homes, that you got to get out of those. The tornadoes can pick those up. And again, folks, here tonight, thoughts are with a lot of people here that have been impacted, not just down there in south of Montrose. Over near Charleston, people impacted by the tornadoes that went through there, and possibly many other locations where there is damage. So again, we're thinking about all those people here tonight, and and I just want to tell people again, we're almost out of this and almost kind of in the clear, because I know that's probably what a lot of people obviously want to know about, but we're not quite there yet, because there is this cell here in Fayette County that still is tornado warned, and that could eventually, if that holds together, we're still going to have to be watching here into Effingham County. Near Ramsey there in 51, might still be a tornado there. But Altamont, we're going to be watching here, because this is going to start to come in eventually into western portions of Effingham County. And we're going to have to keep an eye on this. So 90% of our viewing area is probably good. We're still watching kind of this southern edge of what we cover here at WCIA, and we'll be watching this storm here. So I just want the folks that are, say, Altamont areas, kind of be paying attention. Don't let your guard down here just yet. And we'll even just say Effingham, as well, because it's hard to say exactly where this storm is going. This storm still has a tornado warning on it and still has that classic look. So I don't think we're completely done. St. Elmo, that's down here. And then again, the storm that eventually formed there right east of Beecher City, as we looked at it, we said that, although we were live on the air before that warning was issued, we said that looks like that could be something, and eventually went there to Beecher City, Shumway, and then across there near Montrose. So I want folks to pay attention to this, and I have a feeling we might be back on with more tornado warning coverage here. We're going to have to kind of stay on once this starts to cross over into portions of Effingham County. So we're going to take a little bit of a news break here, send it over to Jennifer and Kelly to talk about some of the things that they're hearing.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. This is coming out of Coles County. We've got a viewer report. The Amtrak train is stopped south of 1000, County Road 1000 and Route 45. Trees are blocking the tracks, and they've got 6 power poles down there. The T-Town Casey's people have been sheltering in place for the last now 20 minutes. They've got a mix of customers and employees there. They're in the back hall, in the back freezer area, trying to stay safe.
And our Amanda Brennan just sent us an update from Coles County, the Speedway owner, saying they took a direct hit, and I'm gutted. Not good. I'm gutted.
And we're going to keep seeing those
Yes.
reports coming in from Coles County, especially.
We also have the Charleston Walmart parking lot. We have pictures. A viewer sent us to us. Tamara V says that we were in our car in the Charleston Walmart parking lot when this shipping container went flying past our car. Take a look at the screen, your screen right there.
It's a mess.
She sent that just before 8 p.m. this evening. The other other angles of Walmart, the parking lot there. This is in Charleston. It's tough to look at. You understand the severity of this weather, the power of the wind, more down trees that we've been talking about, and the flooding.
This is also Charleston.
That's
that you're
right.
looking
That's
at.
still Charleston. That's right.
And right now we're just talking about Charleston, and we can't forget you've got flooding in Decatur, you've got down power lines. This is all across central Illinois. We talked about how wide this storm was, that line that marched across. And this is why our weather team does what they do. And you can't get complacent. And when they say take shelter, you need to listen. And even if the storm isn't happening in your neighborhood at that time, it could be in someone else's.
Just after 8 p.m., our Ethan in the our digital team took a call from Deputy Chief Ryan Hurst with telling us to tell people in Charleston to stay inside so that emergency agencies can continue their cleanup efforts. He said there are a lot of down power lines. Traffic is really bad. He was in Charleston assisting anywhere that he could as well, because this is a time where cities help each other, villages help each other, counties help each other, because of the severity wrapped around something of this magnitude. And we've been on since 5, and I know we've been tracking this since earlier this afternoon, and then this morning we had severe weather as well.
All right. Kevin, those are all the news updates we have right now for you.
Okay.
Keep working on it.
All right. Thank you for the update here. Again, folks, tornado warnings here. And here's the thing. We're kind of in that in-between here right now. This area here with this storm technically kind of heads into the Terre Haute market area. This storm here in Fayette County, we know we've got some folks that can watch us up here, but this storm here may come into Effingham County, and that's still got that classic hook on it. The velocity signature is still kind of showing up, and we want to stay with this here again, given what just transpired within the last half an hour or so. We want to watch this storm, because if this continues to stay on the same path, strengthening, this is going to come into western portions of Effingham County here very shortly. So we'll see if the Weather Service continues that additional tornado warning off to the east, because it would be Altamont and it would be, Effingham, the Watson areas. So it is right here, obviously, that classic hook that you get. And so this, once again, so that first one kind of went across north of Effingham. And it's 8:46, so it's kind of dark out. Are we getting anything on that Effingham camera that is going to be able to?
It's starting to get too dark for that.
Yeah, it's going to be too dark to kind of see anything. What we would be able to see would be if there would be any power flashes that would occur or whatnot. So we've got this tornado warning still in effect here for Fayette County. You can see it there. It's crossed over 51, and it's going to be this little area right here where there might be some of that rotation. That's Wright's Corner. And then as this goes off here to the east. So the National Weather Service will be making a decision here shortly. Now, again, remember we had those huge kind of classic high precipitation supercells. We had the hail, wind on the north side. Then you get back here and it kind of wraps around. Okay. You got this little inflow into the storm, and it creates this little hook. And that's where sometimes you get that little spin and rotation that can occur. So that's what we're looking at here, folks, into eastern portions of Fayette County. And again, right here is where Effingham County begins. So what I want to do is, let's just say it stays on its same path. So here's what we can do. I just want to look at the latest movement on this. Give me a second here. Moving east at 60 or so miles per hour. So if we take this here and we just kind of bring out the storm path here, and we'll be generous with it and say maybe it's moving, more here at about, sorry about that, maybe like towards about 50 or so miles per hour with that storm. And so it's going to be Altamont here in the next, and that's probably, I would even cut off maybe a few minutes to that, but definitely in the next kind of 20 minutes or so, that may start to come in towards Altamont, at least exactly where that tornado is. Now, they may issue that warning here before that, but we're going to see what happens here, folks, because it's going to be another close call here. into Effingham County. So Jacob has repositioned. So he basically is getting out of Montrose and going to be coming back down on 70 here, and then position there to see what happens with this cell as it comes in. I'm hoping that this is kind of the last cell of the night. I just want to kind of look and see if that is going to be the case. See a couple of storms here in Douglas, Coles County, and I know you guys, probably said that's storming pretty good down here, maybe near Arcola again, but I think that boundary again continues to kind of sit down to their south. So there may be some occasional storms. So this may be kind of the last cell that we have to really kind of pay attention to as this goes more into Indiana. So this final cell coming out of Fayette County and eventually coming to Western Effingham County. So they haven't even issued the severe thunderstorm warning on it yet. So we'll have to see what they do, because we're probably a few minutes away from when they'd have to kind of issue something if they decide to do so. Let me just kind of look at it. I guess I haven't looked fully at the rotation on it. So let's try to switch over to that and see if it's, there might be something there. Obviously, it looks weaker than some of the reflectivity and velocity images that we had a little bit earlier, but still, that tornado warning does continue. I'm hoping it's shrinking. Hopefully, it's just starting to kind of weaken a little bit, and as it does so, maybe we can kind of dodge things here. So they've shrunk the warning down. So they've continued the tornado warning. So that tells me that they might have to continue it. I think they're just kind of waiting. It does seem like it's slowed down a little bit, but if you're in Altamont, just kind of be paying attention here with this as it continues to move off here to the east. It's obviously dark now. It's going to be difficult to see anything here at nighttime. With our camera, you can see on the right side of your screen. Can't see anything. What we would see would be some lightning, but I don't know. Is there even any lightning on that storm? Okay, maybe a little bit there. So a little bit of lightning there, or you'd have to kind of rely upon some power flashes to see if there is something there. We've not heard anything confirmed on this with the folks. And let me just kind of glance. There are some chasers on that storm. I see there are chasers out on it. So if there would be something, they would be reporting and kind of passing it along to the folks there. So far, but again, it still just has that shape. And I think that's why the Weather Service also is kind of going, we're not quite comfortable enough to, cancel it just yet, or to not extend it just yet. But that's still going to be a decent storm that probably is going to come into Effingham in terms of, some heavy rainfall and definitely some lightning in there. So we'll just kind of we're just going to give this a couple more minutes here before we decide to kind of what to do with the coverage. Our policy, again, we stay on for these tornado warnings, and then anything that's severe thunderstorm warning, we go back off of the air for. But we're just going to hang with this here. It's 8:52. We've obviously covered up some of the programming here tonight, but obviously we do that for a reason. And hopefully our coverage here tonight, helps some people out to give them warning about what happened here with these storms. We have had several spots damaged today. We've had several tornadoes confirmed. We've shown you several tornadoes here live on the air, and those reports continue to come into us. And Jacob, you're hearing a little bit more. Go ahead and tell us what you've got.
Yeah, Kevin, I'm trying to get my window clean here real quick. I'm now on I-70, and this is going to be about a mile to the, give me a second for that to clear out, about a mile to the east of the 5770 interchange. There's a semi that's rolled over in the ditch up here. I can see the headlights. You can see where the first responder is. This is about where, in fact, there's debris right here now. So for a point between 1 and 2 miles east of the I-5770 interchange, there's actually quite a bit of debris on the roadway, and there's a semi that's rolled over here. This is where that tornado passed. We watched it. I can see tree damage as well on either side of me. It's getting dark, so I'm not going to have a good vantage point of it. But on this path, Kevin, this came through some parts of north and northeastern Effingham and north Teutopolis. And there's some pretty substantial damage in this area, Kevin. Lights are off in Montrose. Fire department was out. They were all gone. Lights are off in Teutopolis, it looks like. North side here, there's going to be a very long and lengthy recovery effort here in this area because of the amount of damage. I'm moving west now. I'm going to make sure that this next storm doesn't do something because it's heading towards Effingham and points to the south there. Watson, Mason, down towards parts of the southern part of the county. So that's where I'm moving. But I did see quite a bit of damage where it crossed there. And that gives you a vantage point. And now that I enter the interchange, I can see tree damage north of me, probably quarter to half a mile based on where I'm at here. So this probably passed right between here and the Green Creek Rest area. And that takes it really close to some rural neighborhoods on the north side of Effingham, Kevin. Back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jacob. So here's what I want to do here. I want to go back just on the radar here for a second while we wait to see what they decide to do. Okay, tornado warning. All right, never mind. I was going to show what the radar looked like from earlier, but here we go as they decide to continue. And I'm not surprised, and I'm obviously completely on board with this, given what we've had here tonight, given still the environment that is out there. You have to think about this. And I was just about to show it to you, but that first storm, it came across, it was up here. It's far northern. We were talking about what? We were Highway 33 and Highway 32 and Beecher City and Shumway right there. That's when we started to see those first signs. So this kind of came across right through here, folks. This area has been untouched from any storms. So there is concern still. Sirens are going off in Effingham. Altamont, I want you guys to be in your tornado safe spot here as we still have, and this thing's starting to pick up. St. Elmo there, I know you folks are, close there. Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, give me some guidance here. I'm coming around. Do I go south on 57 or west on 70? I don't know if I make it to Altamont in time. I'm at 45 and 57, 70 now by the Quick Trip.
No, hold on here. Let me just look. You're okay. Give me your location again.
I'm at 45 and 57 north side of Effingham, just past the Quick Trip. I'm trying to think here. I may need to get off and cut the Funkhauser.
Yeah, I would try to do that.
Boy, that's tough.
I would,
or south on 45 through
south
town.
on 45 through town. Go south on 45 through town. But yeah, if you can get there quick. I want you to go more towards Watson.
10 minutes out from the mall.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Say it again, sorry.
If you can get kind of maybe down towards the Watson area and south, south of Effingham.
Yeah.
Definitely try to peel around there if you can to get on 45. I know you got to go through town there a little bit, but
I know some back ways, so I'm good.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to get down to the mall and south there towards the airport.
Okay, yeah, I would do that because that looks to kind of come across there on the south side of town more than anything, maybe just south
I need gas.
of Effingham. And we'll check back with Jacob here in a second. Here's our storm. There's St. Elmo, Altamont. There's Dexter. Okay, the Funkhauser area. The tornado is going to be right here, and I don't like how this is looking here. Is it's starting to ramp up just a little bit more? Some of that rotation just kind of north of St. Elmo. We're going to watch that here. It's going to come across right towards Altamont. If you're in Altamont, if you are anywhere there along US 40, you want to be taking shelter. This is another serious situation with the tornado warning. Funkhauser here. You've got Effingham, of course, that kind of comes all the way down here to, we're 57 and 70. You've kind of got, those two areas there that kind of come around, right? And so this is going to be that first one kind of passed right about up here. And this is where Jacob was talking about where the semis flipped, but then you come down here and we're a little bit more concerned maybe down here just south of Funkhauser, where this storm may eventually kind of peel off and across to. And then we'll be watching the Watson area. So Watson to Altamont, this is an area that we're definitely going to be concerned about if this tornado warning continues, if this kind of ramps up a little bit more. Again, I know we've got some chasers on this, and I'm pretty sure that so far this is a radar indicated. Let me just double check. Radar indicated rotation is what they're saying. So they have, and I know there's a couple chasers right on it. So if there is something, they're going to be able to alert them. And then if this red box goes to a purple box, that's usually when there is that confirmation. But just because it isn't purple yet, I don't want you to kind of be like, well, it's not real yet, because sometimes those reports can be delayed and you could have a tornado that's ongoing there. So just that rotation probably just going to be crossing into Effingham County, right on the Fayette and Effingham County line now as it moves across near St. Elmo. And again, if you're in Altamont, this thing has got its eyes set on you here. So please, I want you guys to take shelter, lowest level of your home, center part of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I think this thing is going to pass there probably just barely, south of Effingham. But we're watching Watson. Effingham to Watson area is what we're going to be concerned about. So right there near Altamont, here in the next few minutes, this storm is going to be on top of you, and we're seeing some of that start to pick up. So this storm is moving pretty quick. As I mentioned here, you're talking about maybe some, 50, 55 mile an hour movement with the storm. So fast moving. Hopefully, again, we can keep this just outside of Effingham. Maybe we can kind of cut through some, non-populated areas, but even then, the concern is there. So let's see here. I don't know if they just kind of, okay, so they just kind of updated some of the warning there. We've got our Effingham County, or I say our Effingham camera that is up. Sorry, folks, long day. 9 o'clock now, top of the hour, 9 p.m., and we're watching another storm coming to Effingham County. That first one came in across the extreme northern edge. You get up towards Beecher City, Shumway areas. Then, of course, all the damage that we saw just south and west of Montrose. Damage there at 57 and 70 when this came across. Semis flipped over. And now this second one, maybe this cuts, just south of town. Another really kind of close call here with this, but we've got folks in Altamont now. That thing's going to be right on top of you. So the rotating part of that storm is now out of Fayette County, and this is now firmly into the Effingham County area. This tornado warning goes all the way to Diederich, goes all the way there to the east and into portions of Jasper, Crawford counties there. So this storm here is one we've got to watch out for. Folks in Altamont, Dexter and Funkhauser, and right along US 40, take shelter here immediately, because this thing may put down a tornado here at any point. Jacob is repositioning there. He also has an update for us. Jacob, what are you hearing right now?
Yeah, Kevin, I just got off the phone with Effingham County Coroner Kim Rhodes, and she just called me because, her and I are friends. I've talked to her for stories and other things like that. So she did, as she told me, she said there's damage from Green Creek. She said the Mid-America Corvette north of Effingham, she said it was down. So there's damage at that. And then she says there's damage towards Montrose and Teutopolis. At this moment, she says no one has arrived at the hospital that she knows. She says that everyone's thoughts and prayers are going right now to the situation. It's very early. They don't know the full extent of the damage. And in situations like this, if you are out, avoid the damaged areas. And Effingham County, you got to be back in your shelter because of this new tornado warning. We saw what happened. This may happen again with the storm coming on, and we have to take it serious. I'm about a mile away from the south side of Effingham here, Kevin. I'm about to the airport, so we'll have a view and stop there about at Hartville is what my plan is before I get into the trees, try and see what's coming our way. Kevin, back to you. Yeah,
I know that's from a perspective of a chaser trying to follow the storm. It gets a little foresty, I guess is the word, and a little wooded down there. So it does become a little bit more difficult to see. But I know that you're going to try to give us the best view there. Again, Altamont, Dexter right now, the rotation is going to be right here. This thing is right along 45 and 70, kind of once again. Some of those strong winds that are going to be coming off here to the east. Let's just kind of show you, and we'll come back to reflectivity one more time. Right about here, here's that 70 and 57 interchange right here. Effingham's going to be just up here, just outside the picture, so we'll show that to you. So it's almost like this thing's just kind of hanging right here and along the interstate. Here's Effingham. Jacob's going to be coming down 45 here ish in that area and giving us moving south now. Okay, so he's over there by the Rural King now, and so he's going to be just getting south. So what will happen is he's going to be driving in a little bit of rain, and then eventually he'll come into that kind of clear slot and be looking a little bit more into the storm, and then kind of see a view there as he looks off there to the west. But if you're in Altamont, Dexter, the Funkhauser area, along the highway, so basically a couple miles there just west of the 70 and 57 interchange, in that general area there, you want to be definitely in your tornado shelter here as this next storm comes across Effingham County. We just had that storm come across northern Effingham County, doing some of the damage. And now this one here kind of coming in here into the southern portion of the area. I believe we're being told we've got some video to kind of show you here. So, okay, this was Jacob earlier. This was up south west of Montrose. You can see the power flashes there. This is where we had damage, and I believe a mobile home, the farmhouse here. This is earlier this evening in northern Effingham County. This was the tornado that we showed you live on the air as it ripped across parts of northern Effingham County. You can see you can see just beyond that tree line there, some of that debris getting lofted up into the air, and then where Jacob had to stop, and there's going to be a big farmhouse on the left there that did take a direct hit from the tornado. This was earlier. This is video near Montrose, southwest of Montrose, as that storm came in. And you can see, as Jake was kind of panning the camera across, the damage to that farmhouse as it came right across, and there it is. And so, and you can see gas. You guys saw a little gas plume. That must have probably was some gas there. That plume that happened after that tornado came through. And again, damage there and possibly a mobile home. And that's in front of Jacob there, where he had to eventually kind of come to a stop. You can see the power lines that were down there, and just a bad situation. So that is the kind of thing that we're dealing with here. And now seeing it here on the southern portion of Effingham. You can see the chasers there and Jacob coming upon that seconds after it happened. So, all right, we'll come back here. All right, so here's our storm. Jacob, are you stopped right now?
Yeah, Kevin, I stopped. I needed to change batteries and just get set here. And, I get too far south, the trees kind of take my view. So when I look west here, I still got a couple miles of fields. And I'm kind of on the edge. I maybe would like to be a mile or two south, but it's just not great viewing down here. So keeping my eyes on things and ready to roll. Just so you know, for my location, I am basically on the north. Hang on. It's not working. Why is this not working? Where am I at? I'm right next to the Effingham County Airport on 45. It's just to my southwest by a quarter mile. And so still in the south side of Effingham, but I don't get too much of a view when I get to Hartville. And I think I might be able to see something a little better here with Watson. So keeping a very close eye on that. I may head south here when it gets a little closer, but that's kind of what I'm dealing with here now, Kevin. Back to you.
Yeah, I would stay there just south, maybe just barely south of Watson. I know you get into a lot of trees there, just south there, but before, if you can. But yeah, it's going to be close. That rotation is still going to be just kind of east of Altamont now. And so, yeah, if you're over here, we're just going to watch that. So here's your rotation right here. This is going to come across probably just north of Watson, the way this thing is looking. So hopefully you'll be able to, you're probably going to, are you in that heavy rainfall there right now then probably?
I'm on the very edge, but I've got enough of a view to the south and west where that storm is. I kind of have the camera. The problem is you're not going to see it because it's dark here. And so just to play it a little safe, I'm hanging a little bit north, but I will make my way here south in a moment, Kevin. Just kind of getting my bearings, figuring out what's going on. Okay. I want to catch that little clear notch that may come on in. So back to you, Kevin.
I saw that is there anything there, or is that just kind of maybe the shelf?
Let me look. I wouldn't look at the moment.
Okay.
Let me, I'll keep my eye on it. If I see something, I'll get back to you.
Okay, sounds good. So if you are here between Altamont, the Watson area here, definitely be taking shelter. It's still looking like that there might be some rotation within that storm here. It's going to be, pretty close there to I-70 or actually, I mean, it's right on I-7. It's call it where it is here. And as it kind of turns just a little bit there, again, I would be concerned, near Watson there, maybe if this thing kind of turns just a little bit more. So we'll have to watch that area there. But again, as of right now, if this rotation would kind of continue, maybe this here passes obviously south of Effingham proper. Jacob was kind of mentioning that maybe a little bit of an increase in the lightning is starting to show up, but I would be concerned there maybe just south of Effingham and maybe coming into the Watson area. We've got our camera there in Effingham, and we're looking down into the storm. Lightning is kind of showing up there on your right side of the screen, and he was just saying, hey, it looks like the lightning is kind of picking up. So rotation is right there. Right here on 70, and I'm going to wait for the updated kind of scan to come across, and it'll give us kind of another update. But definitely seeing that increased lightning. And again, if you're in Effingham, you're getting hit pretty hard by the heavy rainfall there, especially maybe on the kind of north and south side, or south and west side of town. And this piece right here is going to be that really, really heavy rain that's going to come in. But we think some of that rotation probably, once again, the tornado would be embedded in that rain with this one. Difficult to kind of see anything, but we're watching this carefully. Might even have a little bit of hail in there potentially, but we'll see what this updated scan kind of shows us in terms of the rotation. But I would say that it's just southeast of Altamont and probably going to be coming close to Watson. I'm going to guess this next scan is probably going to be just off here to the east just a little bit, as what my thinking is this may cross over 57 here close to Watson. Okay. Some of that rotation now, it's there. Okay. This isn't the strongest rotation that we've seen of the day. But, given kind of what we've had here tonight, we want to definitely err on the side of caution because this area has not had any, storms here thus far. So there it is again, coming into Watson now. So yeah, so that's that new reflectivity scan. So, yeah, there we go. So you're going to get maybe a little bit of hail, and again, we'll wait for that next velocity scan to kind of update, but just based upon looking at the reflectivity, you can tell that storm there is coming into Watson, where that rotation is. They just kind of did the update, and yeah, so technically, I mean, a sliver of Effingham is technically in that warning now, but for the most part, the rotation is going to miss Effingham proper. This is definitely more of a Watson problem here right now, where that rotation is. So again, it's not the strongest thing, but there definitely is a little bit there. And I guarantee it that Jacob would be able to see some of that probably if it was a little bit more light out. He's in the dark and using the flashes of lightning to kind of see anything. But again, it's going to be just west of Watson where some of that rotation is. So if you're watching us there, I know Diederich, you guys are technically also in that tornado warning. Hopefully this may pass just south of you, but as you go south of Diederich, this may kind of come into southeastern portions of Effingham County after it would go through Watson. Again, some rotation there, but we're also kind of getting on the edges of our radar. So let me see, what are we shooting at here in terms of, I mean, the radar beam shooting about 7,000 feet. So we're shooting about a mile and a quarter up, right? So this is always kind of the problem with looking at some of the storms, when you're a good distance from the Doppler radar, say in Lincoln, we are dealing with, seeing those storms where the beam goes higher up because the curvature of the earth, you've got that beam that kind of keeps going up and away. And so as you get further away, you're sampling what's going on several thousand feet up sometimes. And that's why the eyes on the ground to tell us what's going on is super important.
We just had a new mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
They were talking about, you mentioned a little bit ago that it's a good environment for those tornadic activity, untapped real estate. Well, that's what they've got down to the south. This mesoscale discussion from the National Weather Service basically tells us, hey, these are some things we're thinking about when it comes to this tornado watch. We still have that tornado watch for much of our viewing area, especially the southern portions of our state and in southern portions of Indiana. So this spot right here where they kind of circled and where we have our current tornado warnings things right now is a really good environment because it's recovered from the thunderstorms earlier today. That's what kind of helped us in Champaign County North, where we had just ongoing thunderstorms, really couldn't get things going, kind of shoved that boundary a little bit more southward. Now that boundary moving to the south and east, where these tornadoes are still, tornadic thunderstorms are still starting to kind of latch onto. So not just for us, but also into Indiana, they're still watching out for that tornadic activity too. So we're kind of close to the end, but it's still a long slog here. They just want to let people know that, hey, we're not done just yet. I know a lot of those storms are out of our viewing area. We still have that kind of opportunity for just untouched air that they can really start to use. It recovered from storms earlier today, and now it's ready to be used for that tornadic activity. A lot of that's for south of our viewing area too, so we are kind of on the edge of that mesoscale discussion, but it just kind of says, hey, we're not done just yet. So just keep that in mind. Kevin kind of mentioned that it was a kind of untapped real estate just yet for those thunderstorms, and the National Weather Service now kind of confirming that at the Storm Prediction Center. Kevin?
All right, appreciate the update there, Adam. Here's what I'm going to do. I know it's kind of weird to do this on the air here, but you want to go home and get a few hours of sleep?
I was just asking who's doing
Right.
morning.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. We got to need to figure that out, I guess,
Yeah.
here.
Well, while you're working on that, can we share a couple of updates?
Yeah, go ahead and do an update real quick. And then Jacob's on that storm right there in Watson. And then, so
You
go ahead and
guys-
do that.
Yeah, you guys confirm.
We'll
We're going
take
to take it
this.
over for a little bit. We want to go back to, and I feel like, I don't know.
Got
it
so
was
many notes here.
3 hours ago, we were
Right.
talking about Petersburg.
Right, the Hand of
And
Fate Brewing Company.
That's right. Strong winds took down the sign there at that brewery.
And we're going to
in
hear
our
more
county.
from the owner, right?
Well, we can do that right now.
Mhm. There's the video there of the building. Okay. And this happened again at the Hand of Fate Brewery in Petersburg. You can see there part of the building lying in front of the business on the ground. The owner says no one was hurt, thankfully. The only damage was done to the facade of the building. She says the kitchen workers heard a loud wind gust right before the sign fell, and says seeing the original sign damaged was pretty emotional.
We're very happy to have been here for 10 years and still going, and to see this initial work gone, yeah, it is emotional. We're planning on cleaning up in the morning. That way we can make sure all the storms have passed, clean it up, and we're in the process of ensuring everything is working inside. That way we can hopefully open tomorrow, Thursday at 5, like we normally would.
She says some structure work may be needed on the top of the building, and the sign will likely have to be rebuilt.
Okay, we can also go back to that Effingham County tornado to just revisit that. I'm sorry, Gunnar, say that. Okay, here, this is southwest of Montrose. Jacob was giving us a live report from there. Home destroyed. At the time, he said that first responders couldn't get out there, and you'll see those storm chasers surrounding that area. And he said how helpful they were to the situation that was unfolding. And this tornado Shumway to Montrose, correct, Kevin?
And he pointed out the debris as on live TV, and when he was able to zoom in right there, seeing the debris and understanding the power of this storm. This was just after 8:30 this evening, talking about the home that was destroyed that we saw, talking about and giving an address so first responders understood that there was an urgent need at that time.
And we can say that Jacob did see a victim. We don't know how that person is. He did talk to the Effingham County coroner, Kim Rhodes. All she could tell us was that there was damage to Green Creek and Montrose and to Topless. But of course, first responders are trying to get to the very serious situations. But like we said, there's flooding, there are trees down, there are power lines down, and it's very difficult to get there.
And Kim also added at 9:02 p.m. that no one at that time had been brought to the hospital.
Yes, we can also say that a viewer sent us a tip that Charleston Middle School, now we're in Coles County, Charleston Middle School, major roof damage. You are looking right now at video from Charleston from earlier Coles County. Major roof damage to the school and flooding inside
Also in Charleston, our Derek Mitchell has sent in some pictures of different pictures of the Walmart there. We saw that earlier. Damages not just to the building, but also I believe it looked like the gas station, perhaps. This is the fairgrounds that Katie brought us an interview from the first responder who said they were in their vehicle and it was hit by lightning.
Okay, Kevin's given us a wrap. Kevin, what do you have?
So I wanted to come back to this tornado warning because they did just confirm that there is a rotating wall cloud on this wall cloud 2 miles northwest of Watson. 2 miles northwest of Watson is what they're saying, a rotating wall cloud on this. And so they are continuing. Okay. Okay. Do we have Jacob Shot there? Do we have Jacob Shot? Is it out? Okay. We're kind of in kind of an area there. So
Bad cell service. I see it. It's just north of town now, right over me.
Okay, it's going to be just coming into Watson here, just barely north of town. Jacob's kind of seeing that there is a rotating wall cloud on this, folks. And this thing is kind of doing something similar, trying to ramp up just a little bit. It's just north of town. Rotation is just north of Watson, if you're watching us here. And if you're over towards Diederich, listen, it's kind of, if this thing just kind of keeps going east, it might be a little bit of a closer call. If it goes a little bit southeast, it'll pass south of you, but it is just north of Watson right now and moving off there to the east. So we'll keep checking back with Jacob. Let's come back here to the radar and kind of show you that view there to kind of get an idea of where this storm is. So the rotation is going to be right here and going to be crossing over 45 and moving off here to the east. Diederich over here. Here's Elliottstown right now. Jacob just kind of passing through the Watson area where we have the tornado warning. We'll just have to kind of watch this carefully, see exactly where this goes. But Elliottstown here might be the best candidate if this kind of dives a bit to the south and to the east. There's Diederich there, maybe just to the north of where some of that rotation is. But again, you guys are under the tornado warning. You're getting the heavy rainfall right now. And there's the update there. So maybe here just north of Elliottstown. And so this is going to be crossing just south of Diederich potentially. And you can see, we'll zoom in here on some of the roads. So just north of Elliottstown. So if you're familiar with 1000th Avenue, okay, 875th Road, 175th Road, 2300th South, Diederich, I believe it's called, is that the Diederich Blacktop over there? And then 1000 Avenue East. So it does look like some of that rotation might be right here. And just passing east of Watson now where they have the rotating wall cloud with this, it'd be tough to see anything. It would be shrouded in some of the rain. And so might be there just kind of in front of where Jacob is located there with his camera. So we'll watch that. Again, you wouldn't be able to see much, but Jacob, can you see it when the lightning kind of flashes, a little lowering?
Yeah, are you able to see it all, Kevin? The lowering, I can see the back of the updraft. It's illuminated here in front of me, and I can tell where it's just right east of me here. So we're looking down on Main Street in Montrose, heading east back to 45, and then I'm going to bail back to Effingham. I don't think I can follow this any further. But I agree. I think when you kind of said that, I was looking at something, and I was like, yep, that's it. Lightning illuminated it. There was a low. So keeping a close eye on things here in Watson, Kevin. And this is now moving to southeastern parts of Effingham County. Back to you, Kevin.
Yeah, okay, absolutely. So we've got our friends there in Watson. It just kind of passed through, so it looks like Watson okay, but that rotation now just north of Elliottstown. Diederich up here, you guys are getting the really, really heavy rainfall at this point, and that rotation is going to be just kind of southwest of you. Okay, so here it is. So there's US 45 now. It's that rotation here just probably north of Elliottstown is what we're kind of seeing here on radar. And this probably is taking just a little bit of a south jog. So it probably does pass just south of Diederich, and then eventually we'll kind of pass off there to the east and south of Wheeler. So again, as we look at this storm here, and I just want to do this here for everybody kind of watching at home, and other locations. We did get some additional severe thunderstorm warnings that got issued with some of these northern storms, and I'm just going to come over to that here real quick into Edgar County, because some of you over there may be going, what is going on over here south of Paris and Kansas and Oliver? You guys have had another little round of storms. Right now, not looking like anything tornadic, but I know it is coming down pretty good. Once again, Westfield over to Grandview, and then to kind of take things and widen that view out again, there are some additional little storms. Like there's a little guy down there, maybe near Pasodum, southern Champaign County, and some other little showers and storms. But for the most part, we're largely done as far as a tornadic situation goes for the northern 95% of our viewing area. But we're still down here on this, 5% that's left. We try to cover all 100% of the area that we have here in the WCA3 viewing area. And yeah, even far southeastern Effingham County, we got you guys here. We want to get you through this storm as now that rotation starts to pass kind of northeast of Elliottstown. I would still just, to be safe there in Diederich, just still taking shelter here because we're still seeing some of that rotation right there, folks. Gonna be a close call, but probably just to your south, okay? But let's just, you guys are right on the corner of this tornado warning. Once again, this tornado, not visible. You might see a little flash of lightning that illuminates a little bit of that, but would be difficult to kind of see. You'd have to be in the exact spot there where it's rain-free, because otherwise looks to be pretty shrouded in that rainfall. So that is the view of the storm into extreme eastern Effingham County. Storm's moving pretty quick too. The forward progression, they're probably closer to 50 and 60 miles an hour because it is really starting to move. So much. We were talking to Jacob. He was like, I see it over here in Watson, and now it's clear over here. Yeah, Jacob, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm on 45, and I can see you need a lucky lightning flash to see it, but there's a broad lowering kind of to my south and east here, and I'm actually surprised I can see a lot of features on the backside here. So just kind of watching here. There is something there, but again, you're not going to see a whole lot here. I don't see anything that looks like it's touching down, which is good news. But again, I would not trust that word. I'm one spotter, and this is a storm that's moving away from me. So I hope it's not on the ground. I just say that after what we've been through down here. But there's something to my east-southeast that's kind of out there in the rain. It's a lowering, and we're going to watch it closely, Kevin. If I see something else, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I'll be heading back north to Effingham in just a minute, Kevin.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Diederich here, we're still watching you. Just to the east of Elliottstown, that is the area. I mean, we can try to get you right down in on this thing where there is some of the rotation, some of the streets here, and you can see them kind of popping up there on your screen. From Elliottstown, south of Diederich, right here, south of town. That rotation might pass here, then eventually over there towards the Wheeler area. So we're watching you folks. Getting some more pictures in here of some of the damage here. We'll just talk about that. It looks like a tree uprooted. Where was this at, Gunnar? Oh, Charleston.
Charleston happened at 5:30. Derek Mitchell has been talking to the homeowner. This is on 10th Street. Look at that. That's the tree in the home right there. The damage from the inside.
Oh, I'm getting video in from Charleston Middle School. Hold for that. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks for some of those pictures there again. I think there's going to be a lot of those damage pictures rolling in here. We're getting ready to hopefully transition over, for us in weather. This kind of goes, all right, now the news folks take over, and they go do all the post-storm coverage so that they do such a wonderful job with us after the storms move through and, the days to come, and talking to the people that were impacted. And I think there are a lot of people that have been impacted by the storms here today that have had damage. Now, some of you, I think, got lucky today and were spared. Danville, Champaign, didn't kind of see as much in Gibson City and Watseka. The storms kind of hit the southern half of our area that we covered, but there are a lot of places that I think have damage here from storms tonight, whether it was from 80-mile-an-hour winds or from what we know are now multiple confirmed tornadoes We showed them to you live on the air.
Want those?
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that. So we're hopefully about 5 minutes away, potentially from kind of wrapping up the weather side of things here. And then, like I said, our news crews will be kind of taking over and getting us into the lead of the top of the 10 o'clock newscast here. Obviously, we've been on for several hours now. But as of right now, as we kind of look at things, and again, just kind of show you that big view, I'm just watching some of these storms down here into Macoupin County. They look kind of ragged, so that doesn't look as concerning for us. But hopefully, this is kind of the last one. They did issue. I'll tell you this. This is some good news. So the National Weather Service down here opted with a severe thunderstorm warning instead of the tornado warning down here into portions of Jasper County. So looks like they won't be carrying that on. And again, it has kind of lost some of its structure there. But boy, I tell you, if you're in Diedrich, you're going, oh, it hasn't lost anything. What are you talking about? It is coming down. Might even be a little bit of hail that is kind of showing up with that. So we'll just kind of get you through this last little bit with this storm here. I also, again, just want to say thank you to everybody that have sent in your reports here throughout the course of tonight. The damage pictures and just the reports and people answering their phones that we've been calling to try to tell the story of what's happened. And we'll be obviously telling more of those stories in the coming days of these storms. But we have had considerable damage in the Charleston area here tonight from a tornado, and then also southwest of Montrose there with the tornado that we showed you live on the air that pretty much ran there near Beecher City to Shumway, then across northern portions of Effingham County and southwest of Montrose with that tornado that we had. So this was some of that video near Charleston. This was the first one. This one, obviously, was much tougher to kind of see anything. But then the damage, and we were, Jacob was on the damage there. Look at the tree on that little power line there, as the storms kind of came through on the north side of town and up there kind of near the fairgrounds that sustained some of the damage up there, and also kind of near the speedway. But a lot of tree damage, mobile home damage there, structures. And look at that, that's a mobile home. Fortunately, they said that was an abandoned mobile home, but that mobile home was flipped. I mean, it was flipped on its roof. So pretty some wild stuff. And then, of course, the tornado here. Look at the power flashes there off in the distance. The debris, man, just hard to watch that damage from the homes as that hit, I believe, a mobile home there on the right side of the road, and then eventually hit what looked to be a really old farmhouse that you'll eventually see here as that came across. It looked like a farmhouse that probably has been there for 100 years maybe. And that farmhouse did take on some of the damage. You can see some of the storm chasers that were there, and look at that swirl. That's a tornado there. All of that is debris that could be kind of getting lofted up into the air with those little vortices. And that's what we saw. And then you'll see there coming up that damage to that home right there off in the distance there. And look at the little plume there of some of that gas that maybe kind of, I know Jacob, when he was like, I can smell gas. And you can see that. And then again, up above, just in front of where Jacob was, where there was an apparent victim there. And that's where some of the storm chasers were trying to help out there as that storm passed southwest of Montrose. Okay, I'd say we're going to do here. Just come back to me here. We'll kind of wrap up. For now, I think the weather, I'm going to have you guys go ahead, and if there's some more coverage and things you want to kind of pass along, I'll let you guys kind of dictate that. From a weather standpoint here, we're about to be kind of done. I really hope so. It's looking like this storm here, as far as where some of that rotation is now going to be passing off there to the east. And so what we've got here are just a few storms left here into Macoupin, Montgomery County. Again, we are still watching our storms that are up. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning that is up here into Clark and Edgar County. We've been just kind of watching these guys just a little bit. There's Marshall once again. This is severe thunderstorm warning, but we're still just kind of keeping an eye on that storm there. Going to be northwest of Clark Center, east of the oil field area, west of Castle Finn. That right now still has a severe thunderstorm warning associated with it. That eventually probably going to be passing off there into Indiana. But just Marshall, I want you guys to kind of be paying attention. There's still probably a pretty good little hail core associated with that storm that is up there. That actually does look like some pretty good hail that's up there just northwest of Clark Center. If you're in Marshall, just be prepared as that storm is probably about to come into your area. Hopefully it can stay. Hopefully that can stay just outside of Marshall, but it's going to be a really kind of close call there. So we've got that storm there. And then again, just to give you that kind of wide view of things one more time. My computer's probably going, I've had enough here. And here we go with these kind of final storms that again may kind of clip into Fayette County. I think that eventually that would probably pass just southwest of Effingham County, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Our storm now moving into Jasper County out of Effingham. Tornado warning is continuing, but for all intents and purposes, it's pretty much over there. We'll just kind of watch this last storm. So what we'll do here is we'll hand things back over to Kelly and Jennifer for a couple reports, any final things and power outages and whatnot. And then we might actually wrap our coverage here. And then get ready for the 10 o'clock newscast. It's supposed to kick off here just a little bit too in like 25 minutes. So we'll send it to you guys here for right now. Let us know what you got.
All righty, we're going to talk
breath.
outages, but first we're going to talk about the Coles County Fairgrounds. Katie Moore spoke with Brad Warner. He describes the moment his car was hit by lightning. Take a listen.
I'm with Brad Warner here with the Lincoln Fire Department. We're in front of the Coles County Fairgrounds, and he's had quite the evening. Can you walk me through what happened earlier when you were driving?
So I was responding to my first call with the storm, and I felt my truck shake and a loud pop, and lightning struck my truck. It went completely dark. Indicator lights came on. And I just literally texted my chief and said, "Hey, I can't go anywhere." And we're out responding in this time when people need us, and sometimes we even fall.
Yeah, so we've been saying it on air back at the desk, but that you can speak to it too as a firefighter. What makes it easiest for you guys to respond to these calls? What should people at home be doing?
We just want to be there for people in need, and that's what we do.
Yeah, and if people at home are seeing this with maybe trees in their yard, trees on their homes, power lines down, what can they do?
In the area, they can call CCOM non-emergency if it is an emergency, 345-0060, or they can, if it is an emergency, of course, call 911.
Okay, thank you so much, Brad. I really appreciate it. And I have a couple more updates out of Coles County. We had a caller call in that they live on 10th Street, tree on their house, 4 adults, 3 kids, all displaced. No one was hurt, but the house is a total loss. I heard from Illinois State Police that multiple semis were turned over on I-57 in Coles County near Mattoon. There is one driver hospitalized. And when I was driving here on 57, it was a mess. I was getting pelted by rain. So if you do not have to be out, again, we urge you, do not. And then back at the station, we took a call from the deputy chief with Mattoon Police. He's telling us to urge people in Charleston again to stay inside so that emergency agencies can continue their cleanup efforts. He said there are a lot of power lines down and that traffic is really bad, and I can attest to that. When I was driving in, I saw tons of power lines down, trees literally snapped in half. And then even here at the Coles County Fairground, you can see buildings just absolutely ransacked here. But that's all I have right now out of Coles County. We'll continue talking to law enforcement, talking to Ameren, figuring out power outages. I know around 8 p.m. there were over 7,000 people without power here in Charleston, but we'll keep digging. We'll keep getting that information and get it to you on air and online. Live in Charleston, I'm Katie Moore, WCIA3, your local news leader. Back to you guys.
And we should add, that was about an hour and a half or so ago. That was Brad Weaver. Excuse me for that error. That number he gave, 345-0060.
And at that time, Katie, I think she just said it was 7,000 without power in Charleston. It's about the same. It's about 8,000 now. In Decatur, you've got 10,000 people out of power. Let me go through some more numbers. In the Bullpit Kincaid area, you've got about 1,000 Sharpsburg, about 1,100 Warrensburg also hit, about 900 in the black there, 643 in Macon, 548 Blue Mound. Of course, we showed that video from Blue Mound. They got hit. More than 1,400 in Taylorville. They don't have power there. 502 between Shumway and Beecher City, 205 Montrose. And those are our latest power outages.
And that video that Jacob shared from Southwest Montrose saying that search and rescue was on this scene at the time. So we'll continue to update you on that from a news standpoint on air and online. We're going to go ahead and give it back to our chief meteorologist, Kevin Leidy, so you can wrap up our coverage. And again, we'll see everyone again at 10.
All right, we've got about 1 minute left here. Just quickly here, we're watching some of these storms kind of move out of Effingham County. Just if you're in Marshall, still pretty good little storm that you guys may catch a little bit of hail with that storm as it moves through. And there's some other little isolated storms that are out there across the area here tonight. The good news is for many of you folks that are watching here, the severe weather threat largely over. We're still just going to keep an eye on this stuff down here, southeast Montgomery into Fayette County here, but things are pretty much done with this severe weather threat here tonight as things begin to wrap up. We're going to have much more coming up here at 10 o'clock tonight. Thanks to everyone here with all of the coverage, all of our people behind the scenes that have been putting this coverage on for hours. It takes a whole team here, big crew, to make all this happen. And thanks to all of you for tuning in to our severe weather coverage here tonight. We'll have more in about 20 minutes on the news at 10 o'clock. Have a good night.
This is your WCIA3 forecast first, sponsored by Route 66 Solar and Roofs.
All right, folks, 10 o'clock here as we wrap up our severe weather coverage we had here all night. We've had multiple storms move across the area that have done damage. We've had multiple tornadoes that we showed you live on the air. This is a loop of those storms as they moved across from west to east and ever so slowly to the south. We still have a few storms here tonight, so we want to talk about what's going on down here at Fayette County and still Effingham County. You guys may get one more little round. The good news is we're not seeing some of those same rotational characteristics we had with some of those storms a little bit earlier, but still, nevertheless, still some strong storms here showing up. At this moment, we don't have any warnings in effect at this point here in the WCA3 viewing area for the first time in many hours. Are we completely done for tonight? What do the coming days tell us? And a recap of some of the storms and some of the reports that we have had. It's coming up with our team coverage as WCA3 News starts right now.
You're watching your local news leader. This is WCIA3 News at 10.
We are reaching the tail end of yet another round of storms here in central Illinois for many communities. This is the second or even third time they have been hit in just 3 weeks.
Several tornadoes were confirmed across our viewing area at this hour and leaving plenty of damage in their wake. The WCIA3 weather team was live on air for more than 5 hours this evening, along with our news team on the ground as this severe weather developed. So let's begin with meteorologist Jacob Dickey, who joins us again live in the Storm Tracker. Jacob, some very intense scenes today.
Yeah, they were some very intense storms here. We're now down in Effingham, and I want to show you real quick in front of me. First off, crews are here on scene at the Mid-America, the Corvette facility, the museum up here. It got hit bad. The damage is really bad. Here's one of the buildings. There's another building behind it that is completely flattened, and this storm passed just to the north of Effingham proper, but impacted this up here. I do have some information. I talked to Kurt Davis, the police chief in Effingham. He said in the city limits, there were no injuries in Effingham city limits. I also spoke to another individual. He's not authorized to speak on camera, but he said that there was a large emergency response from the Louis Corner at 3233 Northeast, northwest of Effingham, I should say, and then through the Green Creek, North Effingham to Topless, over towards Montrose, where we saw that tornado, and then further to the south and east. He also said there were homes destroyed near the Dietrich area from that storm coming on through. I also spoke with Kim Rhodes, and she just called me. I'll try and get some more information from her, but we know that there was a large response in the county and that they couldn't say there weren't any injuries. They couldn't say there were either, though, in the rural areas, but at least in Effingham city proper, that's some good news coming out tonight. A lot of damage down here coming on through. Also in the Teutopolis area, I spoke with a friend. He said that the Meyer Dairy Barn is destroyed and there are cows walking through the neighborhood. They're trying to round those up north of Teutopolis. A lot of damage, a lot of devastation here in the Effingham County area. And this is not the only area. We'll have more about that, of course, tonight and in the days to come. Live in Effingham in the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that update. Let's go ahead and turn it back over to our chief meteorologist, Kevin Leidy. Kevin, you've been tracking so much throughout the evening that you brought us live, and we saw quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, we showed you two tornadoes pretty much happening live on the air. And I'm going to show this. This shows all the various storm damage reports. And yeah, kind of initially it was a lot of wind damage. There was a lot of hail reports. We had, up here near Illiopolis, some golf ball and close to baseball size hail. And that kind of came up through Macon County. And each one of those little dots there, you can see we've got kind of the hail logo there. But then we start getting into some of these little funnel clouds. And then the tornado that happened here basically started touchdown northeast of Mattoon, went across the Aloxa area, and then eventually into Charleston, where there was extensive damage there on the north side of town. A little bit after 8:20 or so, we come down here into Effingham County, and this is where we had the tornado touchdown. We talked about it. Jacob just said 32 and 33. That's right there. Okay, you see near Shumway. That's where we first picked up that tornado, and then that eventually came across into northern Effingham County, and then the damage just southwest of Montrose. Here's some of that video right as that storm passed in front of Jacob. Look at the power flashes, middle part of your screen. as they hit the power lines there. And on the right side, there was a mobile home that also got hit. You can see the cone right in front of them, the debris there at the ground, swirling and causing damage as it ripped across that field. And eventually, and you'll see some of that debris lofted into the air, it actually hit a farmhouse out there. Again, this was southwest of Montrose. We brought this to you live on the air, and you'll see that house come up on the screen here in just a second. And you're also going to see a little puff of what possibly was maybe a gas line or something that came as soon as that storm hit. So just past this, the corn crop there, you're going to see the house that got hit by that tornado that we showed you live on the air. And we'll see it kind of zoomed in. Look at that little puff that you'll see there of also maybe some gas or something. See, you see that right there on the right side of the screen? And then the tornado continued on there off to the east and past Montrose. And so devastating situation down there for folks picking up the pieces in a lot of areas here. And we're just kind of scratching the surface. A lot of times it takes us, a few days later or, till we get the full scope of this. Now, the Weather Service is going to go out. They're going to survey all these damage reports. But once again, we've had another day with multiple tornadoes, and that one that we just showed you there, southwest of Montrose, I think is going to be a fairly strong one. So Jennifer and Kelly will send it back to you.
All righty, Kevin, thank you so much.
Now, earlier tonight, our Katie Moore was in Charleston at the Coles County Fairground, where she got an interview with Brad Warner with the Lincoln Fire Protection District. Here's what he had to say.
I'm with Brad Warner here with the Lincoln Fire Department. We're in front of the Coles County Fairgrounds, and he's had quite the evening. Can you walk me through what happened earlier when you were driving?
So I was responding to my first call with the storm, and I felt my truck shake and a loud pop, and lightning struck my truck. It went completely dark. Indicator lights came on. And I just literally texted my chief and said, "Hey, I can't go anywhere." And we're out responding in this time when people need us, and sometimes we even fall.
Yeah, so we've been saying it on air back at the desk, but that you can speak to it too as a firefighter. What makes it easiest for you guys to respond to these calls? What should people at home be doing?
We just want to be there for people in need, and that's what we do.
Yeah, and if people at home are seeing this with maybe trees in their yard, trees on their homes, power lines down, what can they do?
In the area, they can call CCOM non-emergency if it is an emergency, 345-0060, or they can, if it is an emergency, of course, call 911.
Okay, thank you so much, Brad. I really appreciate it. And I have a couple more updates out of Coles County. We had a caller call in that they live on 10th Street, tree on their house, 4 adults, 3 kids, all displaced. No one was hurt, but the house is a total loss. I heard from Illinois State Police that multiple semis were turned over on I-57 in Coles County near Mattoon. There is one driver hospitalized. And when I was driving here on 57, it was a mess. I was getting pelted by rain. So if you do not have to be out, again, we urge you, do not. And then back at the station, we took a call from the deputy chief with Mattoon Police. He's telling us to urge people in Charleston again to stay inside so that emergency agencies can continue their cleanup efforts. He said there are a lot of power lines down and that traffic is really bad, and I can attest to that. When I was driving in, I saw tons of power lines down, trees literally snapped in half, and then even here at the Coles County Fairground, you can see buildings just absolutely ransacked here. But that's all I have right now out of Coles County. We'll continue talking to law enforcement, talking to Ameren, figuring out power outages. I know around 8 p.m. there were over 7,000 people without power here in Charleston, but we'll keep digging. We'll keep getting that information and get it to you on air and online. Live in Charleston, I'm Katie Moore, WCIA3, your local news leader. Back to you guys.
All right, since then, Katie did that report. She's in a new location. We're going to get to her as soon as we can.
We have breaking news now. We want to go ahead and toss it back out live to meteorologist Jacob Dickey. Jacob, what do you know?
First off, I've got some new updates. I just spoke to the Effingham County Coroner, Kim Rose. She says at this point, there's 5 injuries that have been, less than 5 injuries, that is, that have been taken to the hospital. She didn't have an exact number, but there are people in the hospital that were injured from this. I also just spoke with one of the assistant fire chief from Effingham Fire Department. He told me that all of the departments are working this entire area. They're getting a lot of response and backup. And he says he believes they're still working on making sure they've accounted for everyone, and they're still trying to get people out of some of these homes. He's told me that there are homes that are heavily damaged and destroyed all the way from Louis Corner, northwest of Effingham, towards the Shumway area, all the way past Dietrich, and it's still a very fluid situation here. He told me that we could contact him later and we can get more information from officials, but they said they may not have a number tonight and they may not have any more updates. Kim Rhodes told me that I can call her back here in a little bit and see if she has any new information, but there are injuries in the hospital in Effingham County. We'll continue to work to get more information live in the Storm Tracker up here. One last thing for you as well. I think earlier today we talked about the Amtrak train stop. The train line is closed in town. That's the other thing I want to add. There's power lines and trees all over the track. The train crews are actually in front of me right here trying to clear that out now, so it may be some time before Amtrak resumes service as well. That's my final update in Effingham. Jacob Dickey, back to you.
All right, Jacob, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob.
Okay, we want to get back to Coles County, Charleston Middle School. This video coming to us from a viewer. This is Charleston Middle School. You can see the roof was torn off. You see it right there. It is flooded. That is the gym. They were supposed to have cheer squad practice until 7:30 tonight. Thankfully, that practice was canceled. No kids inside, but that is the view from Charleston Middle School. Okay, now we want to go to, we have the Shelby County EMA Director, Scott McKee, on the phone with us right now. Scott, are you there?
I am.
Okay, Scott, thank you so much for taking time out. I know you are so busy. What are you seeing there in Shelby County?
Most of the damage caused by the storms actually went south of Shelby County. We did get a little bit of storm damage in Stewartson, and the power is completely out in Sigel, Illinois. Stewartson's damage was mostly power lines and a couple of trees. Thankfully, there are no reports of loss of life or displaced individuals.
And Scott, because you don't have a lot of damage there in Shelby County, I know other areas have gotten much harder hit. Will your teams be going out and assisting at all?
If they request it, we would be absolutely happy to help. Our radio traffic is very difficult right now. However, I do believe Effingham County did request aid from Stewartson Fire Protection District.
Scott, this is Kelly Finley. Wanted to know, what is your message to the community as so many are picking up the pieces and starting the process of moving forward after the storm? What message do you have for those who are listening?
Community is everything. If you can help your neighbors, I encourage everyone to help their neighbors at this time. Those that have lost so much, they need the encouragement of the entire community to help rebuild what they have.
Absolutely. They need help physically. They need help. I think emotionally, people are really going to need that support out there. Scott, thank you so much for calling in and giving us an update from Shelby County. We also have an update out of Coles County just into our newsroom at this time. The city of Charleston is declaring a state of emergency at this hour.
Officials are coordinating response and recovery efforts with the Coles County EMA and other agencies. Down power lines, fallen trees and debris cover roadways and are creating a dangerous condition throughout the area. You are advised not to travel if you do not have to, and stay off the roads to let emergency personnel, utility crews, and public works departments safely conduct the response to continue to report damage and monitor official Charleston and Coles County communications for updates.
We've been giving you those power outage numbers throughout the night. We've got a statement from Ameren tonight, a developing situation. Ameren adapting to changing conditions. They gave us a statement, quote, "At this point, we are assessing the situation, especially where the tornadoes have gone through. We will have crews working through the night and more arriving in the morning."
Let's check on some more photos out of Charleston. This is earlier tonight. That is a tree that was uprooted, and that is the aftermath of the home, where obviously this is a vantage point inside the home where the tree went through the roof. Now, here's what we know. It happened at 5:30. There's the tree right there, uprooted. Happened at 5:30. Thankfully, no injuries. Everyone that was in that home, they're not only safe, but they were able to go to a neighbor's home for a place to stay. Everyone's okay. And this happened on 10th Street in Charleston around 5:30 this evening. Strong winds knocked down the sign at a brewery in Menard County. It happened at the Hand of Fate Brewery in Petersburg. Take a look at your screen. You can see it there a portion of the building just in front of the business on the ground. The owner says no one was hurt and the only damage was to the facade of the building. She says kitchen workers, they were the ones who heard a loud wind gust right before that sign fell, and says seeing the original sign damage is emotional.
We're very happy to have been here for 10 years and still going, and to see this initial work gone, yeah, it is emotional. We're planning on cleaning up in the morning. That way we can make sure all the storms have passed, clean it up, and we're in the process of ensuring everything is working inside. That way we can hopefully open tomorrow, Thursday at 5, like we normally would.
And she does say some structure work may be needed on the top of the building and the sign will likely have to be rebuilt.
Weather, of course, the big story tonight. We will be right back with more and Kevin's assessment of what happened throughout the evening.
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
All right, folks, there is still one last little storm here that's left, and they actually issued a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and it also has the tornado possible tag. And we're going to show you that here in a second. But I also wanted to kind of show you what I think is the potential path that tornado took. We talked about here near 32 and 33. That's right here near Shumway. And this is where it came across, okay? So this was the path, then eventually to the south and east, crossed over there at the 57 and 70 interchange, and then eventually southwest of Montrose. That's just me rough kind of drawing this out. Of course, the Weather Service will come on and do their assessment, in the coming days and maybe even tomorrow. But that's the general area where we started to kind of pick up east of Beatrice City and near Shumway. Talked about the damage at 32 and 33, and then the semi rolled over, and then, of course, the video we showed you there off of the top. The Charleston tornado near just kind of northeast of Mattoon in the Loxa area. That's a general idea. And then that kind of came across on the north side of town there. So again, that's me just kind of, drawing it from what we were kind of showing on radar. They'll go back and look at the exact kind of path. It isn't always that straight line, but just kind of give you guys a general idea. All right, back down to this storm here that, again, we're almost out of it, but there's extreme southeastern and southwestern portions of Effingham County. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning with this. if you're down here close to the Mason area, so that's south of Watson, and this is actually kind of coming across Fayette County. There is that severe thunder this morning, but there is still the tornado possible tag. This thing just kind of hovering here across the extreme southern portions of Effingham County. I know you guys have already had like 3 different storms roll through, and so this is probably going to be that final one that just kind of moves across the southern portion of the county there. We show you the loop here as we go back to look at some of these storms. And all day we were concerned about tornadoes, and while some areas missed it, listen, I know if you're in Danville, Champaign, up in Gibson City, Watsika, didn't see as much. I had a few storms, but the real bad stuff started happening here as we kind of got south of I-72 and eventually there into portions of Shelby County and Coles County, and obviously down into the Cumberland and Effingham County areas as well. So those storms are starting to clear. We've got the final one, and then we're done. So for 95% of you that are tuned in here tonight, you can sleep soundly. You can go to bed. We're still just watching that southern Effingham County area, and we're going to keep you guys abreast of what's going on down there. But here we go. We're looking a little bit better. Maybe a couple of showers, southern part of the viewing area here into your Thursday, but I think a lot of us drying up. The sun will come out here. And unfortunately, I think some people are going to be cleaning up some damage here in the coming days in some areas. Look at the temperature. We're at 70 degrees. Tomorrow, a little cooler. Going to be back to the mid-70s. The humidity will have dropped, but it is like a relatively dry day. There could be a few clouds again, maybe a shower or two close to I-70. Let's jump to the weekend. Saturday looks pretty good, but some rain begins to move in late Saturday and into Sunday. Thunderstorms coming back into the picture, it looks like, for the second half of the weekend. So you got some plans. It does look like Sunday gets a little bit little wet around here. All right, here's the 7-day forecast. I will fully admit I spent about 2 seconds on this thing here. We've had so much else going on, but general idea is the next few days looking okay. Some rain there Sunday, maybe lingering into Monday. Temperature's pretty reasonable, near 80 degrees.
I know we've received a number of emails thanking you and your team for all that you do. Gretchen Miller said, "You are amazing. Please tell the whole crew a big thank you for keeping us safe and for all you do each night to keep us informed."
Well, it's very nice. It's part of the job. I've been doing this 24 years.
Yeah.
It's, I got into this to do exactly what we had to do tonight, to warn people, to tell them what's happening, giving them the play-by-play so that hopefully they take shelter. Hopefully, you did something to save a life or something. Got into it for that exact reason. And, you don't always put that on display every day. We were doing the general weather on a sunny 76-degree day. But it's days like today that, are so important, and proud to be able to do this job and proud to do it here.
Proud to be on your team.
Thank you, guys.
You did it well.
Yep.
All right.
We'll be right back after this.
We are continuing our severe weather coverage. This just coming in. Eastern Illinois University is going to be closed tomorrow because of the storms that pass through, but they do want essential employees to still report as scheduled. EIU says thoughts and support are with the community as we assess and address damage over the coming days. We also, WCIA3 does have reporters in the Blue Mound area tonight.
That's where Police Chief Chad Lamb says trees are down south of the elementary school near Lewis Street, and there is significant damage to the middle school at this time. There's no power in town, but thankfully no reported injuries. As a reminder, we will continue to post updates on communities in our area as soon as we get them, both on air and online, WCIA.com.
And I really want to tell people to go to our website because our digital team has been working so hard all night. I know you've been listening to us and Kevin and Jacob, but there's so much more online pictures and videos that you can see there if you want to take another look and really get a full picture of what is happening across central Illinois.
And when we come back, we'll take another look at that storm that came down in Effingham County. For hours, we've been giving you coverage, live coverage of the severe weather, tornadoes included. Kevin, set the scene for what we're looking at right here.
Well, this was, again, southwest of Montrose as Jacob was coming in to that storm. It passed right in front of him, across the road in front of him. You saw some of the power flashes there from the tornado and then some damage. And so you see the cone there. Some people are like, well, is that on the ground? It is. Look at the swirl at the bottom. You always have to look down there. You don't always have to see that cone like fully condensed because it's circulating. It's doing what it's doing there, and it did a lot of damage, hit a mobile home there, and eventually hit kind of a farmhouse. I just want to say this, though, too. A lot of people go, why do you guys go out and chase these storms? And it's because showing this kind of video is so impactful and makes people take action, and we showed that live on the air tonight.
Absolutely. We've had so many tornadoes in central Illinois this season. We are leading, I believe, the world, right, with the number
by far.
at this point. So that is why. You're right. We do it so you don't get complacent. We'll be right back.
Yeah. Edgewood Mason, still a pretty good storm. That's in the extreme southern portion of Effingham County. That's going to be about it, and we'll be done with these storms for tonight. That's the last part of our viewing area, and then we're done. So hopefully everybody can sleep soundly, but obviously a lot of people dealing with some issues here tonight.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.